The story begins with a nightmare. Miss Raina broke out in a hot sweat and tossed and turned chaotically in bed. Her past life was haunting her. Raina could not understand when everything went wrong. She had a son named Al, but at some point, the boy turned away from his mother, which was a real blow to the woman. When Raina woke up, she realized that it was just another dream. But no one must know what she dreamed, so that it doesn't happen again. The heroine's maiden name is Raina Wishante. However, when she became the Duke's wife, she acquired a new identity, Raina Hibilian. This change is not just a formal one, as there is a new story behind it. Her past was full of joyful days when she had a child. Now that Al is cozy in her belly again, Raina wants to relive all those magical moments in a new way. The spirit, named Undina, asked Raina what she was thinking about. Since this appearance took the Duchess by surprise, she decided to avoid answering by asking Undina how she slept. The spirit said they were awake to emphasize the inappropriateness of the question. Raina said that Undina already knows everything. She hopes that her Al is living a good and free life. After her death, Raina found herself in the past and relived her life. For her, it was an infinite happiness to be able to raise Al again, feeling the warmth and joy of motherhood. The heroine got a unique chance to meet a spirit. In her past life, she lacked the strength to protect her child. Now, with new opportunities, she is ready to change her fate. As a child, Raina experienced incredible moments with her father, Wishante. Her parents surrounded her with tenderness and care, creating a magical world filled with love and support. The girl's family was close to the imperial family, and everything was perfect. However, one day, everything changed. Raina, along with her mother and brother, were riding in a carriage to their grandfather's birthday party. They were excited about the gift they had chosen. The girl's mother assured her that her grandfather would definitely like the gift that her granddaughter had made with her own hands. The little brother was delighted to note that Raina was becoming more and more like his sister, and she realized that she was happy then. However, until everything came crashing down. The carriage in which the family was traveling suddenly turned over. Everyone in the carriage was terribly injured, but Raina's mother suffered the most, as she died from her injuries. The father blamed his daughter for the whole tragedy. At the funeral, Duke Visconti did not hide his rage against Raina until the girl's grandfather came to her defense. Everything used to be great. The whole family was sitting around the table happily. But now everything has changed. Raina is alone. The girl's brother was sent to the church for treatment for a certain period of time, because after the accident he lost his arm. Raina herself was sent to another home, and it was bearable. The last straw was the death of her grandfather, who was the only one who cared for the girl. After von Wishante's departure, the title of Duke was inherited by his son, Raina's father. Every day it was getting worse. The girl could not sleep without medication. Every night, Raina was haunted by nightmares in which her angry father strangled her and blamed her for what had happened. And every night she woke up screaming and panicking. When her father eventually returned home from the capital, Raina hoped to see him. It was her birthday, so she assumed he had come for her. However, the father did not even look at his daughter. He ordered her to avoid his gaze because he considered the Rhine to be cursed, because of which his wife died and his son suffered. This attitude of the closest person was killing Raina. She felt guilty and did not understand how she could earn forgiveness. And on her birthday, she never got to find out. The arrival of Duke von Wishante was a real celebration. After many years of waiting, the mansion came to life again, filled with laughter and joy of the guests. The gentlemen were amazed that the building had retained the same magnificent antique style. Everyone admired the fact that Raina's brother had grown up so quickly and congratulated him on his title of Junior Lord Viscount. The guests also asked why his older sister was not at the party. However, the boy said that she was unwell, but was the first to congratulate him. At this time, Raina was sad in her room. She knew that everyone was busy with the feast, so she would have to go hungry until tomorrow. It occurred to her to go downstairs and join everyone. Raina went out into the yard and immediately attracted the attention of the guests. They began to discuss the girl's incredible resemblance to her mother. But what surprised the guests the most was that Raina was dressed in mourning clothes. Noticing the unwanted attention, she decided to turn back. Raina ran as fast as she could to the greenhouse, where she sat down on a chair and wrapped both her arms around her legs. She sat there in silence with her eyes closed, thinking, until a stranger disturbed her. The man introduced himself as Edhart Heathbillion, the second son of the Duke of Heathbillion. He reassured the girl that death was inevitable, even if it was unjust, and that she had to accept it. Raina realized that the rumors would not go away even if she forgot them. On the contrary, it would only provoke people to criticize her even more. Edhart advised the random stranger to ignore it because it was a waste of life. Raina is alive and therefore should live a full life. The man also added that the girl should not allow herself to be influenced and not waste her life. And then he turned away and asked why he was telling her this. However, what really struck Raina was what Edhart said to her when they first met. Even though it was a casual encounter, Raina's memories of it bring tears to her eyes. Before Edhart left, Raina wanted to ask him something else. But the man told her that she should ask herself, because sooner or later she would find the answer. At that moment, Raina saw the light in the darkness for the first time. Then she asked her father's blessing to be with Edhart. Then he hid his daughter and told her to leave. Later, Edhart and Raina's wedding ceremony took place, where the union of the two families was announced. At this special moment, Raina received a gift from Edhart Heathbillion. Edhart was cold to Raina, except for the day he comforted her in the greenhouse. She thought the reason was that it was Raina who had forced the Duke to marry her, despite the fact that he already had a fiancé. Edhart didn't even show himself to Raina after she got pregnant, so she assumed that all those words that day were just a whim. Raina also believed that her husband was unhappy with her because she had thought of everything and rushed the wedding, and because of that, Edhart might despise her. But the girl does not care about this course of action, because now her child will fill the void in her heart. Later, Raina went into labor and a fuss started around her. The girl was embarrassed by the premature birth, as she was 2 months away from her due date. It was probably because Raina had met Edhart's ex-fiancé, which made him angry. Despite this, the baby was born healthy. Raina admired her son until she realized that she could not touch him. The words, "cursed woman," immediately popped into her mind. The maids immediately spread the news among themselves. They were shocked that the birth mother could not touch her child. Instead, Edhart was convinced that a mother like Rainey could not be trusted with the heir to the Heathbillion family. Despite his wife's pleas, the Duke decided to send his son to another mansion. It was a big blow to Raina. She completely withdrew into herself. The woman was grieving for her son and wanted to hug him at least once before she died. But the problem is that Raina cannot touch her son with her cursed hands. And as days passed, seasons after seasons, the woman gradually withered away in her room. It all came to a head when Raina became seriously ill and had only a few hours to live. Edhart allowed her to fulfill her last wish. Seeing her son, she dropped a tear, and her life left her. Raina could not believe that she was dead. It seemed to her that she had been dead all along. She missed her Al so much. Finally, she wished him and Edhart a full life. She wanted her life back, and at some point she was reborn. Then, when she had a child, when she realized she was pregnant, Raina cried with happiness because she could see Al again. When Raina closes her eyes, she can still clearly see everything that happened to her in the past. However, she needs to forget everything, as Edhart said. If she can't forget, she won't run away. She will face everything face to face, and then she will be able to protect herself and her child. The Salzer Empire has the largest territory on the continent, so there were many lands to rule. There were also many nobles with their own lands than in other countries. However, only 2 families held the title of dukes. They were the Viscounts, the Chariot of Fire, and the Heathbillions, the Tower of Ice. The wedding of Raina and Edhart was a union of these 2 families. This wedding disturbed the Heathbillion servants. The butler could not believe that Edhart had married the cursed Viscountess, for they were not at all suitable for each other. The butler visited Raina's room with the maid. They brought her fruit and told her that she could contact them at any time if she needed anything. Raina was reading a book at the time and thinking about what she should do. She wanted a divorce, but she realized that if she rushed it, she might lose her rights to Al. However, she cannot sit idly by. She needs to find a way out. It is imperative that Raina and Al survive. But first, she has to talk to Edhart. A rumor began to spread among the maids that the lady was expecting a child, so even His Excellency plans to return early. When Raina saw Edhart in the window, she said that she did not expect to see him after he found out she was pregnant. However, she was glad that everything was going according to her plan. The butler warned the lady that her husband had returned and asked if she would like to meet him. But Reina calmly replied that she was not feeling well, so she could not honor him with such an honor. Reina thought for a long time about whether to leave her room, but as soon as she touched the doorknob, memories came flooding back. After all, it was there behind the door that her son was taken away from her. She did not want to go there again. However, Reina was determined that her son would not be taken away from her again. Reina came to Edhart with a desire to make a deal whereby her child would receive everything that the Heathbillion heir was supposed to receive. This is even if the Duke has a mistress. Edhart thought his wife's words were bold and asked what he would gain from it. Reina said that in return she would give him the Northern Visconti mine. She realized that it was because of her wealth that she was still alive. The woman emphasized that she sincerely hopes that their meetings will become rare moments filled with special magic, because the less often they see each other, the more valuable these moments together will be. Edhart was amazed that Reina was going to give up her duties as Duchess. The woman suggested that he exclude all these formal meetings. Reina convincingly stated that Edhart would remain in his position anyway and would have no trouble doing what he always did. The Duke asked her if he needed to sign any documents. After a short conversation, he confidently signed all the papers she had prepared for him. The woman bowed gratefully to her husband. Edhart thought that something was wrong with Reina's health, so he told the butler Donovan to call a doctor. However, Reina convinced the Duke that she was fine. Donovan intervened, noting that it was for the sake of the heir in her womb, and therefore she should just agree. She silently agreed to let the maids take her to her room. On the way, Reina thought that perhaps this was not enough to look at Edhart dispassionately, but she would not repeat the past. Reina watched from the window, focusing on what was happening outside her estate. She could feel the joy unfolding in her heart. Everything was going exactly according to her plan. She did not expect Edhart to stay for another 2 weeks. Reina did not want to meet him, so she locked herself in her room. A maid came to see the Duchess on her orders. Reina wanted to go for a walk, so she needed clothes. She noticed that the seams were out of joint, but the maid did not consider it necessary to take this into account. Instead, the woman told the Duchess that she could not see well and therefore simply did not notice. And on top of that, she stunned Reina by saying that she had urgent business and had to leave. Reina went out into the yard and walked toward the greenhouse. She noticed that everything around her was new and that the greenhouse itself was so big that it was a perfect fit for the Heathbillion family. However, in the past, this place was not here. Reina overheard someone mentioning with admiration that the Heathbillions had put all their skill and effort into creating this amazing space. This confused the woman, and she turned around to see who else was there besides her. But she did not see anyone. Instead, she heard a suggestion to leave the greenhouse. In the room, the maid brought Reina fruit. Their appearance worried the Duchess, so she demanded an explanation from the butler. Donovan apologized and said that he had not kept an eye on the maid. Reina was outraged by this and said that the butler simply did not want to do so. The Duchess ordered Donovan to gather all the servants. As soon as this was done, Reina came to them with a statement that they were fired. Immediately, a dissatisfied noise spread through the hall. The servants argued that Reina had no such right because their master was the Duke and they had worked for him all their lives. Reina said they were wrong. She is now the mistress of the Heathbillion house. And the servants not only forgot about this fact, but also disturbed her peace of mind. A peasant who disobeys his master is not needed. That's why Reina ordered Donovan to expel everyone by tomorrow morning. The servants were outraged at both the Duchess and the butler. They all shouted with one voice that they could not leave here so easily. But an order is an order. Reina is the Grand Duchess of Heathbillion, and Donovan, as a butler, must fulfill all his master's orders, and now he is following her orders. The butler hopes that all the servants will comply and leave the palace immediately. Reina reminds Donovan that she doesn't trust him either, although the butler is saved by the fact that he is loyal to the Heathbillions. She noted that the new servants should be different from the previous ones. Donovan noticed a change in Reina. She used to be different, but now it was as if she had been replaced. It seemed strange to him that there was such order and discipline. Perhaps a new wind was blowing. Reina was in the greenhouse again, and eventually she made eye contact with the one who was speaking to her. It was a spirit. She was about to ignore it and walk away, but now she saw it. Undina was happy to meet Reina and offered her a deal. The woman was surprised that the spirit wanted her to become its shaman. Undina added that this is because there is a lot of spiritual energy in the Rhine. The other spirits hunt her, so it would be a shame for Undina if she had already met someone before. Reina cannot believe that she has actually met the spirit from the books. Shamans in the Empire can be counted on one hand, and she doesn't mind this alliance. Winda noticed that the woman was pregnant, and she was a little outraged by the situation. But she still left a mark on Reina's forehead with a kiss. This meant that a woman could use spirit magic without a contract. Although it was much more difficult than with a contract, it was safer for Al. Undina does this for Reina only because she is special, and now she has nothing to worry about. Reina thanked Undine for protecting Al. The spirit clarified that after the birth of the child, she would have to sign a contract. But this document was not to be associated with any other spirits. Reina was in her study doing some work. Donovan reported to his mistress that the new servants were silent and obedient, as promised. 2 weeks had passed, and they had already adapted. In the luxurious palace, the Duchess praised her butler for his diligence. She instructed him to teach the servants not to do any strange things to maintain order and elegance. Reina's business was interrupted by her personal maid, Yuzu, who said that the lady needed to rest. The Duchess was surprised that the time had passed so quickly. Several months had passed since Edhart left for the Empire. Reina took over all the internal affairs in his place. It was also for her and Al's sake, to secure their son's position in the future. Reina was thinking about how to win the lords over to her side when Donovan returned with bad and urgent news. The butler said that a fire had started in Tostra. Reina became alarmed, asking if the damage was serious. Her anxiety only grew as the situation looked critical. Donovan noted that it was difficult for the residents to extinguish the fire because of the strong winds. The Duchess announced her urgent departure to the scene of the tragedy. The butler was shocked by what he heard, because the lady was pregnant, and it could be dangerous. Reina assured the servant that everything was fine, and that knights should be sent to Toster immediately. The Duchess ordered Donovan to tell Sir Cedric to go to the tower and gather the wizards. If the wizards refuse, Cedric can act decisively. Reina also ordered an evacuation point to be organized in the banquet hall. Donovan wanted to object, but the Duchess questioned his loyalty. The butler humbly said that he would fulfill all the ladies' orders. They had sent a magical messenger, so he asked Reina not to strain or worry about the errand. The Duchess and her personal maid traveled by carriage to Toster. The town was on fire, smoke enveloping every corner. Reina realized that the situation was serious. There are many people in the city who rented housing, so the exact number of residents is unknown. However, there are about 10,000 houses, which means the damage is greater than expected. One of the men said that a group with magicians had been organized. The wind is too strong, so they plan to go around and put it out from the other side. Reina asked about the rescue operation. She was told that they were powerless against such fire, and all they could do was call the magicians, who could only pray to the gods. Baron Lanpazier suggested that this was the fate of the town, and the Duchess has already done enough for the people. Reina noted that she is not an idealist, but as a family member, she understands her responsibility. She was outraged by the fact that the lords who had watched the life of the Heath-Billion family wanted to leave it in history as a family that was incapable of anything. Baron objected, saying that they could do nothing because they did not have enough people to put out the fire. The situation is extremely difficult. Reina remembers that she has Undine, but she is worried that the spirit won't be able to do anything without the shaman, and if she signs a contract, it could harm Al. The Duchess said she was leaving with Sir Cedric and the Baron, but the men were outraged by this decision, because how could she help a pregnant woman and she did not have such strength? Reina was asked to think about the child, but she firmly refused, emphasizing that it was her personal choice and no one had the right to challenge it. Baron Lanpazier asked her what she planned to do, whether she would throw herself into the fire and pray. At this time, Reina called for Undine, who surprised everyone with her appearance. The Duchess said she would borrow strength from the spirits. She began to ask Undine for help, but the spirit hysterically declared that she could never do this. Reina said she wasn't asking to put out all the flames. Winda objected, saying that it was still impossible because the child would start to worry. The Duchess added that she was also doing it for Al. After all, people's lives are complicated, and those who hold high positions have to take responsibility for many things. And Reina wants to teach Al this, so she begs the spirit to help her. Undine was touched by the Duchess's words and silently agreed. The Duchess said that she would go closer to the epicenter of the adventure, and the rest of us should follow the instructions given. She asked for help from Count Rampenier and Lord Cedric. The men assumed that a shaman could not do much, even if the power of magicians was not enough. They believe only in their own useless abilities. But when they come to their senses, they start asking for pardons, and so they should take advantage of this opportunity. The locals whispered about whether this cursed Visconti would be able to extinguish the flames. The woman said that she was now their Duchess. However, they were not sure if they could trust her, but they realized that they shouldn't expect too much. They just had to see. Reina began to pray and ask Undine for help. Then a spirit appeared and amazed everyone present. It made them question the idea that Reina was really cursed. The road was cleared. However, the damage was greater than Reina could have imagined. She heard someone asking for help and realized that there were survivors among the fire. They opened the door of the building but saw nothing but smoke. They were about to leave when Undine said she heard someone breathing. The Duchess ran after the spirit because she noticed that someone was in the building. The men could not understand why Reina had returned to the smoky building. Undine started screaming that there was something downstairs. The Duchess ordered Sir Cedric to break the stove. The man looked at the Baron, but obeyed Reina's command. Cedric opened the slab and discovered that there was a way to the basement. Baron Lanpazier was very surprised by this discovery. He asked the Duchess to wait upstairs while he and Cedric went downstairs. Reina realized that unnecessary movements could harm her son. Undine noticed that Al wanted them to go down to the basement and seemed unhappy about something. The Duchess was surprised by this, but was determined to fulfill Al's wish. She asked the Count to move her there with the help of magic. Cedric said that this was reckless, as no one could predict the consequences. Reina confidently said that Undine was there and could be trusted. The Sir objected that this could not be done, so he suggested that the men go down first. The Count was angry with Cedric, but the man reminded him that they had to protect the lady, even though it would not be easy. Cedric turned to the Duchess and said that the Count would help her down. Although the Count did not like what he had to do, he did as he was asked. Reina felt grateful for the help. The Count's wind magic was amazing. Now there was no turning back. She had to move on, following the call of her heart. On the way, they noticed children who showed signs of severe dehydration, so they had to get them all out as soon as possible. Cedric assumed that one of the children had called them with magic when he caught a glimpse of the magical power. He pointed to the boy and made his guesses about him. Undine agreed, noting that the boy had great magical power, so baby Reina responded. The Duchess asked the spirit to give the child a drink, but Undine did not understand this at first, confused. The Count said that he needed to call a rescue team. He wanted to order Cedric to do it, but he immediately went to help. The Duchess said she would follow Cedric. Her initial goal was to get the other children drunk, but then someone started pulling on Reina's sleeve. The boy who had recently been rescued mumbled incomprehensible words about school, and Undine watched in bewilderment as he regained consciousness, trying to warn of the survivors. Reina asked about the location of the school. The boy began to draw a map on the remains of the ashes. The Duchess told the Baron to stay to help the children and the rest of the people to follow her. Reina got to the school and saw a terrible picture. There were still many people trapped there. She asked Undine if she could put out the fire. Duke expressed her concerns, saying that it would be difficult to do it on her own, but if they signed a contract, it would be possible. Reina noticed how people were banging on the windows while trapped in the fire. This motivated her to help, while hoping that her Al would hold out. Undine warned them that it was too dangerous and asked them to think twice about their decision. Reina is afraid of losing Al again, but she wants to save people. So the Duchess decisively stated that she wanted to sign a contract with the spirit. Undine did not like this, but she did not argue otherwise. Reina was enveloped by a refreshing energy. She felt like she was becoming part of nature, like she could do anything now. Undine objected, saying that Reina was just a human being, so she shouldn't overdo it. The Duchess assured her that she would be careful. The spirit offered to give her the right to extinguish the flames. At that moment, Undine's magic enveloped the burning building, and rain began to fall from the sky. The rescuers told people to come out one by one. Reina breathed a sigh of relief that they had managed to save everyone. She realized that magic could put out anything. The Duchess suddenly felt her strength leaving her. Before she lost consciousness, someone grabbed her. Reina was shocked to see Edhart, because he shouldn't be here. Edhart paced the room and could not find a place to sit. The maids took care of Reina and insisted that she push. Reina tried to follow all the instructions of the laboring women, and at the time thought that everything was repeating itself. Al was born 2 months early, just like the last time. She assumed that her son must be having as much trouble as she was. The maids joyfully announced that the baby had been born and began to enthusiastically congratulate the lady. One of the women held out her son, Rainy, noting that he looked healthy for a premature baby. Reina stretched out her arms to Al, asking him to hug her. In her past life, she hated everything that prevented her from touching her son. The Duchess recalled how Vichante's father accused their family's troubles were due to his daughter, how he did not allow Reina to show her face to him. That's why Reina was afraid that something was wrong with her. She wondered if she would be able to hold him this time. Edhart took his son from the maid's arms and put him on Reina. She was surprised by this act and at the same time afraid to touch Al. The Duke watched his wife's actions. He couldn't understand what was wrong with Reina, why she was acting so cautious, because it was her child. Reina could not hold back her tears of joy. She could finally hold Al. That's right, this is her son and she will protect him. Reina looked at Edhart and wondered why he was here with her. He asked his wife if she had thought of a name for her son. The Duchess said she liked the name Al. Edhart supported her by saying his son's full name, Al Lucianard Heathbillion. The Duke added that he liked the name and told everyone to take care of his son, because he was the heir to the Heathbillions. The servants began to congratulate Reina on the birth of her first child. Undina circled the baby and admired him. She felt his energy and happily said that she already loved him. Reina watched the spirit and thoughtfully asked if she liked Al. Undina confirmed, saying that the boy had amazing energy. The Duchess was happy, because if it was good for her son, she was happy. Undine added that with Al's energy, spirits like a pile of dirt, a crumb of fire, and even Grandpa Wind would want him. But Undina doesn't want to lose to any of them. At this time, she realized that Al liked her too. She asked the boy to sign a contract with her when he grew up, but not with any other spirits. Reina watched everything and thought that the main thing was that her son was happy. The maid taught Reina how to properly treat the child. The Duchess was happy to spend time with her son and cherish him. The Duchess was sitting in her study working when Donovan disturbed her with the news that Count Rompagnier had arrived. The Rhine was a little perturbed by his reappearance, but on the other hand, the Count's support is useful after the events of the past. Rompagnier opened the door and happily entered the office. The Count noted that they had not seen the Duchess for a long time. Reina objected, saying that they had seen each other the day before yesterday. She praised Rompagnier for the work he had done. Reina noticed that the Count came to her every day and behaved like this. This time, however, he came to introduce a guest to the Duchess. Reina remembered a boy she had saved from a fire. She invited him to come and meet her. The guest thanked her for saving him. The Duchess said that she shouldn't thank him because it was her duty. The Count noted that the boy had a high magical potential, so he took him as an apprentice. Rompagnier added that the boy expressed a great desire to thank the Duchess. Reina recalled that Al was interested in his magic. She patted the guest on the head and congratulated him. The boy fell at the Duchess's feet and introduced himself as Zion. He said that he could only use the magic of sound, but he wants to give his life for the lady who saved him. Zion begged Reina to allow him to serve the Duchess. The woman said she appreciated his sincerity. She wanted him to serve another person. Zion looked into the baby's cradle and realized what the Duchess meant. Reina asked if the boy could serve his child faithfully. When Al Lucianard Heathbillion grows up, he will open a new world for Zion. Zion stared at the baby in Reina's arms, fascinated. Sir Wishante sat at the table and reflected that his daughter had given birth to a son, his first grandchild. He added that this child was ruled by spirits, and he felt that a special gift should be given. But it had to be a gift that was worthy of the Duchess's status. Reina's brother could not stand it, and banged on the table. Lintes indignantly asked his father what he was up to under the pretext of a gift. He was tired of the elder Wishante constantly talking about curses and tormenting others. His sister Reina was only 7 years old at the time of the accident. The father interrupted his son, noting that although he had taught him one thing, if Lintes wants to make someone dance to his tune, the stick is much more effective than the carrot. Reina is also part of the Vicante family, as she has her father's blood in her. Vicante's father accused Lintes of obsessing over his sister, mentioning that he had seen very little of her. The boy, irritated, slammed the table. She was no longer Viscountess, but Hitbilian, so he asked his father not to interfere. Lintes looked out the window for a long time and thought. Then he went downstairs and got into the carriage. He took the pendant out of his pocket and declared decisively that he could only trust its owner. At that time, Reina and Undina were practicing magic in the greenhouse. The spirit was complaining about the Duchess, saying that she was made of wood. Reina made excuses that her body was not the same after giving birth. Undina said that was why they were stuck in the same place. If Reina wants the water to obey her, she must first get her body moving freely. So Undine told her to start exercising immediately. Reina asked anxiously if Al was moving as badly, but the spirit objected that the boy could not be. Undina began to admire Al again. She tried to teach him to say that Undina was the best, so that in the future the boy would sign a contract with her. The spirit rejoiced in its uniqueness, and then Al grabbed her by the hair. Undine began to scream for Reina to help her. The Duchess wondered why Al could touch Undine. The spirit was equally amazed because it was impossible. Reina was worried that something was wrong with Al. Undina said she couldn't answer because it was the first time she had seen anything like this. Grandpa Wind had lived the longest of all the spirits, so he might know. Undina asked Reina if she could try to call Grandpa Wind. To do this, she must shout Sylphid loudly from the bottom of her heart. Reina took a breath into her lungs and called out loudly to Sylphid. A moment later, the spirit appeared and recognized the person Undine was talking about. Sylphid clarified whether Reina had summoned him for the contract. The Duchess asked him to wait with the contract, because she had something else to ask first. Undina could not stay away because she was worried about the possibility that Al could touch the spirits. She flew over to the boy to show him what it really looks like. Sylphid was amazed to see it with his own eyes. He thought it was amazing that a person could touch spirits, something he had never experienced before. However, Grandpa Wind assured him that there was nothing to worry about because the child has a strong aura of nature. He also noted that Al is very sweet. This means that nature's energy is limitless, and because there is so much of it, Sylphid fears that nature will not be able to help Al. He is a child blessed by nature, just like his mother. Reina began to notice more and more often that Al was using his power. Sometimes he controls water, spilling tea. Sometimes he controls air, which makes objects move randomly. What alarmed the Duchess the most was that Al was controlling the fire. She expected all this, but she didn't think it could be so serious. The problem now is that her son cannot control his abilities, so she realizes that it's best to keep it a secret until Al can control them. In Solsha, the naming ceremony is held in front of the people to celebrate the fact that the child has lived for 50 days, and soon, Al's ceremony will take place. In the past, Reina had worried that her reputation would negatively affect her son, so she decided not to attend the ceremony. This decision was a big challenge for her. But in this life, Reina will be with Al in everything that she missed then. At the ceremony, the Duchess was worried that her son would reveal his abilities too soon. Edhart broke the dead silence between him and his wife. He remarked that Al looked like Reina. The woman was surprised that Edhart was suddenly acting like this. If it weren't for the ceremony, Reina wouldn't even be sitting next to Edhart. But now so many people are looking at her that she can't ignore the man. Reina objected, saying that her son looked more like Edhart. The man argued back, saying that the hair and eyes were indeed his, but the forehead and ears were definitely hers. The Duchess looked at her husband with suspicion. Edhart added that there would soon be a ruckus, but Reina and Al were safe, so he advised them to stay put in case of emergency. Edhart lifted his son from the cradle and held out his hand to his wife. She looked at him and held out her hand in return. The Duke said that he and Reina were ready for their child's new life to begin. The couple announced to those around them that their son's name would be Al Lucianard Heathbillion. The clergy blessed the boy so that his path of life would never run out of options. They wished Al that after a long life, when the time came to leave this world, he would not meet it alone. May the life of the child of the Dukes of Heathbillion be full of light, and that only wisdom and happiness await him. On behalf of Lumi, the priest must ask. Reina listened carefully to see if they would recognize the beginning of her and the Duke's child's life. She thought that the last ceremony had been held without her. Reina couldn't understand why she was so afraid then, and why she didn't show up for the ceremony. The thought made her clutch her dress. Edhart noticed that his wife was tense, so he decided to smooth things over by taking Reina's hand and being the first to acknowledge the beginning of Al's life. This brought Reina back to reality, which made her immediately reply that she also recognized it. The priest lifted Al up and announced the beginning of a new life. Reina reminded herself once again that her son was more important than anything. After the ceremony, a ball was held in the hall. Some of the attendees began to discuss the Duchess because they could not believe that this cursed woman had dared to show up. Reina thanked Edhart, which made him look at his wife suspiciously. She knew almost nothing about the ceremony or Al. But Reina was not there for her son, so naturally she could not know any of this. Suddenly, a noise disturbed the celebration. Edhart noted that something had started. This caused the audience to panic. Reina noticed that a woman was screaming and couldn't understand what was happening on a day like this. The Empress remembered the woman, Monica Ashboth. Reina would not let her take Al away from her anymore. She resolutely told herself that she would no longer tremble in fear like a child. Now the Rhine is completely different. If she avoids the problem now, it will happen again next time. Edhart noticed that his wife was disturbed, so he asked her if she was okay. Reina wondered why Edhart was trying to preach to her, since he was the one who had caused her to suffer. The Duchess told her husband that he did not know her at all. Edhart agreed, and also said that Reina did not know him either. The woman doesn't even want to answer her husband. She only thinks about Al and how to protect him. The reason for Monica Ashboth's screams was the dead birds on the balcony. Their position seems to symbolize the two families, the Heathbillions and the Wishens. It seemed ridiculous to the Duke to play this at Al's ceremony. The Count asked Edhart to find the offenders and punish them. The other men supported him, because such a prank could affect a young lady who had just started life. The Duke turned to the Marquess of Ashbot. She, in turn, called him by name. This sparked a discussion among the people around him. The guests remembered that the Marquess of Ashbot and Edhart had once been engaged. Therefore, it did not seem strange to them that Monica made a mistake in calling the Duke by name. This situation seems obvious, but it shocked Edhart. The Duke admonished Monica, noting that only the Emperor and his wife could call him by his first name. Monica assumed that Edhart was trying to shame her in front of everyone, but she did not let on and quickly apologized to the Duke. Edhart said that he forgave Monica only because of her father, the Marquess of Ashbot. He told the woman not to repeat this in the future and to tell him what she had seen. Monica stated that she felt dizzy and went out to the balcony, but the curtains were already torn open. She did not see the intruder because the birds were lying there. Then Edhart turned to his wife. While he was in town, he learned that she had been possessed by a spirit. So he asked Reina to help him figure out what had happened. The Count agreed with the Duke's words, because the spirit can help. Marquis Mather, the supreme judge, often did so. The man asked Reina if she could do it. The Duchess is thinking about it, because this is an opportunity to establish herself in the eyes of the aristocracy. She doesn't understand why Edhart is helping her with this, but she can't miss this chance. Reina said that she would try to do it, despite her little experience. She called Undine over to show her what had happened. The magic of the spirit filled the room, mesmerizing everyone present. But what surprised them most was that this crime was committed by a servant who was serving wine. Sir Cedric offered to catch the servant before he escaped. He found out that the criminal had not yet left the mansion, so they could still arrest him. Edhart thanked Rainey, noting that this would serve as a great example for Al in the future. At this point, Baron Horge interrupted the conversation. The Baron asked if he could believe what the Duke's wife had said. Edhart was outraged by these words, and he claimed that he had meant Horge. Reina noticed her husband's irritation. She assumed that Edhart was on bad terms with Baron Jorge. That's when Monica intervened, trying to stand up for the Duchess. The Marquise noted that the Baron's words offended the Duke's wife. To explain what she meant, she recalled the words of Count Rompagnier. The Count used to say that spiritual reconstruction was Marquis Meltio's favorite method. Over the years, the Marquis has solved many cases, and no one has questioned his justice. But Monica emphasized that, with God's help, the Marquis had dispelled all doubts. Edhart reacted violently to this, saying that once he had forgiven the Marquis, he could not understand how she had lost her fear. After all, Marquis Meltio had taken an oath of truth. According to Monica, Edhart assumed that she meant that the Heathbillians should also take this oath. Monica tried to explain that she just wanted to clear the air. After all, many people suspected Marquis Meltio of lying. The oath of truth in the temple of Sarsa, the god of death, involved telling only the truth until the end of your days, and if you broke it, you would die at that very moment. You can set limits on what lies are acceptable, but it's not so easy to overcome the fear of death. The Marquis Meltio was not afraid of death, so he swore to prove his truthfulness. Monica takes advantage of the situation and wants Reina to take the same oath. The Duchess asked her husband if she could add to it. Reina addressed the guests with the understanding that they were worried about her. She finds it disgusting when someone doubts the Duchess's words. Monica happily expressed her gratitude that the Duchess understood her intentions. Reina interrupted the Marquis, asking if there was a need for her to dispel all these doubts. Reina added that even if she was lying, only the Count, who was higher in status than her, could condemn them. But he said nothing. Whether the Duchess is telling the truth or not, it makes no sense. The guests were amazed by this arrogance, but at the same time they found it dignified. This is natural for the high aristocracy. Reina realized that she didn't need to justify herself to Monica either, so she told the Marquis to keep quiet next time. Even if Monica backs down this time, it's not over yet. In any case, Reina is determined not to tolerate their antics as before. Reina watched her husband. He seemed somehow suspicious, not the same as before. There was a sense of awkwardness about him. Undina tried to teach Al how to pronounce her name. She asked Reina to help her, but the Duchess was thinking about something and did not respond to what was happening. At this time, other spirits flew to the baby's cradle. They all began to argue with each other about whether the name was spoken by Al first. Reina admired the painting. She was glad that she had signed a contract with all these spirits because they behaved like children. Suddenly, Edhart came into the greenhouse. He put a hat on Reina's head, saying that the sun was too bright and that it would make her feel much better. The spirits were surprised. They did not see, let alone hear, the Duke come in. Reina thought that when someone tries to come in, there should be a noise. Edhart, without waiting for questions, decided to dispel all guesses. He is the one who created this greenhouse, so he knows all its weaknesses. Reina watched Edhart for a long time, deep in thought. It seemed to her that significant changes had taken place in the man, and this caused her strange feelings. Reina noticed that Edhart was staring at something for a long time. Then she finally realized that he was looking at his son, so she suggested that he call Al. The woman tried to smooth things over and encourage Edhart to spend some time with his son. She noted that when she called Al, he looked into her eyes as if he understood everything. Edhart cautiously approached the cradle and began to call his son. The boy responded happily to his father, which made Edhart feel uncomfortable. Reina thinks that maybe she is separating her husband and son too much, but if this is true, she has no idea what to do. Reina tried to calm her husband down, saying that he could touch Al because he was his son too. Even though Edhart was the one who made it all happen, Reina couldn't understand why she cared so much about him, and why Edhart looked so guilty. The spirits argued because they didn't like Edhart hanging around Al. This only made Reina laugh because no one else could hear their conversation. Edhart decided to tell Rainey that there was a problem with the mine in the north of Altenburg. There is a large amount of pure crystals there. If you translate it into money, it is approximately the budget of the empire for 3 years. Edhart asked if Reina now regretted giving the mines to him. The Duchess reminded him that it was still in her name. Edhart confirmed that legally the mine was still Rainey's, but in fact she had given it to him, and now there was a problem between the princes. The Hitbillians are supporters of the second prince, and the Vinoshtas are on the side of the first prince. The first prince began to interfere to prevent the second prince from getting the mine. Duke Winisht has not yet reacted to this situation, but for Edhart, being in all this is like adding fuel to the fire. With this in mind, Edhart plans to stay here for the time being and apologizes to Reina for not telling her earlier. The Duchess understands, but hopes that their paths will not cross. The Duke admitted that this would be problematic because the second prince was coming to Heathbillian. Reina noted that it was necessary to prepare for the meeting. Edhard added that he did not return, so the prince decided to come here himself. The Duke fears that this will cause inconvenience to his wife. The man hopes that Reyna will be able to put up with it for a while, even if she doesn't like it. After all, the prince will not stay long. Reyna ordered her maid to decorate the interior with red cloth and matching roses. She would choose the dress from what she had. The maid tried to convince the Duchess that most of her outfits were not suitable for such an occasion. His Highness the Prince might misunderstand, so a dress must be made. She added that more brightly colored jewelry could be added. But Reyna said that would not be possible. The maid was confused because she needed a new dress. The fashion designer and the maid praised Reyna's figure, noting that any outfit would suit her. They advised the Duchess to look at a mermaid skirt, which was very fashionable among aristocrats. The designer showed Reyna examples of her work so that she could choose what she liked. The Duchess's attention was immediately drawn to the bright red fabric. Donovan disturbed the Duchess with the news that the knights were arriving today. His Excellency had not yet returned, so Reyna had to report. The Duchess ordered everything to be prepared so that the guests could rest. Reyna asked why the Duke had left. Donovan replied that he did not know. The Duchess sent a butler to perform his duties. Undine intervened, saying that she knew Edhard's whereabouts. She said that the Duke was with Al. Undine and the other spirits tried to drive him away. Undine had no choice but to go to Reyna and tell her this information. Edhard pinches his son's cheeks, and Undine thinks it's a mockery. The spirit is outraged because she thinks Al wants to play with them. Reyna asked Undine to leave Edhard alone and go play with her friends. Undine was furious with Reyna. She asked the Duchess to send Edhard away, not her. The spirit said she would be offended if Reyna sent them back. Reyna ignored Undine's ultimatum. She wanted to give Edhard more time alone with his son because it was the least she could do. The second prince of Delphi, Lancet Altum Rochas Sorcier, arrived at the Hithbillion estate. He had heard that the people had become more friendly since the Duchess had taken over the internal affairs. Delphit remarked that Reyna was also good because she was even connected with spirits. Marquis Meltio is also interested in the Duchess's affairs. Reyna objected, saying that she was far from being a marquise. However, the prince said he was not exaggerating. After all, there are few people in the empire who can communicate with spirits. They can be counted on one hand. Delphite admired the Duke's wife and said that he was very lucky. Edhard did not like the way the prince praised the Rhine. The Duke reminded the prince that the ceremony would soon begin and offered to share his personal opinion later. Delphite speculated about Edhard's personality. He noted that the Duke was born of his second wife, so his manners were superior to other aristocrats. But he dared to pass him, the prince, offhandedly. To smooth the atmosphere, Delphite suggested that the Duke take care of business. He specified when he would hear from Edhard. The Duke stated that he had said many times that the Heathbillions would not intervene in this case. He confirmed that this was the result of his repeated reflections. Prince Delphite was not satisfied with Edhard's answer, so he apologized and left the office. Reyna noticed that the prince was offended because the Duke had been stubborn. The last thing Delphite tried to say was more about the Heathbillion family. Edhard said that Reyna looked tired and that she should be careful. The couple went to get ready for the holiday. The maids helped Rain and Al get ready. They were delighted with how well the baby and the Duke looked. In the corridor, Reyna ran into Edhard and noticed that he was wearing a tie the same color as her dress. She asked if the Duke had chosen it himself. Edhard did not look surprised, but assured her that it was an accident. Reyna is sure that the Duke would have known what a difference it made. Edhard took the baby from his wife's hands and said that it was time for the Duchess to fulfill her duties. She happily took his hand and agreed. The Heathbillions came out to meet the guests. They immediately sparked a flurry of discussion. One of the women had heard a lot of rumors, but she didn't expect it to be so serious. The lady thought that the couple must have a really hot relationship if they even picked the right colors. Someone suggested that it might be for the public. Edhard was holding Al in his arms. Reyna watched him again and noticed his new face, different from his usual one. She couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. The Duke, looking at Reyna with interest, asked her if she had ever danced at a banquet. She smiled sadly and replied that, unfortunately, she had never had the opportunity. In fact, when Reyna was a child, she avoided such places, and when she grew up, everyone avoided her. Edhard asked her if she knew how to dance. Reyna wondered why he was asking all these questions. So she decided not to wait and answer right away that she would refuse if Edhart asked her to dance. Edhart said that he did not want to ask Reina anything and would not do anything that she did not want. He promised. Reina noticed that the Duke had changed. He used to be cold and indifferent. She thought she had missed something. His tone, his eyes, it looks like he's in love. Reina asked him when he had such feelings. Then she took it back and asked him not to answer. She had been waiting for this for so long, but she didn't need it now. Definitely not now. Reina said that she would try to fulfill her role as a duchess, and that dancing with Edhart was just a political tool for her. Therefore, he should not want more from her. The Duke promised her again. He agreed that it was simply a necessity. All Reina has to do, in her opinion, is play the role of a duchess. If Edhart ever appears in front of her with an open heart, it will be another obstacle on her way to the goal she is stubbornly striving for. The Duke tenderly kissed Reina's hand and warmly added that he was honored to be her first partner on this unforgettable evening. The guests were amazed at how harmonious the couple looked together. Count Carlos, Heath Billion's vassal, realized why Rompagnier was holding on to the Duchess so tightly. He noticed how diligently Reina was fulfilling her duties and realized that it was time to support her in this endeavor. The prince had not yet received what he had come for, but he had found a worthy replacement. At this time, Reina was signing the last document and was informed that there was one problem. If grain imports drop with the onset of winter, the cost of grain is expected to rise. The Rhine could not understand why demand could not be met if they already had 5 trade unions. However, these 5 alliances could not cover the entire demand. Reina ordered to report this to the Duke, but she still finds it strange that the amount of grain is decreasing despite a good harvest. Undine still holds a grudge against Reina, even though she has apologized many times. The Duchess said she would apologize until the spirit was no longer angry with her. Undine was annoyed that she hadn't seen Al for a long time, and that was because Edhart spent most of his time with him. The Duke felt that something was wrong and asked what the spirits were talking about. Reina said that he would not like the answer. Edhart knew that the spirits were angry and he was sorry that he could not communicate with them at such times. But, in the Duke's opinion, Al will understand this when he grows up, because he is just like Reina. The Duchess asked Edhart if he had met with the interior ministers. The Duke heard about the situation and thought that someone was just trying to stop Reina. He ordered the nightly order to investigate and will soon get an answer. At night, Al cried bitterly, waking Reina. She felt anxious and realized that something was wrong with her son. She immediately started calling for help, hoping for quick intervention. The maid warned her that it was necessary to bring down the baby's temperature before the doctor arrived. Reina was in a panic. She didn't know what to do, so she called Undina. The Duchess began to beg the spirit to help because Al was very hot and crying non-stop. Undine told Reina to pull herself together and calm down. Reina tried to calmly explain that Al had a high fever and she didn't know how to bring it down. Undina said she would try to lower the temperature. Edhart was also concerned about his son's condition and wondered when the doctor would arrive. However, when he arrived, he could not explain exactly what was wrong with Al. After all, there were no other symptoms besides the fever. The doctor assumed that Al had a cold. He couldn't confirm this, so he couldn't prescribe any medication. The doctor advised him to focus on lowering his temperature and see if he feels better tomorrow. Reina hugged her son and begged for his fever to go down. She sincerely wished that he would never be sick or injured again. The Duchess is looking forward to seeing her son smile again tomorrow. 3 days of pain are behind him, and the high fever has finally receded. Faith in recovery has reappeared. Al cried and whined several times a day. Reina was in so much pain that she could do nothing to help him. Suddenly, the Duchess fainted. Reina was lying on the bed, and Edhart was trying to spoon-feed her. He asked her why she was acting as if everything was fine, when she should be taking care of herself. Edhart told his wife not to blame herself. He was so stupid that he didn't notice. After all, Reina had been calling out to the spirits for 3 days, so she couldn't be okay. The Duke tried to keep an eye on Reina with confidence, but the only thing he could do was share a bed with her while she slept, watching her calm breathing in the darkness of the night. Reina decided to change the subject. She asked her husband how Al was doing and if he was hungry. Edhart told her not to worry, because the maid had already fed his son. He emphasized that his wife should take more care of her own health because she should not faint every time Al gets sick. This is important for their joint support. Reina liked the man's attention because no one was worried about her. She grabbed the spoon from his hand and started eating. It tasted just as good as it had when she was pregnant. The Duchess asked Edhart if there was any progress with the grain business. The man found a contractor, but it was difficult to find a real customer for him. Reina assumed that this could not be an ordinary person if he was able to influence all the suppliers. She asked her husband if they could adjust the quantity. Edhart replied that he was not sure. All he could do was to go to His Highness and make a deal with him. He offered to go to Jito and Rainey with Al. The Duchess asked why Edhart wanted her to leave, since Jito is his territory. Jito is the busiest and most beautiful city on the continent. Even though Reina is the Duke's daughter, she has never been there, and she would be lying if she said she didn't want to. Reina has never seen this city and hasn't tried much of it. She wants Al to learn about the world he will grow up in. His wife asked Edhart why he decided to take Al with him. He thought for a moment and explained that he wanted to take him to the temple. Fortunately, Al is feeling better. The doctor found nothing strange about his temperature, but he advised to visit the Temple of Life just in case. Reina assumed that her son's body was tense because of the power of the spirits. Before going to Jito, Reina and Edhart tried to solve the problem of imports in their land. They succeeded thanks to the hard work of their husband. Undina pointed out that it would be faster to get to the city through the portal. But Reina disagreed because she didn't want to stress her son. The woman held Al in her arms and showed him the sea. The spirit offered to show Reina everything that was underwater, and she would begin to raise the whole sea. The Duchess agreed, as long as the boat did not sink. Edhart came out to the noise. Reina calmed him down, saying that Undina was showing them the sea, but she did not expect it to be so large. Edhart enthusiastically declared that he would never see such a picture in his entire life. He felt bad that Al wouldn't remember it. Reina said that she would show him again so that her son would grow up to be a man who could do it again. Reina wants to help her son grow up to be someone so powerful. She says it so confidently, but she's actually afraid of it, afraid that she won't be a good mother. Edhart said that as soon as they arrived in Jito, they would meet with His Highness. He told Reina that no matter what the king said, she shouldn't try to listen to every word. His Highness likes to manipulate people. Edhart said that they should not show the king their son, as this could have undesirable consequences. The Duke is worried that his wife might run into the nobles. However, Reina is convinced that she has become strong and brave and no longer feels afraid of them. She thought that Edhart's eyes resembled corals in a dark sea. They used to glow gloomily, but now she wondered if a coral could shine so brightly at sunset. In his past life, the adult Al blamed Edhart for his mother's death. He suffered from deep feelings while his father continued to live as if nothing had happened. 15 years have passed since Reina's death. Al became a very skilled magician, but eventually went mad. Edhart was locked in the same room as his late wife. Reina and her son are seized with madness. Al left his enemies and fled his country. Edhart accepted the fact that it was all his fault. The man realized that his son was watching his mother's life. With the help of the power of the spirits, Reina was reborn in a gloomy place. He reflected on the life his wife had lived. Edhart was a thorn in his half-brother's side. There was an actual celebration of Lintus's promotion when his brother humiliated Edhart in front of the Wishante family, saying he had no manners. It is the greatest evil to address a family with strong political beliefs, revealing all the shame of your family to them. Edhart was tired of it, and so he decided to leave the party. He entered the abandoned greenhouse and saw Reina for the first time. Judging by her appearance, he immediately realized that she was Mrs. Wishante. Because of the rumors about her curse, she looked gloomy. Then he told her something he had never told her before, to live her life. Later, the Duke of Wishon tried to force Edhart to marry his daughter. Mr. Wishante tried to bribe Edhart with a promotion, but he also put forward his own restrictions. The boy must never love Reina. On the contrary, she must be single. Edhart refused, finding the offer strange. The emptiness and hatred in Mr. Wishante's eyes reminded him of his mother's death. Duke Winost helped the first prince, which only increased the death toll. Edhart had expected something like this, but he hadn't realized it would be so brazen, so he had no choice. Edhart and Reina's wedding did take place, but the girl didn't look happy. She looked even more gloomy. Edhard did not understand why, but he did not want to see his wife. When he became a duke, his work became his excuse. Later, Reyna became pregnant, and Edhard was afraid of becoming a father. He was worried that he would not raise his son well. Edhard hoped that seeing his son would change everything and that he would succeed. But he was wrong. The man watched Reyna and could not understand why she endured all the time. Edhard blamed himself for Reyna's death. He should have taken care of her, but he couldn't. And Viscount's guilt is also just an excuse. When Reyna became pregnant, Duke Visconti kept Edhard away from his wife because of the curse. He was convinced that his daughter should be kept under lock and key. Edhard arrived only 2 months before the birth. Visconti also put his ex-fiancée in Edhard's life to torment his own daughter. But the man did not expect that Reyna would be the first to want to meet Monica. Edhard knew that Miss Ashbot might say something to his wife that would only hurt her. So, after the meeting, he yelled at Reyna that she was out of her mind. But Reyna did it only out of curiosity, and in any case, she took Monica's place. Edhard realized that it was all his fault. He had made his wife unhappy. When Edhard returned home, he discovered that his wife was in preterm labor. He felt cold inside at the thought of something happening to Reyna and the baby. The Duke regretted that he had to divorce his wife from Al, but his son was already very attached to that woman. He followed Reyna to see her last moments. But the woman didn't sleep or eat properly. She just kept looking at the wall. And Edhard wanted to know what was on the other side of the wall. At some point, he realized that Reyna was constantly looking at Al behind that wall. Edhard wished he hadn't pretended not to know Reyna in the greenhouse. If he had not said a word to her then, Reyna would not have suffered with Al. But it was too late. If Edhard had one more chance, he would have asked for forgiveness. And at one point, Edhard returned when Reyna felt most alone. He didn't know if it was a gift from the gods or a punishment, but the Duke decided to accept his fate. This time, Edhard decided to study childcare theory to become a good father. He ordered the commander of the Order of Agraxia, Hilda Ergel, to send his Shahart as a bodyguard for his wife. The Duke did not want anything to happen to Reyna. Even if it was all a dream, he wanted to meet his wife to talk and apologize. However, as he changed, so did she. After Reyna suggested that they make a pact to see each other less, Edhard assumed that his wife remembered everything too, and he didn't know what to do about it. Edhard planned to equip the greenhouse again. To do this, he asked the commander of the order to bring perfume stones, with which he would fill it with the power of nature. He also planned to put up alarms and border magic so that it would help Al in the future. That's all Edhard can do, though. The Duke recalled how in the past, Al had wished him to feel everything he felt, and the more Edhard thinks about it, the more memories come back. Edhard realized that Reyna and her son would not forgive him so easily, but he was ready to do everything possible to ensure that his wife survived, despite the difficulties. Visconti would not give up his plan to make his daughter suffer. He insisted that Edhard leave her alone, because the Rhine is cursed and everything will end if blood is shed. Edhard informed Wishen that his daughter had become Heathbillion, hoping that the Duke would no longer interfere in their relationship and leave them alone. Helping Duke Visconti with his inheritance is a double-edged sword. His blind hatred prevented him from realizing that this could lead to unpredictable consequences. Edhard was indifferent to Reyna, and this was probably the root of his failure in trying to save her. She was always sacrificing herself, and he stood by, unaware of the tragedy. Reyna liked the greenhouse, so she spent most of her time there, but this worried Edhard because it was hot and he was worried that his wife would faint again. Edhard was amazed that Reyna allowed him to get close to his son, despite the fact that he had caused their separation earlier. This moment filled him with new emotions and hopes. At the celebration of the second prince's arrival, Edhard extended his hand to Reyni. He hoped that this gesture would bring them closer together. And when the Duchess asked if her husband loved her, she stumped him. The Duke thought that perhaps he did. It hurt him to hear that Reyna only wanted to play the role of Duchess and nothing more. It was only on the boat that Edhard realized he loved Reyna. Suddenly, Reyna's father appeared, which shocked her. She is a full-fledged member of the Duchy of Heathbillion, and Reyna can hold her head high if only for Al's sake. Mr. Visconti noticed that his daughter was doing well and that the heir looked a bit like a duchess. Edhard interjected, saying that he did not expect Visconti to come all this way just to meet them. The gentleman replied that he had to do it. Edhart hugged Reyna and took her away from her father. On the way, the man thanked Wishon for meeting him. Reyna asked her husband if he was worried about Al, but Edhart replied that there was no need, because Undine and the knights were with him. The Duchess said that she believed in him as their son's father. The woman was amazed to see the palace of His Highness the Emperor. It was so bright that it even blinded her eyes. Rainey felt sick because of the palace's magical barrier. Edhart advised her to take a deep breath, and indeed, it greatly eased her condition, restoring her strength in a difficult moment. You can think of the palace as one big magic barrier, and anyone with magic will have a hard time breathing, because it holds the magic so that it cannot be used. However, Reyna always has a connection to Undine and thinks she can summon another spirit, even if the palace is so strict with magic. His Highness wanted to meet with Reyna alone, but Edhart said that his wife was not feeling well and therefore asked for a joint meeting. But this was His Highness's order, so Reyna was willing to accept this condition. The Emperor was always bored. He was born smart and always got everything he wanted. The Emperor is constantly searching for the meaning of life, arranging for his children to fight with each other for the throne. His ambitions shift the values of the family, turning his relatives into rivals. In order to enjoy this fascinating spectacle longer and increase the tension, the Emperor decided to escalate the relationship between Reyna Visconti and the first prince. From the moment Reyna married the Duke of Heathbillion, the Emperor thought she was just a useless pawn. But since she can summon spirits, that's a different story. The Emperor watched Reyna and hoped that she would not disappoint him. He asked her what she was thinking about from the moment she was born as the daughter of a duke to becoming a duchess. Reyna smilingly replied that being the daughter of a duke and duchess was a real blessing. This thought simply made the Emperor laugh, who could not believe such naivety. His Highness asked why Reyna had married Heathbillion, as he had planned to marry his eldest son Tarquin to her. He emphasized that Tarquin was still single. Reyna apologized, but she wondered why the Emperor had brought up the subject. He reminded her that her ability to summon spirits made his efforts to maintain balance null and void. His Highness offered the Duchess the title and would allow Al to succeed him. The title of Countess should be enough. The Emperor also added that he could even guarantee the title of Marquess. And all this is to restore balance to the scales. In return, Reyna will have the opportunity to become Empress. Reyna realized that this could be a test of the Emperor. If she chose the title, she would be able to raise Al on her own. It was for his sake that she had not yet divorced Edhart. But the Duchess doubted the Emperor's words, because no woman in history had ever been granted a noble title. His Highness suggested that Reyna's doubts were because of Edhart. He emphasized that emotions are temporary, and so is love. But it would be much easier for the Duchess if it were love, but it wasn't. Meanwhile, Edhart was cautiously watching Reyna's long conversation with the Emperor. Suddenly, the firstborn son of Tarquin approached him, ready to express his opinion once again. He learned that Reyna had arrived at the palace. She is the only duchess in the empire, so such interest in her person is obvious. Later, Reyna approached the men. Edhart introduced his wife to the prince. Reyna noticed that Tarquin was very similar to the Emperor. The prince expressed a desire to get to know the Duchess better. This insolence angered Edhart. He emphasized with undisguised indignation that his wife was busy with the important matters of her estate and could not pay attention to these trifles. Al developed a fever again, but Undina was always with the baby and tried to reduce the temperature. At the same time, Reyna was feeling sick and turned pale. The Duchess told her husband that the Emperor had offered her a title, but she refused. If she had accepted, His Highness would have used her and then discarded her as a pawn. And knowing this, she would still risk her life to get Al the title. And then Reyna would have become a tempting prey. The risk is too great. Al would only get hurt. Although Edhart doesn't know his wife's thoughts, he has no doubt about her honesty. If Reyna is going to stay as Heathbillion, it will be for one reason only. The couple returned to the estate where Undina was waiting for them. The spirit noticed that Reyna's energy had weakened, and she began to worry. The looks of the local servants did not look friendly, and Reyna was worried that history would not repeat itself. She took Edhart's hand to clearly show her high position as a duchess. The head butler, Jeremy, greeted the couple and said he was glad to meet them. However, Reyna did not show the same courtesy, as she was only thinking about Al. The palace looked much more luxurious than the Duchess could have imagined, but the previous empress had liked such things. Reina finally reached her son. Undina asked him not to worry, as the temperature had already dropped. The Duchess noticed that her son's room was filled with many toys, and they weren't even planning to stay for long. Reina was so touched by the fact that Eddard had done so much for Al that she even started to cry. The man handed her a personalized handkerchief to wipe away her tears. The Duchess said that the crib needed to be removed because Al had started to spin and the crib was dangerous for him. Eddard replied that he would take the suggestion into account. Reina sincerely thanked her husband for preparing everything they needed for their son. Eddard smiled and replied that it was his duty as a father. It was different when Eddard was born. The room was cold and half empty. Eddard's mother had to sign a contract. A vassal of the Duchy of Heathbillion demanded that he give him an heir. The woman came to the estate as a second wife to give birth to a child instead of the Duchess, who was probably infertile. The wedding was without a drop of emotion. The girl's father hoped that the Duke would like her, but the Duke and Duchess got along very well. The father insisted that his daughter get pregnant by the Duke. Since she had only been in a relationship with him for the past week, the daughter asked her father to be patient a little longer. But the father was only irritated and reminded her that the girl's chance to please His Highness was gone. He ordered his daughter not to return unless she became pregnant. But to the girl's relief, she did manage to get pregnant. But like the Duchess, it was a surprise and a joy for everyone. However, the new wife was worried about what would happen to her and her child after that. She became pregnant a month later than the Duchess, and, as expected, she became a thorn in everyone's side. Many wanted the woman to have an abortion so that the position of the second heir would not be threatened. But the Duchess's child could have been a girl, so it was decided to let the child live. The woman hoped that her baby would be a girl, so that nothing would threaten her life. And perhaps the Duchess and Duke would accept her. The woman wanted her unborn child to grow up without any problems. She hoped that her life would be filled with love and happiness. But unfortunately, both wives had sons. Eddard's brother never appreciated him, treating him with contempt. He categorically forbade me to recognize him as a brother, because he considered it disgusting and humiliating for himself. After the Duchess's son was born, Eddard was a nuisance to everyone from birth. He ate poisoned food and survived several contract killings. He is a child without ambition and support. Eddard's mother convinced the Duchess that he did not seek to take the place of heir. She begged for her son's peace. However, the Duchess noted that it didn't matter that the boy had no ambition. Society would not let him live the way he wanted, just like the woman who was forced to come to the estate to live up to expectations. People like the Duchess who have no choice but to tolerate the presence of the Duke's new wife in their home. Until the source of her problems disappears, she will not stop. Eddard's mother is just a baron's daughter who was sold to the Duke, and the pregnancy, and everything she had to endure on this estate. All of this was against her will. A few years later, as Eddard grew older, he noticed that his mother was looking bad. Then it became clear that she had accidentally drunk poison. He called a doctor in the hope of saving her. Before she died, her mother wished Eddard that her son would live freely and independently, not under anyone's control, as she had. This was her deepest desire for her son's future. Reina tried to figure out the machinations of the headmaid, Rosanna Martin. The income and expense book was not very impressive. A lot of money was written out. The maid tried to justify herself by saying that all the money had been transferred to the Blackjack Group. She assured the Duchess that it was all a misunderstanding. Reina noticed that the office resembled a gallery. Finding the contract, she learned that for its early termination, 1 billion gold pieces must be paid as compensation. The Duchess remarked that this was an absurd point and wondered if Eddard knew about it. The woman also found a box with an engagement ring, which was engraved. At that moment, Undine joined Reina. The spirit told the Duchess to keep the ring, as the wind said it was very valuable. Reina called Sylphid to find out more about the jewel. The spirit told her about an ancient contract. After the contract is signed, a person can call the spirit and this ring is the contract. Without concluding a contract, simply by using an intermediary, the user can use a special power, and this ring is the contract, and only the true owner can verify it. Sylphid suggested that Reyna take the ring because it was valuable. It can't do any harm, but rather protect. Sylphid added that they didn't know who they could choose. Reyna was thinking about the ring's possibilities, while the spirits were arguing with each other. The Duchess thought that the ring chooses its owner. She wanted to give it to Al. Reyna put the ring on her son's finger, hoping for a miraculous fate. When she wanted to take him back, she could not. And then she realized that it had chosen her son. Reyna asked the ring to protect Al so that her precious son would not experience any difficulties. Edhart told his wife that she was invited to the tea party by the Empress herself, but if Reyna does not want to go, she can decline the invitation. But the man assured her that it was not a big deal for the first time. He asked his wife what she wanted to say, but Reyna said that this was not a convenient place and suggested that they talk in the office. Edhart reached out to Reyna, believing that his wife was not yet quite accustomed to the new estate. He wanted to support her in this adaptation and make her feel more at home. Reyna asked the man if he knew about the contract signed by the previous Duchess. This contract provided for supplies with the Blackjack Group. Edhart said he knew nothing about it, as his uncle usually left the estate's affairs to the butler. Reyna handed the contract to her husband, saying that she was unlikely to be able to solve it. The Duke replied that it was hardly a contract, and Reyna asked if it was possible to break it. Edhart said that in that case he would need to meet with Marquis Matteo. Reyna remembered that this was the Marquis who had sworn an oath of truth. The man offered to meet him as a married couple. The Duchess agreed, and before leaving, said that she did not need to be escorted. But Edhart noted that she might get lost, thus offering his help. But Reyna was sure that she could manage on her own because she had memorized the way. Herzog added that if Reyna needed to prepare something special for the tea party, she could spend as much money as she saw fit. After all, Edhart wants everyone to know that everything under the name Heathbillion belongs to Reyna. She smiled to show her appreciation. The gathering of noble ladies scared the Duchess a little. After all, if she met with those who had abused her in the past, would she be able to behave as if nothing had happened? Reyna's room was filled with jewelry and luxurious things. Edhart, not knowing his wife's preferences, decided to send her everything. The Duchess noticed that the servants had become much more polite, perhaps thanks to the Duke, although Reyna hates to rely on Edhart, but the gentlemen at the tea party will be even more hostile. The maid admired the Duchess's appearance. She was sure that Reyna would outshine all the other ladies at the party, but she had doubts about the veil that her mistress wanted to wear. Reyna breathed a sigh of relief that she could leave Al for Undine. The Duchess will be accompanied by the Order's commander for the evening, as Edhart has too much to do. Hilda asked the Duchess if she knew the news that her husband had read all the books available on parenting. Reyna was stunned. The commander admitted that they were surprised by the Duke's request to find such books. At the tea party, the ladies of honor resented having to accept the cursed Visconti as Duchess. They sympathized with Duke Heathbillion and looked forward to finally seeing his wife. They hoped that Reyna would come out in a black dress again. The gentry did not know that the cursed Visconti communicated with spirits. Even after His Highness's confession, others did not believe it. One of the women had heard that the Marquis of Ashboth had witnessed a spirit summoning. Unfortunately, she would not be attending the event, as the Empress had invited only married women. Reyna joined the tea party, although she was late. As always, the distinguished ladies warmly welcomed her, creating a friendly atmosphere for socializing and entertainment. The Duchess instantly thought of her mother. It occurred to her that if she had lived, Reyna would have become as graceful as these wonderful ladies next to her. Later, Empress Katia de Courchevel-Solser joined the party. She noticed an unfamiliar face among the guests and immediately assumed that it was the Duchess of Heathbillion. The Empress asked Reyna how she thought of the tea party venue, as much of it was designed by her. The Duchess replied that she had never seen such beauty before. Reyna thanked Katia de Courchevel for her attention. The Empress noted that today she had finally seen that Duke Heathbillion was an ordinary man who appreciated beauty. The Duchess replied that it was not because of her that the Empress thought so, because the Duke had rejected the proposal of the most beautiful girl in the Empire, Manhwa Salser. But, in any case, Reyna can summon spirits. And the Duchess finally realized what the Empress wanted from her, and therefore noted that this was a rather weak ability. Katia de Courchevel argued that being the one who summons spirits is important. Marquise Mateo, who has the same ability, was also at the event. The Empress hoped that she and Reina could communicate. She also noted that the tea party brought together ladies from different factions, but they were all here to meet Reina, so she advised the Duchess to memorize their faces. Later, the Empress got up from the table and said goodbye to the guests, noting that she had done what she had come for. She asked the women to give Reina advice about the local secular society. Since it was the Duchess's first debut, she might not have known much. Reina tried not to let it show that it bothered her. She said goodbye to the Empress and thanked her again for her attention. Before she left, the Empress said that next time she and Reina should talk privately. After Her Highness left, many people also left the room. 3 ladies from the first Crown Prince's faction sat at one table, and 2 from the second Prince's faction, the Marquise of Beldes and the Countess Milord, at another. Reina thought about whether to speak to them. The ladies of the first Prince's faction gossiped among themselves about Reina. They mocked that the Duchess did not even make a proper debut. Even the Baron's ordinary daughter made her debut. They expressed the opinion that His Excellency the Duke of Visciante had exaggerated a bit by not allowing his only daughter to make her debut at the ball. The women looked at Reina and giggled. They suggested changing the subject, as the Duchess might be uncomfortable and they should show her respect. Reina decided to defend herself and answer the impudent ladies. She was unable to make her debut, but she has nothing to be ashamed of because she is the daughter of Visconti. Her mother is the daughter of Grand Duke Rotwall, and her father is the lord of the Visconti estate. Her husband is Duke Hithbilian. Reina asked the women what she should be ashamed of. The Duchess added that there is no such law in the Empire or any other country, making aristocrats those who make their debut on the day of adulthood. If Reina has anything to be ashamed of, it is the fact that she did not earn her status through her own efforts. However, just like those ladies, the women of the first Prince's faction were so puzzled by Reina's words that they decided to leave the tea party. Reina regrets the days she has lived, but at least now she doesn't have to be afraid of people like those aristocrats. Hilda met the Duchess and asked how the tea party went. The Duchess knew that if she told the commander, she would report everything to Edhart. Hilda replied that, although it sounded disrespectful, it amused her to see her master embarrassed. Al was playing with Undine when Reina suddenly returned. The Duchess thought her son said Mom, but Undine is convinced that she was just imagining things. But she had definitely heard the word. Reina immediately wondered if Al had grown up in a good environment. Wasn't Edhart just as cold to his son? The Duchess noticed a letter inviting her to dinner at the estate from the Marquise of Meltio. This time, Reina wanted Edhart to accompany her. The Duke came to visit his wife. He was worried about her eating because she always looked pale. Reina asked if he had come to persuade her to eat. However, in fact, Edhart came to inform him that the church was refusing to allow the Duke to visit for the first time. He does not know the reason, so he ordered to find out what is going on. The temple has always asked to come to them, but now they refuse because of Al. Edhart has a bad feeling about this. It may even have something to do with Al's abilities. If this is not a coincidence, perhaps Lumiere knows something. So Edhart was determined to keep an eye on things to see what was really going on. The Duke asked his wife about her impressions of the tea party. She replied with doubt that the Empress must be a very difficult person. Reina had her doubts as she watched her husband and pondered. The Duchess noticed that Al looked very much like Edhart. He had such golden hair and such facial features. She wondered if her son would be like his father when he grew up. Edhart noticed that Reina did not answer his question. She explained that she was just thinking and apologized if it made him feel uncomfortable. The Duke objected, saying that he was simply embarrassed. Reina added that the Marquise Meltio had invited him to dinner. She wanted to sort out the problem they were facing. Reina could not allow the funds to be spent in such a brazen manner. Edhart agreed and assured her that he would find the time. In the meantime, he would look after Al while his wife ate. The Duchess said that she would ask for light snacks to be brought to her, and that they would talk about tea. Marquis Meltio thanked us for the visit, as he had wanted to meet the Duchess for a long time. After all, spirit summoners are a rare phenomenon. And Reina so skillfully demonstrated her abilities at the event in honor of Al. When the Marquis heard about the incident, he became very curious. He offered to talk about the blackjack group. Marquis Meltio always follows the affairs of high aristocratic circles. Edhart said that it was not for nothing that the Marquis was the Minister of Justice, and therefore it would be easier to talk. There was a thief in his house, and he would like to sort it out. Since this is a legally binding contract, the situation is quite complicated. The Marquis noted that the other side is probably taking various measures as well. Edhart asked to revise the contract. The Marquis noted that these were not entirely fair terms, but there were no legal shortcomings, so it would be difficult to win the case in court. The Duke asked if there were any other ways. The Marquis could not give a simple answer, as he had taken an oath of truth and could not lie. The couple feared that there was really nothing they could do. Reina asked if it was possible for the other party to terminate the contract. Marquis Meltio said it was possible if they agreed, but Monica is unlikely to make concessions. The Duchess realized that they needed to find a way to force the Marquises of Ashboth to be the first to terminate the contract. It's time to act, because the situation calls for decisive steps. Marquis Meltio had heard that Reina had made a contract with a water spirit and asked to see it, but the Duchess wanted to see the spirit of the Marquis first. Then the man called his son, and Reina was very surprised. This was not how she had imagined Noom. He made Undina look like a small child. Marquis Meltio noted that spirits tend to take on the appearance chosen by the summoner. In their case, he appears in the form of a deceased son. Their appearance is different, but their height and age are about the same. During a call, the state of mind of the person making the call affects the formation process. To a certain extent, the spirit reflects the soul of the summoner. That's why Undine looks like a child, because Reina was thinking of Al. Edhart noticed that his wife was thinking, and he hugged her to make her feel better. The Duchess noted that the issue of blackjack should be resolved as soon as possible. Edhart suggested using crystals from the northern mine owned by Rainey. The Duke aims to regulate the turnover. If the blackjack group does not have the right to distribute the crystals, they will have a hard time. The crystals serve as lighting at night. They also maintain the water level in the reservoir and ensure good relations with the surrounding areas, so in general they are very useful minerals. If you limit the turnover, the funds coming into blackjack will decrease, and without money, their power will decrease. If the Heathbillions don't sell crystals to their allies, they will be under pressure. Given the fact that they have recently started stockpiling crystals, the situation is quite alarming. Eventually, a civil war will come. The clans have begun to gather soldiers, and it looks like they won't be long. The First Continental War before the return. The two princes of the Salzer Empire fought a civil war for imperial power, and at this time the Langini attack took place. After the armistice agreement offered by Langini, everyone thought that the war was over. But the Langini took advantage of this to start the Second Continental War. As a result, the Salsur was defeated. Edhart was simply pushed onto the battlefield despite the victory of the second prince. Leaving the ducal estate, Edhart was forced to go to the battlefield. But this time it will be different. He will never leave the Rhine and Al will become like Langina. Even though the war would not end so quickly, at least Edhart would be able to correct his mistake. And before the war broke out, Reina offered to stock up on provisions. There will probably be a shortage of food in the winter, and the granary needs to be enlarged to begin with. Edhart was actually negotiating with the Magic Tower for crystals. If the Heathbillions remain neutral in politics, the Magic Tower will still not refuse a favorable deal. Reina checked on the condition of her armor and protective equipment. Edhart noted that there is a shortage of blacksmiths, so he is recruiting people. He added that they don't know how long the war will last, so they will probably need a lot of iron ore. Reina announced the possibility of mining ore, having one effective method that she will reveal later. She also seeks to establish a Heathbillion trade union to distribute the crystals. The Duchess believed that such a union would be easy to manage. Edhart then offered her to head it. She reasoned that this would mean a complete transfer of financial management of Heathbillion into her hands. In fact, Edhart wanted Reina to be close to him so that she could get to know him better. But Reina thought differently, that if she was eventually left alone, this experience would be useful to her. Reina asked Undine if she could find the location of the ore because she thought she could. Undine confirmed that she certainly could, because the Duchess had made a contract with all the spirits. The Duchess can sense the natural elements, so nothing is impossible. But it's not as simple as that. Once Reina breaks the laws of nature, it will be a waste, even if she finds ore. Undine emphasized that Reina, as a spirit summoner, should have known about this. The Duchess justified herself by saying that she had become one suddenly and did not know much, but planned to learn more about it. When Reina made the deal with Ondina, she felt as if she could control the water. It was an intervention in nature. The great nature is their roots, and their mother, that is, themselves. A duchess must treat the laws of great nature with caution. The laws of nature are harmony and flow. If Reina breaks the laws while searching for ore, nature will prevent her from finding it. The spirits themselves cannot break the law, so if they do know something, they cannot tell Reina. In short, the great nature controls everything. The Duchess went to the library to look for books about spirits. In one of them, she learned that one person can enter into a contract with one kind of spirit, and it depends on personal abilities. Everyone is born with one of the 4 elements. That is, people can contract with those spirits that contain the same elements as a person. The book argues that it is impossible to conclude contracts between beings with different elements. The author advises against even trying to think about it. This information confused Reina because she had already contracted the spirits of all 4 elements. However, the book went on to say that this was very rare. There can be 2 such cases: one who has received the blessing of the great nature, or the one who has violated the laws of the great nature. As for the laws, this can be verified by a procedure worth 9.9 billion. Reina was surprised by this, but later the situation became a little clearer. After all, the author of the book was Eidos Langini, the first emperor. But he lived several centuries ago, so she assumed it was a pseudonym. The Duchess believed that she could communicate with spirits, but she was afraid that she was still violating the laws of nature. So she wanted to make sure by learning information from another book. It was the same there. If a person has entered into a contract with more than one spirit, then it is necessary to check whether he or she has violated the laws of nature. And the method is very simple. If a person cannot cultivate the spirit, then he has broken the law. If a person thinks about breaking the law, it is better to leave such thoughts behind. The book contained an important reminder that the great outdoors is full of love, but it can also be ruthless. And then there were blank pages. Reina realized that it was better to hide the fact that she had signed a contract with different spirits. If she told, it would not be good for her or Al. The Duchess did not know what to do if she did go against the laws of nature, and it could harm Al. Reina decided to go to the Temple of Luma as soon as possible. Reina was sitting in her office, going through documents. She realized that there was a problem when she noticed that the demand for crystals was higher than she thought. Families close to the Heathbillions use enough crystals. However, in terms of volume, exports are as large as those of the Rotwall family, which is related to it on the maternal side. After only 2 weeks, they managed to exceed the average sales level, but Reina was shocked that things did not turn out well. Her expectations were completely different. The Magic Tower sent a request for additional crystals. After all, last time they came in handy, and this time they need more for their experiments. Despite the fact that the tower has helped Reina, they are unable to provide an unlimited supply of crystals. It is unprofitable for them to increase their supply for a long time. So the Duchess decided to politely refuse the Magic Tower. There was also a letter from the Ashbottom family, which amused Reina greatly. They no longer supply crystals to them or to families close to Blackjack. Because of the crystals, many broke off all trade relations with the Marquises, and Monica Ashboth must have needed them urgently. However, unfortunately for the Marquise, they were refused to supply them. The rule of the Heathbillion family is that you have to pay twice for good and 10 times for insults. Later, the Marquis of Ashbot visited their estate in person. Monica apologized for disturbing the Duchess. Reina stated sternly that it was good that at least the Marquise understood that it was impolite of her. The Duchess looked at Monica and reflected that she used to be afraid of her smile. But now she didn't care. She told the guests that since they had met, she could go back. This behavior of the Duchess confused Monica. She did not expect to be escorted out of the estate so quickly. However, Monica was not a pushover. She brought the gifts in the hope of winning the Duchess's favor. The guest asked to accept the small gifts. Reina looked at Monica with suspicion and noticed that she was trying to make her feel better. The guest decided not to drag her feet and get straight to the point. She said that it would be great if Reina sold them the crystals. At the same time, she was thinking about how much she disliked Reina. Monica is convinced that Reina, hiding behind the mask of love, was trying to take the Duchess's place and ruin her business. After the banquet, she went deep into thought. Reina was much more cunning. The Marquis of Ashbot asked his daughter what she was going to do. Monica replied that it would be better to side with Vicomte. After all, Edhart had changed a lot. Monica thought he was living with Reina out of necessity, but now she thinks the Duke has become attached to the woman. If she had known that he would care so much for his wife, she would have come up with a different plan. The Marquise asked her father if he had dealt with Viscount Horche. He replied that if the Vicomte opened his mouth, it would be unprofitable. So he told all his friends that Horche had been sent to the outskirts of town. Monica thought that it would be better to make Reina swear an oath of truth, but the situation was confusing. She hoped that the Duchess did not know how this world works. The father wished his daughter to be careful in the future, and Monica even choked up. After all, she initially lost her place as Duchess because of her father, and that's why it all turned out this way. But the Marquis objected, saying that he had spent a lot of money for this place. He planned to make Edhart Heath-Billion his successor and take full advantage of the Duke's support. The Marquis did not know that Reina would get involved in their affairs, and Monica could not have foreseen it either. It turned out that love alone was not enough to control a duke. Therefore, they should definitely return this place. Movna reminded her father that there was another person who had helped them with this and emphasized that they should meet him. Reina couldn't say that Monica disliked her, but the Heath-Billions had suffered losses because of the Marquise, so it would be better if they brought something to match the price of the crystals. Otherwise, the Duchess is going to sue. Reina wants to raise the case of unequal contract terms. This means that Monica has surrendered the merchant ship out of desperation. The trial against the Marquis's daughter is too burdensome. As soon as she appears in court, the entrance to secular society will be closed to her. She cannot lower her price. It turned out that the Marquis's secret agreement concerned the Duke of Vicomte. Monica demanded more money from him because his daughter Reina had shown remarkable abilities. Vicomte angrily replied that the Marquise should perform her duties better, no matter how much money it took. Monica was glad that the Duke was in his usual spirit. The Duke said that Monica had no reason to know why he was doing this to his daughter. After all, he only cares about his own benefit. But the Marquise had other ideas about his daughter. There was a real full house around the Duke. Different families came together, hoping to conclude lucrative deals for the supply of crystals, offering incredible sums. The atmosphere was boiling with excitement. Edhart said that the mine belongs to his wife and he has no rights to it. She has banned trade with families connected to blackjack, although they confirmed that they have suspended all transactions as of this month. The Duke added that if they were urgent, he recommended that they contact Reina personally. Of course, if she would see them. Edhart got into the carriage to leave, where the butler was waiting for him. Edhart asked what had happened, as he was supposed to stay at home. The butler said that Mrs. Louise had visited their estate. However, she was supposed to be in the Kingdom of Pennon up to and including next month. The Duke was therefore surprised by the news, but for some reason, Louise suddenly returned. Most likely, the imperial court was also in turmoil. Louise was once a Heath-Billion. She is the old Duke's sister and the most powerful person among the Heath-Billions. She disliked Edhart, the son of her second wife. The Duke wondered why the woman had returned and ordered her to go to the estate as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Reina and Louise were having tea. The woman noticed that the tea was from the Rotwall estate and assumed that it was connected to Reina's mother. The Duchess was aware that Louise did not get along with Edhart, but she could not ignore her. After all, she was her husband's relative, and this made her think about family ties. The guest noted that she was not just here to talk and pointed to the painting. It was given to the woman by her father when she was 10 years old. These flowers reminded him of his daughter. So when Louise looks at these painted flowers, she calms down. She also noticed that nothing much has changed in the estate since she lived here. Reina said that she would send the painting to the estate of the Marquise de Lamont, but Louise assured her that she shouldn't, because she had many paintings donated by the Emperor and no room for this one. Marquis Lamont had no heirs at the time of his death. After that, his widow became famous for her love affairs. One of her partners was the Emperor, who fell passionately in love with Louise. Reina noticed that the Marquise was an unpleasant person. Louise said that the woman shouldn't be so worried because she was the only duchess in the empire and she was a marquis at home. Louise added that this was the first time she was meeting a close relative in person. This statement made Reina laugh. The Marquis asked if the Duchess knew why she had a bad relationship with her husband. Louise announced that her husband was an illegitimate child. Reina was shocked, which amused the Marquis. Suddenly, Eddard burst into the room. The guest said that one should greet first and pointed out the Duke's bad manners. Eddard replied that he did not intend to greet those he did not invite. Louisa said that her nephew was just as ill-mannered and impudent, although she was not surprised. Eddard said that he tolerated the woman for the sake of the Emperor, but there are limits to what is permissible. But the guest was only amused. She remarked that if her father were alive, he would have fallen down long ago. Eddard agreed, because his precious daughter was meeting with an emperor whom he did not accept. Louise was amazed that her nephew dared to speak ill of the emperor himself. She realized that she had made a mistake in starting a conversation with such a shameless young man. Reina intervened in the argument, saying that if the guest understood everything, then let her leave as long as they sent her off in a nice way. Louisa said that she was going to leave. Before she left, the guest told the Duchess that if she wanted to ask her anything, she could come at any time. After all, Louise likes people with noble backgrounds like Reina. Eddard asked his wife if Louise had shared any news with her. Reina replied that it was nothing special, but that the visit was really unexpected. The Duchess, looking at the man, noticed his blonde hair and ruddy face, which constantly reminded her of the old Duke. Reina could not believe that Eddard was not born of the Duchess. After all, his actions are so noble and elegant. Reina felt as if the talk of Eddard being an illegitimate son was a commonplace that everyone in the Empire knew except her. She had become his wife of her own free will. But to be honest, Reina did not know anything about Eddard in detail. She thought it was love, and so they tried to get married. The Duchess had once treated him with tenderness and considered him her savior. The Empire was holding hunting competitions in honor of the Emperor's birthday. Reina did not particularly want to attend the event, but she had no reason to refuse. The Duchess felt more comfortable traveling separately from her husband. Reina overheard the ladies of the society discussing Eddard. They noted that the Count was scolding, because what else could one expect from an illegitimate child? As soon as they think that Reina is stunned by the news about her husband, they start laughing. The women think that Eddard should have taken the place of his mother, his illegitimate wife. Reina is sad at heart because no one can stop these conversations. She is convinced that these wandering aristocrats deserve to be treated so badly. The Duchess thought that Eddard had been listening to such insults all his life. Reina walked closer to the gazebo where the Empress and Emperor Malua's daughter were sitting. The Empress asked about the woman next to the Duchess. Hilda Ergol, head of the Knights of the Hitbilian family, explained that she was watching the Rhine at the request of Duke Eddard, who was concerned for her health. As soon as she heard the Duke speak, Miloi began to smile. Reina realized that this was her first meeting with the Emperor's daughter. Milua noted that thanks to Reina, the Duke's life was now bright. Reina had heard that Eddard had once rejected Miloi, and it seems that the girl still thinks about him. The Duchess recalled how it was said at the tea party that Eddard had not chosen her as his wife because of her appearance. The princess remarked that the province had a cold climate and the Rhine must be having a hard time. The Empress recalled how she and her daughter kept warm with the help of magic. Milua confirmed that when she had a cough, her mom told her to raise her temperature. She added that it was a good memory. The girl spoke enthusiastically about the snowy province, where a cheerful atmosphere prevailed. The Empress noted that she was afraid for her daughter. Everyone was fussing around her, fearing the heat. Reina noticed that Milua was deliberately showing her attitude and that her behavior was not changing. The daughter noted that the Duchess was bored in their company. Milua decided not to beat around the bush and immediately noted that she did not like Reina. She had heard that the Duchess had a son, and so she advised her to worry about her place for his sake at least. Until Reina's brother becomes a noble and marries, she is the only Duchess in the Empire. Despite its owner, it is still a very enviable place. Milua added that if she wanted to take the Duchess's place, she would use her son, especially on days like these when he was lonely. Reina panicked when she heard this. She began to call out to Undine, but the spirit did not respond. Milua watched Reina and whispered that she was being insolent in the presence of the Empress. Hilda tried to calm the Duchess down and asked her to tell her everything, because only then could she help her mistress. Reyna said that Undine, whom she had left with Al, was not answering. The connection was established, but it was too weak, as if it was about to break. This had never happened before, and it frightened the Duchess. If something happened to Al, she would not survive. Hilda consoled Reyna, saying that the little lord was fine and was probably at the estate. And first, the commander would take the Duchess there. Reyna threw open the door and quickly ran to Al, but when she didn't see her son, she asked the maid where he was. All the time, Yuja thought that the little gentleman was with the Duchess. Edhart was out hunting. He noted that the first prince was not showing all his abilities today. The first prince wryly remarked that, "How can you manifest something that is not there?" The second prince wanted to respond to the pagan, but Edhart stopped him. The duke wanted to smooth the atmosphere by saying that it was just an unusual bow. Edhart was thinking about the fact that Al had been kidnapped and Reyna had gone to the mansion alone, not knowing what had happened there. He was planning to come up with some excuse to get out of the hunt and get to his wife as soon as possible. The duke hoped that she was fine. The first prince noticed that something had happened to Edhart, but emphasized that the emperor himself had organized the event. Therefore, such an attitude can have consequences. The prince advised the duke to be more careful, as the emperor was already watching him closely. The servant took the bow away to clean it, suggesting that it would shoot better. The servant tried to talk to the duke quietly. He said that Reyna had also been hunting, but had to look for a strange man. She also asked me to tell him that she was not feeling well. Edhart reasoned that this was the best way, but he was worried that something might happen to Reyna, so he hoped she would be okay. The maid said that Al had been taken away by the knight Agraxia. His Highness the Emperor wished to see the little gentleman, and so he said that Hilda had sent him. Yuja wanted to accompany the knight, but he insisted that they should not go together. The maid was worried that something had happened to Al. Hilda asked why Yuja was so sure that it was the knight Agraxia, but it was confirmed by a knight who was at the manor. Hilda reassured Reyna that she would check into the situation. The Duchess was visited by Sylphid, who said that only magic could break the connection between the spirit and the summoner. And it is rather the same magic as in the imperial court. Reyna assumed that Al had been taken there, but she thinks it's too risky. Moreover, even the emperor's daughter would not be able to kidnap a child like that. The Duchess cannot know for sure whether Manhwa is a criminal. Sylphid assured her that he would check the situation, and as soon as he knew something, he would come back to Reyna. Hilda turned to the Duchess and tried to lift her from the cold floor. The commander said that the knight who had confirmed his identity was from their order. Now they are trying to find out the whereabouts of the person who could have kidnapped Al. It is likely that there is a spy in the estate. Hilda and the order are considering all possible options. Reyna said that whatever the situation, Al's safety comes first, and we can't let anyone find out about the kidnapping. The Duchess asked Hilda to tell Edhart to leave as soon as the hunt was over. She also told him to watch out for anyone suspicious. But it is a celebration in honor of the Emperor's birthday. If both of the Heathbillions are not there, everyone will realize that they are in some kind of trouble. Reyna ordered Hilda to find the thief and set an example for everyone. The commander remarked that Reyna had dealt with her emotions so quickly that she resembled the Duke in her coolness. Sylphid returned to Reyna. She boldly asked the spirit to reveal all the secrets that had happened in the estate after her departure without any concealment. Louise watched how long Al slept. The maid remarked that the incense was probably working more strongly on him since he was a child. The Marquis assumed that Reyna had already discovered her son's disappearance. The maid asked if Louise had deliberately mentioned this to the princess. The Marquise confirmed that Maloit could not resist gossiping, and if she told her about her, Reyna would not break in anyway. The Emperor himself visited Louise as he had heard rumors about her affairs. He noticed Duke Heathbillion's son and noticed that the room was filled with the smell of incense, which was not good for a child. The Emperor does not intend to ask why she brought the child to his estate. However, Louise says that she wants to warn them, because she wants Edhart to live quietly and not interfere as he has until now. Although it would be difficult, because the Emperor was interested in the Duke. Louise assured him that she would not stop His Highness, but that he would not interfere with her. The Emperor added that she knew how important it was. and after a second pause, he allowed her to do as she pleased. And since His Highness had come anyway, the Marquise asked him for help with her spirit. The Emperor was surprised because spirits cannot stay in the courtyard for long because of the magic circle. But for some reason, this particular spirit was too persistent. His Highness assumed that either the spirit had such a strong will or it was the Duchess's strength. Whatever the case, he wanted to check what was going on. Hilda came to report to the Duchess that they had caught the young gentleman's kidnapper. As Raina assumed, he was hiding in the estate. The criminal resisted, but they took him alive. The order was unable to find any trace of Al, except for the bag of gold that the kidnapper had. He was addicted to gambling and appears to have received the money as payment for a service. Hilda also added that the criminal wants to offer a deal to the Duke. He offers to exchange the young gentleman's life for his own. The Duchess was so angry at this statement that she slammed the table. At that time, the kidnapper was thinking that he should not have believed his clients. After all, he had handed over the boy to them as agreed, but instead, they tried to kill him. The boy noticed that it was not the Duke who was coming to talk to him, but the Duchess. He thought it would be easier to negotiate a deal with a lady, but he was wrong. As soon as the kidnapper opened his mouth to ask for mercy, Raina slapped him across the face. The Duchess said that this was not funny, and she would not make a deal with a scumbag who did dirty work. Raina was full of anger and determination. She wanted to find out who had betrayed her and told the kidnapper the location of the games. A servant came to the Emperor with the news that the Duke of Heathbillion had arrived to ask for an audience. Otherwise, he would call back all the border troops. Louise was afraid that Edhard had gone mad. The Emperor assumed that the Duke had guessed that Al was in his estate. It was strange to him that Edhard was ready to send a blade to the imperial court because of his son. Louise leaned against the Emperor and said that the human soul is a special treasure that means nothing to some people, but can be an invaluable gift to others. The Marquise thought about her words and came to the conclusion that the soulless Edhard had suddenly fallen in love with his child. But it was so unlike him. Louise took the Emperor to Edhard and said that she would prepare the child and send him away. His Highness met with the Duke and asked him about his threat to send the border troops. The protection of the northern borders was the duty of the Heathbillions, and it looks like Edhard is going to break the agreement that was made long ago. However, the Duke asked simply to give back what was taken. He knew at first that Al was in the imperial court. The Emperor rolled his eyes and confirmed that he looked very much like his son. However, His Highness said that Louise was Al's great-aunt, and she just brought the child here, who has the same blood, because she wanted to see him. And Edhard says that as if it were a crime. The price of the Heathbillions' oath of allegiance to the imperial court was eternal prosperity. Therefore, Edhard begged His Highness to honor the treaty. It was important to preserve the peace. In the mythology of the Solser Empire, there were three personalities: the first emperor, Wishanth, and Hitbillion. The first emperor wanted to seal the demon king Offater to threaten the other two. And for this, the emperor promised them eternal prosperity in exchange for the superpowers of Wishan and Hitbillion. Tired of the endless war, they accepted the offer and swore allegiance to the emperor. Thus, the sinister demon king Offater was sealed, and as a result, the Solser Empire was founded. This is what people remember about these events. But Edhard, in the emperor's opinion, was unable to obtain the recognition of his ancestors, and does not know the details of the real treaty. And His Highness is wondering how many years will pass before the Duke learns about it. Edhard again appealed to the Emperor to return his son, but His Highness only reasoned that he could only wait for that moment. The Duke felt another sense of fear. He was sure that he would not physically give in to anyone, but in front of the Emperor, it seems that all this evaporates somewhere. Even in the midst of an impending civil war, His Highness does not bat an eye. Edhard can't understand how someone can take a child away without telling his parents. The Emperor must realize that this looks like a real kidnapping. However, His Highness thought that Edhard was first and foremost a duke who was guided by reason, not a panicky dad. But today, the Emperor sees differently, and he is only a boy. However, Edhard objected, he is a duke who cannot look on indifferently as his heir is in danger. Edhard considers his position to be quite reasonable. The Emperor is sure that he can still have children, but what if he is accused of treason? His Highness's words only irritate the Duke. He asks him to understand him as a monarch and a father, and to accept his love for his child. But this only makes the emperor laugh. He did not expect to see the Duke of Heathbillion like this. Edhart and his wife make His Highness smile. However, Edhart does not care how the emperor sees him. He only wants his son back. Reyna ordered the traitor to be taken away. Hilda did not expect the head butler to be one of the emperor's men. She thinks it was her fault because she didn't notice at first and apologized. But the Duchess assured me that no one expected this. After all, she did not think that a butler, whose position is passed down from generation to generation, would turn out to be a spy. Hilda said that the hostess should rest because she was worried that she might get sick. However, Reyna plans to wait for her son until he returns. At that time, Edhart returned with his son in his arms. Reyna felt like a weight had been lifted from her heart, and she was glad to finally see Al safe and sound. The two men saw another carriage heading for the Heathbillions. They whispered to each other that this time there should be improvements. However, they never knew the reason why. Al had health complications again. The doctors don't know the cause, so they can't prescribe any medication, except to recommend something to strengthen his body. The fever had not subsided for a whole week. On the second day after returning from the imperial court, the boy fell into such a state. And there was no news from the temple. Edhart was furious at the fact that the god of life refused to come when the Heathbillions were sick. A maid came running to the Duke with important news. The Duchess used the gate connected to the Visconti estate. When Reyna appeared on the other side, her father's knights were hostile to her and tried to stop her. Reyna arrived to meet with the Duke of Visconti. The butler emphasized that he would first inform his host, as the guest had arrived unexpectedly. However, the Duchess insisted that she wanted to see him in person. Reyna noticed that nothing had changed in her father's estate. The same leisurely maids, paintings on the walls, and even the jewelry. Everything was exactly as it had been when her mother was alive. Before entering the office, Reyna warned her father that it was her. She immediately remembered how she had come to his office in the past, but instead of being friendly, she had been thrown an inkwell. But if this time her father throws something into the Rhine, she can easily dodge it. She realizes that she shouldn't be afraid of this, because it's just a ghost of the past. The Duke of Visconti said that she had no manners at all if she came to him with such an insolent expression. Reyna asked her father for help. She is unable to get permission to visit the church, so she hopes that the Duke will come to an agreement with them. Instead, Visconti said he had heard that Edhart was making a lot of effort. Reyna looked at her father in surprise that he knew everything. However, Visconti had donated a lot of money to the temple to heal Lintus's arm, so with one word from him, he could solve the problem. The Duchess appealed to her father, appealing to his sense of compassion. She emphasized that if he really considers Al his grandson, he must support her in this matter. Reyna came home exhausted, her face almost gone. Edhart picked up his wife before she fell and told her that she had done well and that everything would be fine now. It didn't take long for the permission to visit the temple to arrive. Reyna doesn't know what Duke Visconti gave them, but she is finally reassured that they will be able to bring down Al's fever. Edhart asked his wife if it was her first time in the Lima temple. He warned her that the courtyard was shaped like a maze, so they should stick together. Reyna felt the connection with the spirits break. She assumed that the temple had the same magic circle as the imperial court, but that time the connection was not broken. The woman thought that there was something sinister here. People with guns were forbidden to go further, and only the Heathbillions and their son were allowed to pass. Edhart knew the rules, so he told them to go where they were supposed to go. In order to appear before Rome with a pure heart, you need to offer a prayer in the temple. According to the rules, prayers are offered once in turn. So Reyna was asked to wait outside with Al. The Duchess reasoned that if Undine were nearby, she would bring down Ila's fever. Suddenly, she felt a wind blowing from the side of the labyrinth wall, and then she was pulled inside. Reyna saw a strange place. Although her son looked unharmed, she had to go back. As she walked on, she saw a girl praying. It whispered quietly about existence, about the search for a life path that is not limited by boundaries. Those who seek to know infinity embark on fascinating journeys. Reyna apologized to the stranger for interrupting her prayer. She had gone through the wrong entrance and ended up here. The stranger realized that she was facing the important guest who was supposed to arrive. The girl introduced herself as Dahlia, and she was Mr. Hoare's third student. When she got closer to Reyna, Dahlia stumbled, but the Duchess quickly picked her up. Dahlia was blind, so she was very afraid of being touched. Because of her abilities, everyone in the church tries not to touch her. She used to be an ordinary child. However, one day a priest of Rome came to the girl and told her that she was a saint. After that, Dahlia began to live in the temple as a disciple of Mr. Horace and a servant of Rome. Rome gave the girl the ability to see the truth. That is why she can recognize who is a true believer and who is not, just by touching a person. Reina said that this was an incredible ability. She also thought that this was one of the reasons why no one touched her. For a priest to be questioned in his faith is like death. Dahlia was watching the baby in Reina's arms and noticed that he was running a fever. And then she started crying. She did not know what had happened or why she was crying. The girl suddenly felt very sad and had a warm feeling inside. Dahlia asked Reina if she could bless the young gentleman. She felt that she could trust the Duchess. The company was suddenly interrupted by the teacher, the high priest of Rome, who noticed that the Duchess had disappeared. He resolutely began to look for her, filled with anxiety and a desire to help. The man introduced himself as Horace and asked Reina to follow him. He also told Dahlia to go and warned her that she would need to pray a lot in the future, so it would be better if she learned to do so early. Edhard was worried about his wife, but Reina reassured him, saying that she had gotten lost but was fine. Gore invited the couple inside. The Duchess was surprised that there were no more priests in such a large church. Gore noted that Rome was glad to have guests and asked the young lord to be placed on a pedestal. Edhard was confused when he saw that it was an altar for offering sacred things. Gore confirmed that this was the most appropriate place to offer prayers. Rainey would not want to put Al on the altar, but she hopes that her son will be okay. She feels anxious, but believes in a better future. Horace began to turn to the god of life, Rima, and pray. He prayed that he would remove all the bad things so that only life would burn in the baby, so that the vicious and evil aura would not be able to harm him. The priest called on Rome to burn everything negative that hindered its progress. Suddenly, the altar burst into a bright, furious flame, filling the space with light and energy. Reina was nervous, but the priest reassured her that her son was fine. Horace noted that it seemed that Al was being held back by a curse from the wrong forces. Remy burned all the evil spirits, and soon the boy would be better. The curse of the wrong forces is also called the force against providence. It enveloped Al, so it was no wonder he had a fever. Gore noted that it was good that it was limited to that. Reina felt fear, because she could be connected to the power that oppresses the curse. Edhard wants to find out who is really responsible for this evil. The priest noted that there is only one person in the empire who is able to accomplish such a thing, and it is not easy to talk about him. Reina assumed that it was the emperor, if even a priest could not simply say his name. The Duchess was horrified that the emperor himself had cursed Al, but she could not understand why His Highness would want to do this. However, Al was already sick before she met him. Reina realizes that it is too early to draw any conclusions. Edhard hugged his son as he took him from the altar and thanked the priest heartily for the healing. With curious determination, he expressed a desire to speak privately with the mountain. The priest sincerely apologized for the delay in agreeing to the visit and asked us to understand that their church traditionally does not receive guests, but is always open for a heart-to-heart conversation. Edhard could not understand the refusal of his request to cure his sick child, because Rome is the god of life. Gore said that there are no good deeds without a reason, and this is a rule of their order. However, the Duke does not even find it funny that such a strict rule could easily be broken with just one word from Duke Visconti. Gore justified himself by saying that they had been associated with him for almost 20 years. During all this time, Duke Visconti helped the church a lot, so they could not refuse him. But they would have refused any other person, just as they did the Heathbillions. Edhard noted that Gore did this good deed for a reason and asked how much they wanted. He wanted to know how much his son's life was worth. Dahlia supported Reina, glad that the young gentleman was healthy. The Duchess breathed a sigh of relief, but she still had many questions. The student advised Reina not to let her thoughts take over. After all, thoughts make you afraid and cause anger. This means that in such moments, you need faith to move on. And if you worry too much, they start to grow and feed. Gradually, obsessive thoughts turn into a snake and bind a person. Dahlia has seen many people who have fallen into this trap and suffered later. If it were not for the disciples' faith in Rome, she would have lived in ignorance and suffering. Dahlia advised Reina to let her faith save her, even if it was not in a deity. The Duchess was puzzled to learn that they had to give away 5 carriages filled with crystals. However, Edhard is not sorry for saving Al, even though Gore has great demands. Reina believes that their son was cursed by the Emperor. Edhard is not sure about this, but he is inclined to believe that it may be true. The Duchess wondered why the priest called the Emperor's power wrong. Edhard suggested that it was because His Highness had long since transcended human capabilities and had power. On the one hand, Reina believed that this power belonged to the Emperor, but on the other hand, she still thought that she was the cause. And the Duchess did not understand how to protect Al. Edhard put his wife out of her mind by assuring her that he would always protect her and her son. So it's better for Reina not to worry once again. She is safe with him. The Duchess was embarrassed that her husband noticed how worried she was. Edhard noticed that when she thinks too much, she always looks down and frowns. Reina laughed at the man's funny face. She finally realized that protecting Al wasn't just her responsibility. It's important to trust yourself and Edhard. It gives you strength. On the way, the carriage got into trouble. Reina had a flashback to her mother's death. No, she can't let that happen again, so she calls Sylphide. Something strange happened. Someone cut off Reina's connection with the spirits. For a moment, the Duchess thought she was about to burst from this unbearable despair. Edhard suggested that they were under attack, and therefore needed to hold out until help arrived. Hilda confirmed his guess, noting the seriousness of the situation. It seemed to be an ambush and unusual robbers, so the commander said that the couple should stay in the carriage. Edhard took his sword to help repel the attack. The Duke ordered his wife to stay with Al, and he took on the role of bodyguard. As he had previously assured, he was ready to protect them both in any situation. Edhard didn't think there were anyone here who wasn't afraid to act so openly. He wondered who was behind it. The Emperor would not have made things so complicated. The attackers did not reveal themselves and also blocked communication with the spirits, so they were properly prepared. Hilda ordered the first squad to protect the carriage and the second to help the Duke. Edhard noticed that the intruders' actions were more directed at the carriage, and their target was Reina or Al. The Duke fought back diligently, and at the same time wondered who was behind it. Reina has been watching her son, whether because of the medication, but even with all the noise, he is sleeping soundly. She can't summon the spirits, so Al is in danger. The roof of the carriage was pierced, allowing the attacker to get inside. However, the attack was successfully repelled by Edhard. Reina assured her husband that everything was fine and he should not worry too much. The Duke realized that there were too many intruders, and they could no longer use the carriage as a hiding place. Hilda said that she and her squad would detain them. Instead, the couple had to get out of there immediately. Edhard took his wife and son in his arms and ran away because they could not stay here any longer. Behind all this was a secret organization of 5 masked people. They were discussing whether they could catch the hit billions without any problems. It took 1,000 crystals to set up a magic circle around the perimeter. For safety reasons, traces must be carefully hidden. Otherwise, if their target survives, it can lead to serious trouble and dangerous consequences. Edhard fought off the attackers as best he could. His strength was at its limit, and there was no reinforcement. One of the attackers remarked that the Duke was persistent and trying to hold out in this condition. He offered a deal to Edhard. If he gave them his wife and child, the Duke would live. Edhard sarcastically replied, "Isn't that a good offer to abandon your family?" The Duke also told the attacker to stop talking nonsense and attack. Then came the order to withdraw and not to attack Edhard anymore. Their main target was a woman with a child. Edhard was worried about his wife's life and was distracted, and meanwhile he was stabbed in the back. The Duchess was afraid that she was unable to do anything in such a situation. The Duke asked Reina to run away, but she did not want to leave her husband. As he said earlier, no matter what happens, he will protect Reina and Al. The man assured her that he was fine and continued to fight off the attackers. Reina cannot understand how Edhard is still standing. Why he is fighting so desperately. Why didn't her husband just leave her to continue to hate him in silence? Then Reina heard Undina calling her. It was hard to hear, but she seemed to have established a connection with the spirit. Raina assumed that she had found the edge of the protective circle, so she had succeeded, although weakly, but she could feel the power of nature. The Duchess tried to use the force, but Undine stopped her. The spirit tried to warn me that there was a magic dome on all sides. If Raina started to use force, it could explode. Her body would not be able to handle it. The Duchess might die, but she was only concerned about whether Edhart and Al would survive. Undina said that if she called Grandpa Wynne before the explosion and asked him to protect them, it might work. Raina is confident that she can cope and protect her family on her own. She began to use magic, and then called on Sylphid. The force field threw Edhart and Al aside. Edhart tried to break through the magic dome and stop his wife. He was trying to reach Raina because he hadn't had time to properly apologize to her. The Duchess thought she saw blood, but she wasn't sure if it was hers or her enemy's. Raina took a quick glance at the Al in Edhart's hands and realized that Sylphid had succeeded. The woman was incredibly relieved. She successfully defended Al, but after a hard struggle, she fell to the ground exhausted and fainted from fatigue. Men from the secular circle were actively discussing the incident with the Heath Billions. The priests of Rome had already been summoned, and rumors were spreading about the high priest's personal intervention. Everyone tried to save the Duchess, and if the rumors are true, there is no hope that she will wake up. Now she is just being kept breathing. The Duke's condition is also critical. He had been lying there for 2 weeks, unable to move. One of the men was surprised because he thought that Edhart's body was made of cast iron. No trace was left behind, so it is unclear who was behind it. No one could have imagined that the Duke would become so attached to one person. This attachment came as a surprise to everyone. Raina lay motionless, deep in her mind. She was in a familiar darkness, a calm and muddy swamp, her second death. The Duchess hoped that Edhart and Al had survived, because she had desperately defended them until the very last moment. Now she had to face the darkness of loneliness again. In fact, Raina did not want to die. She wanted to live and see Al grow up. Together with them, she wanted to try different foods and visit interesting places. She wanted a normal life. Raina constantly thinks of Edhart, even though she thought she had no feelings for him. But then, why does she feel such intense hatred? The answer to this question weighs on her mind. The Duchess wondered why it had happened in this life, why Edhart had defended Al and why he had been so gentle with Raina. He was confusing her more and more. She sat with her legs tucked under her and cried. She couldn't ask for more because she was already dead. At least this time she was able to protect Al. Perhaps, for the sake of saving her son, she would get another chance. Raina was thinking about how she could finally leave when someone took her hand. The Duchess was surprised because she thought it was Edhart. The stranger thought that this was not the way he expected to be addressed, and he was upset. He called Raina Mom and wondered how he would feel when his mother called him by name. Eli was pleased to hear these words. Raina, bewildered but happy, hugged her son, realizing why she hadn't recognized him at first. It was unexpected and touching. At first glance, Al looks a lot like Edhart, but he is completely different. Her beautiful son. Raina asked him what he was doing here. She hoped that Al hadn't died like her. Al said that his mom hadn't thought about it. First of all, he wants to hear her story. After all, he had never even heard what Raina loves or what she likes. The woman told her son that she likes warmth more than cold, doesn't like black, and likes white. Raina began to tell him things she had never told anyone before. Al grew up healthy, but he looked somehow sad, and it hurt him. Raina asked her son what he liked and what he didn't like, what his childhood dream was. The boy replied that it was a secret even from his mother. He only came to see his mother, and it had been so long. Al said it was time for Raina to wake up. The Duchess wanted to keep her son as long as possible. She expressed a desire to spend time alone with Al and suggested that they stay and talk some more together. Al hesitated whether he could call Raina his mother, but she hugged him and assured him that it was possible. With a warm smile, the Duchess added that she loves her son very much. The boy reciprocated. He hoped that his mother would realize his secret by watching him, even if he did not dare to confess directly. Al added that Raina shouldn't be patient for his sake, that her choice was only for her own sake. This was what she also wanted most. Finally, Al said that he would wait for Raina, his mother. After that, the Duchess suddenly opened her eyes and saw that Edhart was sitting next to her. Raina immediately asked about Al, only to be told by her husband that he was safe and that he had a maid with him. The Duchess was unconscious for a long time, and Edhard apologized as much as he could, but she did not wake up. He was so afraid that he would lose his wife that he apologized to her again and again. The Duke realizes that he has no right, but he cannot imagine life without Reyna. He sincerely confessed his feelings to his wife. She is all he has. Her love is his greatest wealth. All of Edhard's emotions, joy and sadness, depend on Reyna. The Duchess did not reciprocate, but only silently observed his feelings, leaving him in a sea of uncertainty. Reyna assumed that Al really meant it. His declaration of love awakened deep feelings in her, hidden in a boundless stream of emotions. Edhard's inner feelings of pity and dislike pushed him away from Reyna, hiding behind his concern for Al. But now she realized that she could no longer run away from her feelings. Reyna asked her husband what she had done wrong in her past life to be so harsh with her. At the time, Edhard was not sure what he felt for Reyna. The Duke tried to hide his weakness, afraid of falling. Reyna thought the past was over, but the wound still hurt. Only now did she realize that she was ready to come out of the darkness. Reyna calmly confirmed that she hates Edhard. She is difficult, unpleasant, and scared, so she is determined to divorce her husband to free herself from this oppression. Edhard had always surprised with the indifference in his eyes. But today, for the first time, Reyna witnessed tears appear on his face, revealing painful emotions that he had been hiding for years. 3 years have passed since Reyna and Edhard divorced. The woman became a viscountess and was in full charge of the crystal business. Her subordinates came up with documents and reports almost every minute. There were letters from Count Heath. Reyna pointed out that their principle was to deal with the more difficult cases first. Therefore, it was not necessary to answer the letters. The Count could wait. Vicomtesse was tired, so she decided to go to the estate, and in the meantime, her subordinates had to take care of business. In 3 days, there was to be a banquet with Reyna as the main character. Her subordinates admired the Viscountess, and she was already making plans. That evening at the banquet, she thought that her dream of becoming a countess would finally come true. Nowadays, Reyna Ayet is the most famous woman on almost the entire continent. She was born into the Visconti family, the former wife of the Duke of Heathbillion, and then received the fortress of Ayet. Reyna is the only woman in the Sorsha Empire to have inherited the title. She is a top-level summoner who has entered into a contract with 2 spirits that exist on the mainland. It was the first time a woman inherited a title, albeit a low one. However, rumors spread that she could have inherited the title of Marquis. This situation caused a lot of discussion in society. Reyna was now the head of the knightly order of the summoners, who were under the direct control of the emperor. With the help of Undine and Sylphid, she toured all corners of the empire. The Viscountess made sure that there was no drought by summoning water from the depths of the earth. Callers were rare, so Reyna was the only member of the order. However, several people helped her with her duties. On the way, Sylphid noticed that Reyna was tired and that she shouldn't overexert herself anymore. Vicomtessa replied that there was nothing she could do, as it had been a drought for 3 years. The people of Sorsha are suffering, and the Rhine must alleviate their needs, and it is good that the groundwater has not dried up. Sylphid added that it would be worse if the Rhine falls down powerlessly. Vicomtessa is sure that as soon as she looks at Al, she immediately feels a surge of energy, although she is not able to play with her son often because of her many activities. Sylphid said that while Reyna was away, Al was playing with the spirits, but he still missed his mother. Vicomte turned to the coachman and told him to hurry. Undina met Reyna in hysterics. The spirit was not happy that the Vintessa had returned so late. Undine complained to Al that he had pulled her hair with incredible force. Reyna asked why her son was behaving like that. Undina told her that the 2 of them were playing in the greenhouse with Noom. They were tending to the flowers together, pulling weeds, throwing soil. Of course, Undina couldn't help but praise herself for helping the most, and the spirit of Noom began to bully her. So she answered him, and Al stood between them, and a pile of earth flew at him. The boy got angry and grabbed the perfume by the hair. Now he is in the bathtub, and Undina tried to help, but Al resolutely refused her support. One of the maids told the boy that his mother had returned. Al was glad that this time she was early. The maid offered to dry his hair and then meet Reyna together, but Al did not want to listen, and quickly ran to his mother. The maid shouted after him that the boy might get hurt, and Al did trip, but he managed to call Sylphid for help. The boy ran into Reina's arms. She warned her son that if he kept running like that, he could hurt himself. Al said he just missed her. There is only a month left, and she comes so late. Reina and Edhart divorced 3 years ago, and this event shook the entire empire. The question of the Heathbillions' heir and the right to raise their children arose. The situation remained tense and ambiguous. Interventions from close friends and relatives began, leading to difficult disputes. In the end, it was decided that Al would spend 6 months at the Heathbillion estate with Edhart. I spent the remaining 6 months on the island with Reina. This decision could not satisfy everyone, but there was no other choice. Viscountessa comforted her son that this problem could not be solved by their wishes alone. But hope lived on, because Al understood everything. Reina sincerely apologized for his late arrival and happily allowed him to do whatever he wanted today. The boy was excited and told his mother that he wanted to show her something interesting in the greenhouse. Reina gladly agreed, but only on the condition that her son put on his shoes. Al shared that a teacher came today and said that thanks to the Rhine, people in the southern lands were able to survive. Thanks to her help, they were able to survive the drought. Viscountessa laughed, noting that she had other people helping her as well. Al replied, puzzled, that the teacher had told him that his mother, Undina and Sylphide, had done everything. Undine intervened when she heard her name and said that it was all her fault and that Grandpa Wind had nothing to do with it. Al argued that Sylphide had caused the rain. Undine was angry because it would not have rained if she had not summoned water from the ground. Al sarcastically replied that the spirit's words proved that Sylphide had indeed helped. Unidna ran out of arguments, and she couldn't contain her emotions and called the boy a fool. Reina asked why her son had suddenly become so cranky and uncooperative. Viscountessa suggested that it could have been because Al had been thrown at with dirt. The boy sighed and said that Undina was always by her mother's side, and he could not do that. Reina hugged Al and said that thanks to Undina's help, he would be able to come back soon. So she asked him not to be naughty and misbehave, and not to do it again next time. Al happily showed his mother the flowers he had managed to save. Although they were wilted, the boy took good care of them, and they finally bloomed, filling the room with bright colors. Al is very close to nature and spirits. He is able to control the great power of nature, and even Reina has a hard time doing it. It's a good thing that outsiders can't enter the greenhouse. The Vicomtesse wondered how long they would have to hide her son's power. Suddenly, the greenhouse received a warning signal from the magic crystal. Reina was surprised, because she had forbidden the use of notifications in the greenhouse unless it was an emergency. The Vicomtesse asked her son to play with the spirits until she left. However, Al did not show such a desire, and in the end, he was not going to leave with Reina. The boy held out his little finger to his mother to promise her that he would be back soon. The butler apologized to the Viscountess for having to call her. After all, Princess Manhwa had arrived by order of the Emperor. Reina entered the mansion and greeted the guest. Manhwa remarked that the Vintessa was getting prettier every day. Reina replied that the princess was exaggerating. However, the woman has a line of suitors lined up, so Manhwa knows what she's talking about. Reina asked about the purpose of the princess's visit. She explained that the grandfather of the Viscountess, Archduke Rotwall, would be present at the upcoming event, making it a special occasion. The emperor was concerned that relations between the empire and the kingdom had recently become colder, so he sent his daughter to the Rhine with a request that his granddaughter help to improve them. Viscountessa said she did not know him personally and was not sure if the grandfather would be happy to see her. Manhwa agreed, as Rotwall had already lost his daughter. Since the princess had passed on the information from the emperor's lips, she could now be free. Reina thought about the tragedy, because on the same day they were going to visit her grandfather to see if he would be happy to see her. 3 days passed, and the day of the banquet came. The imperial family gathered, and the emperor's mistress came with them. Her presence sparked lively discussions among the guests. Many people were outraged that the mistress appeared at such an important event and even slipped in the second princess. It is difficult to understand what the emperor was thinking at that moment. Edhart stood on the sidelines, quietly watching everyone and drinking wine. He noticed that the sneaky snake, Monica Ashbot, had managed to take the place of the first princess. At this time, Miss Janaya of the Rudens clan approached the Duke. She was desperately trying to draw his attention to her, but he was lost in thought. And then Raina came and all eyes were on her. Viscountess Ayette passed Edhart without looking at him. She was moving toward the imperial family to greet them. The emperor introduced a special guest who had come from far away, Archduke Rotwall, Arbrethen Rotwall, Archduke of the Kingdom of Rotwall. He bowed to the emperor and introduced his two grandsons, Viscounts Cartios Rotwall and Rudolf Rotwall. Raina finally saw the famous spear and shield of Rotwall. She noticed that her grandfather, the Archduke, was well preserved and had probably come to pass the title on to his son. But first, they had to greet each other. The emperor started the banquet and gave a speech. Everyone was feeling down because of the drought that had befallen the empire. He is sure that everyone knows one name. The emperor ordered Countess Ayette to come forward. Many people asked for her reward, because her brave deeds for the charity of the Rhine had become known even to the ruler. And the emperor decided to raise the status of the Viscountess and grant her the title of Countess. He invited everyone to a celebration to welcome the new Countess Ayette. Raina went out to the balcony to get some fresh air and clear her head. Her grandfather, Rotwall, joined her. It was the first time he had seen her since she was a baby. The Countess did not expect to see Archduke Rotwall. The man said that it was not necessary to call him that officially. Rotwall remarked that Raina looked like her mother. My grandfather said that he was hurt. He missed Raina and wrote to her many times, but she never replied. He learned about his granddaughter's wedding and the birth of his great-grandson through third parties. Raina should have realized that she was too cold with her grandfather, but she had never received any letters, and this was the first time she was hearing about it. So she thought that Rotwall was blaming her. Her grandfather was surprised to learn that she had not received any letters. Over time, he realized that he should not have trusted her father, the Duke of Visconti. This discovery upset him. Archduke Rotwall never thought she was guilty. He can't tell Raina here and now, but her mother, Peri, knew something could happen to her. However, Fairy gave birth to a daughter anyway, so it is not Raina's fault. Her grandfather understands how hard it was for her all this time, and invited her to Rotwall to tell her everything he hadn't told her before. The grandfather asked for permission to hug his granddaughter. He apologized for not coming to see her sooner, but he always thought about Raina. It turns out that the woman had a family all along. The second prince was furious at the humiliation he had to endure because of his mother. The emperor, who always appeared accompanied by the empress, arrived with the girl under his arm. The man could well imagine the whispers of the courtiers. His mother asked him if he had to ascend the throne. After all, he could be happy without the throne. The prince said how simple-minded his mother is, which is why people are already calling the freak in this girl's belly the crown prince. He can't take it anymore and urgently needs to meet him. Al was delighted to be traveling on the ocean. However, the servants did not share his emotions. There were too many things to do, and one of them was even nauseous. The boy ran around the ship, looking at the fish in the pond. Raina was worried that he might fall. Al was excited because it was his first time on a ship. However, his mother pointed out that he had already sailed when he was little, and Undine showed him the depths of the sea. Al doesn't remember it because he was too young, and Raina doesn't remember what happened to her as a child either. Al noted that Edhart was around then too. Then the boy put his hands over his mouth, regretting that he had mentioned his father. But Raina said that her son could talk about him in peace and would like him to do what he wanted. Al pulled his mom's dress so that she would go down to him, and then he whispered that he loved her more than his father, but that she shouldn't tell him that. At this time, Edhart was choosing which tie to wear because he wanted to impress Raina. He wanted to wear a light blue one, but she might recognize that he had already worn it to a banquet. Hilda irritably pointed out that His Excellency could wear any color tie, and if they didn't leave now, Edhart would miss the long-awaited meeting. The Duke must make a good impression at the meeting. Hilda recalled how he hadn't even been able to say a word at the banquet, and that she found the current situation ridiculous. Since His Excellency had been choosing a tie for an hour, and Hilda was sure it would take longer, she decided to go ahead and wait for him there. The commander handed him a purple tie. Edhart took it and said he would not be late, and he would not be late again, either in feelings or physically. Finally, Raina and her son reached the Heathbillion property. She did not expect Edhart to come out to meet them in person. Hilda remarked that the Duke had chosen his tie well, as it matched the color of Reina's dress. The Countess thanked him for his hospitality. Edhard said that he had to come in person because of the Heath billions. He also congratulated Reina on her title promotion. The Duke noticed his son behind his ex-wife's back. He noted that he would have seen him anyway if Al hadn't been hiding. The boy ran happily into his father's arms. Edhard said that Al had grown up and looked more mature. Reina said she had to go to an inspection, so she asked Edhard to take Al with her. The Duke assumed that the Countess was tired from the road and suggested that she rest. However, Reina came to the Heath Billions estate because of her duties, and she had no other goals. Reina's response stumped Edhard. He hadn't expected such coldness from her. Al sensed the tension between his parents, so he pretended to have a headache. The Countess cautiously approached her son to check for a fever. Her proximity to Edhard made her somewhat uncomfortable, but her concern for Al was more important. The Duke again suggested that Rainey take a break, especially since Al was not feeling well. The Countess finally agreed to put her business on hold for a while. A meeting of all the Heath Billions courtiers was held. They had heard about the Countess's active actions, as she had built reservoirs in the southern lands. Reina was expected to live at the Heath Billion estate. Edhard interrupted the man's speech and said that everyone in the empire knew about the Countess's merits, and that was enough. Reina was asked if she would make reservoirs in Carlotta, but the Countess has not yet looked at the site, so she cannot give an accurate answer. She is lifting groundwater and cannot create water where there is none. Without groundwater, there is no way, so we need to pray that there will be water underground. The drought is too severe in Carlotta. It will be better to continue the meeting after tomorrow's inspection. Reina sat next to her sleeping son and thought about what her grandfather had said about bringing him to see Al. But it would be better to go to him alone, and Al would stay with Edhard for a while. The Countess went to her ex-husband's chambers. Edhard was surprised and asked Reina what brought her here. She apologized for coming so late, but she had a request. If Edhard doesn't mind, Reina would like to go in and talk to him. The Countess asked him to look after Al for a while. When she finishes in Carlotta, she needs to go to Rotwall. She thinks it would be better for Al to stay at the Heath Billion estate. Edhard was puzzled by his ex-wife's request, so he asked her why she was going there. Reina hoped that the Duke would agree quickly. She had an excuse to meet her grandfather, but if Edhard was uncomfortable, he could refuse without further ado. The Duke was concerned about rumors that the situation around Rotwall had recently become very unstable. It was said that the kingdom would soon be attacked. This trip could be dangerous. Reina recognizes Edhard's concerns, but she convinces him that he shouldn't worry for no reason. Everything will be fine. Then Edhard asked if he could be worried as Al's father. For the past 3 years, he had tried to respect her decision. But to be honest, he wanted to come to her. The man planned to come and apologize, but he was causing Reina nothing but suffering. He thought that seeing him would bring back bad memories, so he couldn't do it. Edhard wants Reina to be happy. He wants to know what she thinks about, what she likes to eat, who she likes to spend time with, and what her favorite flowers are. He wants to be a part of her life. He is still curious about such minor details that he can't stand it. Edhard would like to turn back the clock if he could. He realized that he had gone off topic, but he assured Reina that she was fine. It is fair that he should be punished for his behavior with her. However, if Reina is in danger, that will be another problem. Reina plans to leave Al and go away, but she cares for him so much, and she tells Edhard not to worry. The Duke asked the Countess to give in just once. Edhard offered to take an escort, even if it was just Hilda. He did not want to lose the Rhine again. The Countess watched her husband and thought that he was still stuck in the past. Her heart wouldn't stop beating. Every time she wanted to know how he was doing, she thought it was because he was Al's father. Reina thought she'd forgotten, but now she has these strange feelings. If they can go together, then Edhard will definitely be able to protect the Countess. He didn't want to say, but there are indications that Reina is being watched in Lengen. The Countess is trying to solve the situation with the drought that has weakened the empire. Many have learned about her, and Edhard knows the safe route to Rotwall. Reina realized that the man had no intention of stopping and said that she would consider his offer. After that, they went to Carlotta's house for an inspection. Reina should be careful during this inspection because the people of the kingdom may come out to watch her actions. It is important to remain cautious and circumspect. Al grabbed an icicle in his hand to show his mom. Raina was worried that her son might get frostbite, so she asked him to throw it away. Al used magic to melt the icicle. The Countess scolded her son severely, emphasizing that his gift of summoning should not be used in the presence of others. But Al was just bored and couldn't help himself. Edhart suggested that his son play not here, but when there were no other people around. The boy was offended that his parents had played without him yesterday. Al said that Undine told him about it. The ex-spouses were puzzled, and Edhart said that they shouldn't say anything like that. Otherwise, their mother would get in trouble. The son noticed that his father's face was red. Edhart was stumped by this, so he decided to change the subject and said that they needed to hurry. Raina emphasized that the air around them was dry. It was the first time she had ever seen such a dry area, and if she had known that, she would not have brought Al along. He had a sore throat and was very thirsty. The Countess asked Hilda to look after her son, so they set off on their way so that Raina could go about her business in peace. Undina, at Raina's request, had to check if there was any underground water. If the spirit finds water, it will summon it out of the ground. And then Sylphid will call for rain to fill the reservoir. The spirit of Noom appeared and said that he was the one who provided the water, but it was a secret. The people around them rejoiced because there was water in the ground. However, there was too little of it, and Raina spent too much energy to get it. Undine was angry that Raina was disobeying and wasting too much energy. Noom said that they should leave as soon as possible, because he had a bad feeling. The rock began to collapse. Raina immediately called Sylphid to help, and Noam could not stand by and watch. The people were saved and were glad that the Countess was there. However, later, everyone noticed that the little boy was in danger. He was holding onto his leg to keep from sliding down. Raina asked Sylphid to take care of the barrier. The Countess immediately grabbed the boy and gave him to people nearby. However, she was not able to escape. The branch broke and Raina fell to the ground, leaving everyone terrified. She had no strength at all, and she just needed to rest for a while and summon her spirit again. Edhart tried to save his ex-wife, but fell with her. The Duke tried to help Raina regain consciousness. They found themselves in a dark and cold place. Raina said that Edhart shouldn't be here, but her husband could not stand by and watch her fall. He noted who she was trying to save when she was weak. Raina was sure that she would survive and be able to get out, but she did not think she could not summon spirits. Edhart suggested that something strange had happened to the woman, but Raina said it was not that. She had the same feeling as in the temple in Rome. The Countess saw that Edhart had a terrible wound on his arm. The man assured her that it was nothing. He had scratched it a little when he fell. Raina realized that he was lying. If the reason why she cannot use her powers is due to the magic in the imperial court or in the temple, then Edhart probably could not use his aura either. This means that the Duke was defenseless at the time he fell. Edhart noted that his wound was really not serious. If Raina can't move, they should look for a way out. The Countess felt a strong pain in her side. It seemed that she had also twisted her ankle, but she told Edhart that everything was fine. The woman's voice betrayed her, so the Duke did not believe her and told her to climb on his back. He had no other intentions. He believed that Raina should keep her strength up, because the uncertainty of the future could bring unexpected challenges. It would be much worse if the Countess left in this condition and got hurt. Raina agreed to her ex-husband's persuasion because she was in no position to refuse. The former spouses had no idea where they were, but judging by the cold air, they were far underground. It's always cold in the north, and Edhart hoped they weren't too far away. Raina was worried about her son, because Al would definitely be worried about them. Edhart assured them that their son would be fine, because Hilda and other reliable people were there. The man said that they shouldn't be afraid for Al. They should think about how to get out of here. Suddenly they felt the wind and a sound coming from around the corner. The ex-spouses were greeted by a man who said that there hadn't been any guests for a long time, and therefore he was late in greeting them. It was the first time he had ever seen a time traveler, and he was a little worried. A stranger who turned out to be Mr. Tunadim's first servant named Ilion greeted the Duke and Countess at the Temple of Time and kindly invited them inside, creating a mysterious atmosphere. Edhart said that this was the domain of the Heathbillions, and he did not know that there were such places. Ilyan objected, saying that they had come here through a magic circle, which was located in an unknown place. Otherwise, it is difficult for outsiders to find the entrance. The circles were created in ancient times, so they themselves do not know their exact number and location. Tanami is not a deity, but rather the concept of time itself. When something happens to time, it leaves records instead of the oracle. 4 years ago, Ilyan discovered time rewinding. The first servant pointed to the clock and said that it records the time all over the world. The clocks in the Great Temple are created in the likeness of these, but these are the original ones. Ilyan showed the guests the traces that showed how time was recorded and erased. Mr. Tanami told him, and he received the oracle in person for the first time in his life. The servant assured him not to worry, because only he knew all the details about the incident and the contents of the oracle. The other high priests did not talk about it. However, the oracle was fulfilled, just as he said it would be. This is surprising and frightening at the same time. The first servant cannot leave this place, and so he is sorry that he could not be at the ceremony of the son of Hibidian. Reyna asked anxiously if the oracle mentioned anything about Al. Ilyan replied that Mr. Tanadim would not involve Al, no matter what happened. But Reyna's very existence makes them angry. The Countess asked if he meant the main gods. Ilyan could not answer clearly, so he said that she would understand after she read the book. The servant added that there are many books in this place. They can rest in the temple, read books, and treat their wounds. And also, leave here when they have read all the books and have gained strength. Reyna noticed that Ilyan did not answer questions and spoke in riddles. This means that he cannot speak directly. The servant welcomes the guests to one of the resting places for priests. Ilyan noted that there is nothing special here, but you can find everything you need. One door leads to the bathroom, and you can read books in the room at the end of the corridor. And in the corridor there is a jug filled with water and they can use it. Ilyan told them everything and had to leave. Reyna felt as if he had known in advance that they were coming, and so he had prepared himself. The Countess wondered how long the Tanadim oracle had predicted. Edhart said that first they needed to heal their wounds. Reyna took the bandage from him and volunteered to help. Reyna finally saw the wound, and it was much more serious than she had imagined, and she didn't understand how Edhart could remain so calm. The man said that Reyna needed help with her ankle. However, she strongly objected, claiming that she could do it herself. When the Countess woke up, she found that Edhart was not there. She wondered where he had gone with such wounds, and so she went to look for him. Reyna spotted him in the library. Edhart fell asleep while reading the book and didn't even cover himself properly. Reyna apologized for waking her husband. He immediately asked her how she was feeling. Reyna assured him that there was no reason to worry about her. Edhart invited her to sit down and drink some tea. The air was too cold, and she caught cold easily. The Duke asked if Reyna's tea was good. It was tea, so he brewed it, not bitter, slightly sweet, and quite pleasant in taste. He also handed the Countess a flower. Edhart did not give her anything when she received the title, and this bothered him. It was a rhynthus that grows outside the church. Reyna's mother loved these flowers. The Duke noted that the air was cold, so she should cover herself with a blanket. Reyna thanked him warmly, and they continued to sit in cozy silence, enjoying the moment. Ilyan examined Edhart's wound and found out that there were tears in the shoulder muscles. If the man continues to strain, he will not be able to move his arm at all. Reyna was surprised that the Duke had muscle tears. His condition didn't look good, but she didn't think it was that serious. Edhart said he needed to get back as soon as possible and just be careful. Al is waiting for them. Ilyan understands how Edhart feels, but right now he needs to focus on his treatment, and he assured them that the guests don't have to worry about returning. There is a gate inside the temple, and a servant takes them through when they are healed. Everyone has time, but how they use it is up to Reyna and Edhart. Ilyan hopes that they will take advantage of this opportunity and have a good rest. The former spouses listened to the servant and focused only on treatment. Ilyan guarded this large temple on his own and was always in the prayer room. Reyna and Edhart spent most of their time together. The Countess recalled the time when her grandfather warned her to be careful, especially with those who serve in the church. He could not tell her everything, but he asked her to remember it. Reyna wondered what Archduke Rotwall meant when he asked her to be careful with the people in the temple, and whether this also applied to the Tanadim temple. Surprisingly, the people here are extremely friendly. They even opened a library for guests. They should return to Rotwall as soon as possible, because they are running out of time. Reyna noticed a familiar name on the cover of one of the books, Eidos Langini. It seemed to be a work about spirits, and this book told the story of the founding of Sorcio. Sorcia was founded by 3 beings: the Emperor of Sorcia, who had dragon blood in him, mages, and elves. Over time, the dragon, mage, and elven races gradually fell into decline. A new balance in the world required another being. That is how the 4 great deities appeared. In short, this is roughly the content of the book. Edhard noticed that Reyna had stumbled upon something unusual, but she assured him that it was like a fairy tale. The Countess felt a sense of déjà vu. The content really seemed unreal and fake. Reyna suggested that they look for other books, and Herzog said that she shouldn't try so hard. Later, in the library, they fell asleep reading and tasting food, enjoying the atmosphere. Ilian noted that even after Edhard's return, he needed to continue his treatment. Reyna also looked weakened, so she needed more rest. The servant reminded him that he was not letting the guests go because they were completely healthy. His role was over, and he showed the guests to the stairs, behind which would be the gate. Ilian dreamed that the blessing of Tanadim would always accompany Edhard and Reyna. At the same time, he clarified the duration of the drought in the world around them. He was surprised, because usually the causes of such a widespread drought are due to the intervention of nature. However, Reyna, who is able to control spirits, should have known about this. An example of the use of the forces of nature by humans is the invocation of spirits. There are records of a strong invoker causing a drought or flood. Elijah suggested that the caller caused this drought. After all, prolonged drought is not the norm. If it has been going on for 3 years, it should be a strong wake-up call. Edhard noted that in that case, they cannot stay here. Ilian added that other deities also have hidden temples, but not all of them are as sociable as this place, and therefore he wanted to be careful and have Tanadim's favor with them. Dialke, a prince of the Langini Empire, was talking to his servant about the incident with the rock. The servant assured him that it happened unexpectedly, and he did not even have time to do anything. They have been searching for Edhard and Reyna for 4 days, but have had no luck. Undine and Sylphid are guarding the young gentleman, so Reyna is still alive. Their hopes do not fade. They continue to search. Dialka heard that the Countess had made a reservoir again, and that this meant that the problem with the drought in Carlotta was solved. The servant apologized for that because they had done everything they could. The prince knew that this was possible for a summoner who controls 2 spirits. The drought is just a method, and so he realizes that he does not need to depend on it so much. Dialka is sure that Reyna is just a puppet of the old dragon. He tells his subordinate to get closer to Al while his parents are away. There have already been attempts to get to the boy, but the spirit's defense is too strong, and it seems that it will not be so easy. The spirits have figured it out, and each time they prevent us from getting closer. The further the summoner is from the spirits, the weaker they are. Or they are stronger than the prince thought. There were also cases when the spirits broke the rules. Dialka assumed that there was another strong summoner nearby and wanted to check it out. The Empress accepted what was considered to be a second-rate Monica Ashboth, with a promise to prove her worth. In doing so, she insulted Monica, provoking a violent reaction. After all, a marriage between a marquis and the first prince is an equivalent contract. After all, the gold that was sent to the kingdom of Kashuval should have been enough. Prince Tarkhan is 30 years old, Prince Langina is 25, and Prince Kashuval is 19, so the first prince should get the throne as soon as possible. Time is of the essence, and the authorities demand decisive action. Monica promises that when Tarkhan becomes her husband, she will provide the Empress with everything she needs. The woman agreed that for a minute she was unable to control her emotions. We hadn't heard from Reyna and Edhard for 4 days, and everyone thought they were in danger. Even the military forces were sent in. Duke Wishante was pleased with this news. However, the spirits protecting the young lord are fine, and so is the Countess. And indeed, later on, Reyna and Edhard appeared, surprised to see Hilda. Everyone was worried during those 4 days when the two disappeared that the island was in complete chaos. Reina was puzzled because they had been in that temple for over a week, and therefore time flows differently from the outside. Hilda assured him that Al was fine and waiting for his parents. Edhart told them to get the horses ready as soon as possible, because his son should not be left alone for long. At this time, Al was cranky that his parents were not around. The spirits tried to calm him down by telling him that they had gone trick-or-treating. The boy did not believe Undina, because even if his parents went far away, they could come back with Sylphid right away. Grandfather Wind assured him that he was protecting him at this time, so Reina would have to walk. Al could not calm down and was sure that the spirits were lying to him. Sylphid noticed that the boy was weak, and he shouldn't exert himself so much because he might faint. Al pretended that the wind had hit him and cried again. After a while, the spirits noticed that the fire that Ifrit had lit had gone out. A stranger came in through the window and saw that Al was using the power of the spirit. Sylphid tried to stop the intruder but failed. Al asked the man who he was and how he could hear Undine and Sylphie. Then he remembered that Reina had asked him not to reveal the secret about the spirits. So the boy pretended that he couldn't hear them and was very sad. The stranger realized that Al was lying because he could feel his connection to nature. It was obvious. Sylphid wondered how a man could control the power of nature and remain calm at the same time. The stranger invited the boy to go with him on an unknown journey. Al refused, but the man insisted that he would love the place. The stranger reasoned that the boy had such a great compatibility with the forces of nature that this force could surpass him. In general, the uninvited guest came with the intention of killing Al, but he changed his mind and is going to kidnap and use him instead. Undine said she would not allow this to happen. The man threw the spirits away with his strength, but Al stood up for himself, using his own magic. The stranger was amazed at how the boy was able to repel the attack, showing incredible courage and strength. Edhart and Reina arrived in time to save their son. The intruder hoped they were dead. Reina realized that it was the same summoner who had caused the drought. The great conscript did not want to fight the Duke, and so when he felt that the situation was getting worse, he decided to flee. But he promised that they would meet again with Al. Reina tearfully apologized to her son for being late. Sylphid showed her everything that had happened. Then the Countess assumed that he was the same one who had caused the drought in the past. In addition, Al had similar powers back then, so if the stranger knows about her son's powers, he will be more likely to come back for him. Reina asked Edhart what their son was like in the past. Edhart realized that he could no longer hide it, even if Reina would not forgive him in this life. He noted that Al was very lonely, and it was entirely his fault. In the past, Al had come to Edhart with the accusation that his father had been hiding the identity of his real mother from his son. The boy pointed to the identity of Monica Ashboth. She was sentenced to death for exerting deliberate pressure to abdicate the Duchess and bring her to her death, as well as for stealing the Duchess's property. Their son personally controlled everything, but then he left Salser and disappeared. It was then that Al began to help Langina, proving himself to be an outstanding summoner. Al was given the nickname Wreath of Langini and set out to conquer Salser. Rainey couldn't understand how Edhart had allowed this to happen and hadn't put all his energy into raising him. Al only found out about Reina's existence when he grew up and joined the enemy side. Edhart apologizes, he's sorry, and he doesn't even have the right to cry in front of Reina. The man knows he doesn't deserve to be forgiven. But now that time has been turned back, he doesn't want Reina and Al to get the same old scars. No matter what happens, he will protect them. Reina wants to protect her son and not let him go through that pain again, so she wants to make sure that Al doesn't face Langini again. But she doesn't have the strength to do so. As Edhart pointed out, Reina cannot change the past, but she ordered her husband to keep his promise to protect their son at all costs. If she had only known how Edhart would treat his son, she would not have felt obligated. After all, she was the one who forced him to get married. Edhart denied that he was forced to marry her. Monica suggested he get engaged only to take advantage of his status. At that time, he had just become a duke, so he thought that such an alliance would be useful. And then, in the same way, Duke Visconti offered my husband to marry his daughter. Edhart had no reason to refuse, and it wasn't just the support of Duke Visconti. From the moment he met Reina in the greenhouse, he kept thinking about her. The man has never been taught to give love, only to receive it. Every time he looks at Reina, he feels embarrassed about what is happening to his heart. Only recently he realized that it was love. But despite all the words, Reina cannot fully forgive Edhart, and she still hates him. But she still believes him. The Countess did not understand how Al became Langini's summoner. Edhart speculated that the second prince might have been involved. In the past, a civil war had broken out in the capital over the rights to the northern mines. But this time it didn't happen, because Edhart and Reina divorced. In addition, the Heathbillions refused to support the second prince, and Louisa was still pregnant. The drought was provoked by the summoner, and he incited the second prince to start a civil war. This means that Langini creates an opportunity for himself to invade. They can't help but act. The Rhine is already dealing with the drought, so Langini can't do whatever he wants. And it's for Al's sake, so that he will never be taken away again. The ex-spouses and their son gathered in the street. They began to have fun throwing snowballs at each other. Reina noticed that Al had to move to avoid being hit. Edhart emphasized that it was Reina who should be quicker if she didn't want to be hit by a snowball. And then a real fierce game took place. An invitation to visit came from the Yates estate, not far from the Heathbillion grounds. Reina had never been there because she was busy after becoming a countess. They haven't received an invitation from there in 3 years, so Reina thinks it's worth going there before going to Rotwall. Recently, Feudal Estate has become quite closed. Edhart had heard that the number of visitors there had dropped suspiciously, so if there were any problems, he could help. Reina agreed that she would be safer with him. Edhart has more experience in managing territories, and since Yates is a property that will be handed over to Al, it's a good idea to look at the territories and put things in order. And after the trip to Etna is over, she will immediately go to the Duchy of Rotwall. So she asked Edhart to go with her, because in the end it was for Al's sake. The Duke of Viciente was furious at how much her daughter boasted that she was a summoner, and everyone praises her wherever she goes. He cannot allow this to continue. Viscount told Horace to deal with his daughter. The high priest assured him that this time he would not be defeated like 3 years ago. The father wanted to break his daughter no matter what. Gore emphasized that the fate of the damned is much more favorable than the madness of Duke Visconti, but everything is in God's hands. In the end, the high priest will achieve what he had hoped for so long. When Reina and Edhart arrived in Eats, they were negatively impressed. It felt as if the property had burned down. However, Reina never received any reports of this. One of the knights said that if they crossed that hill, they could see the mansion of the rulers of these lands, so they could go there. Reina realizes that it is dangerous to take Al with her, but if she sends him back alone, he may resist. So first, she needs to go back and think about what to do next. The Countess said that she should have paid more attention to those lands. She just used various excuses to avoid doing so. Edhart asked if Reina would mind if he took over the restoration of the Eats lands. After all, he is already responsible for Al's education as a successor, and it would only benefit Reina. Sylphid asked Al why he was so unhappy. He doesn't like his parents being so formal. Suddenly, something happened to the carriage again. The knight said that the wheel was broken. Sylphid volunteered to help, as he could get a new wheel from the estate. 3 suspicious men passed by. The people of Etsu were returning home after selling their goods. The men explained that the area had been restless lately because of robberies, so they decided to move to their lord's estate. They offered to help with the carriage. Reina noticed the people of Itsu and thought that if she had known that something like this would happen, she would have immediately gone to the estate of the local lord. The man who is called the ruler of these places does not even know what is happening on his own land. When Reina returned, she planned to prepare humanitarian aid for the local population. Suddenly, the knight fainted, and later Reina noticed that the air was filled with toxic smoke. Then she finally realized that it was not the locals. Edhart tried to bring Reina back to consciousness. When she finally woke up, she immediately ran to Al. The Duke reassured her, saying that everything was fine and he was just sleeping. The Countess noticed the bracelets on her hands, which turned out to be blockers. Just as Edhart couldn't use his aura, so too could Reina not use her power. Even when Reina thinks she has great power, in a situation where she is so easily neutralized, she can only feel aggression for her own helplessness. The strangers who exposed the ex-spouses and their son said that they should not be so proud of their own strength. These blockers are based on astronomical magic crystals. This meant that Reyna could not use her powers. Edhart tried to protect his wife and son, so in the course of the battle, he took a sword from one of the attackers. It even made the others a little nervous. One of the mysterious men used suspicious force against the Countess, but Edhart took the brunt of it. While the Duke was lying exhausted on the ground, she tried to take his son away. Suddenly, a mask flew off the man's face, and Reyna recognized him. It was Vice Lord Etna, who had ordered Edhart to be taken from the dungeon. Reyna found herself alone with a mysterious man who deliberately decided to reveal himself. At the same time, all these events were the work of the High Priest Horus, who planned everything in advance. If he had managed to complete his plan 3 years ago, life would have been much easier. Gore just laughed that he was able to return the crystals blocking her power to Reyna in the form of bracelets. The Countess was sure that if His Highness found out, the High Priest would not get away with it. However, Gore stated that the Emperor had favorably accepted the faith of Rome, just as a person accepts the will of God. At the beginning of time, the elves, dragons, and demons united only when the balance was upset. And it was then that 4 great deities are said to have appeared, but they were not the heavenly saviors of Lamia. Gore is sure that all of them were invented by similarly weak people, and they were just a great excuse. That's why he calls his greed God's will. So why can't the High Priest shift another of his responsibilities to him? Even if we assume that the real God exists, no one can prove that he is real. All this time, Horus had been living as a slave to Rome. He had, of course, already forgotten the obvious truth that he was not obliged to listen to the nonsense uttered by the sinful tongue of the Rhine. Gore declared that the Countess was a cursed bastard, grabbed her arm, and made an incision. A glass was placed under the drops of blood. The High Priest added that if Reyna kept quiet, it would all be over soon. He was delighted to see a child of demons and aliens, a mixture of their blood. Horus performed a ritual with the help of Al, trying to sacrifice him to the god of life. He asked him to send him his grace. But the High Priest's plans were not to be realized, as some unknown force gripped his throat. Then, Horus lost consciousness. The man who was hiding behind the wall approached Al. Reyna tried to escape from the dungeon. She poked at the wall with her fingers, but it wouldn't give way because it was too thick, and instead she hurt her hands. Edhart was thrown unconscious back into the Rhine. The Countess tried to bring him back to consciousness so that they could escape from this place together. Reyna was desperate. She couldn't take off the lock bracelets and save everyone. Eventually, Edhart woke up. He apologized to the woman for Al for failing to protect him. A stranger came into the dungeon holding Al in his arms and assured him that the boy was fine. It turned out to be Lintus, Reyna's brother, who promised to explain everything later, but now they had to escape quickly. Lintus pointed to the shelter of Fort Yates, and if there was water there, there might be a way out. He told them to hurry, because even though Gore was unconscious, his henchmen could attack. If you summon a spirit, they can be discovered quickly. Therefore, before doing so, you need to wait until they get out. Lintus entrusted his sister's protection to Edhart. Reyna had no idea that Lintus would help them. Edhart noted that Duke Vinosht had always been close by, and some time ago he had been secretly given an embossed medallion belonging to the Hithbilians. This special sign is used to communicate with Duke Vinosht, who warned them of the danger that might threaten them in the future. Edhart was also warned that he needed to stay close to Reyna, and this time, he regrets allowing her and Al to be in danger. The Countess was thinking about the fact that Lintus had lost his arm because of her, and why she, even as his sister, could not take care of him. Reyna was worried that all this time her brother had been in pain. Reyna bursts into tears. Her father believes she is cursed, so he has always kept Lintus away from her. Horus also denies her very existence and wonders if Lintus has ever thought the same thing. Edhart wanted to reassure Reyna because he had heard similar things in his life. His mom showed a lot of love and care, but when she didn't take her medication, she would say very hurtful things. He had to hear why he was born or why she gave birth to him, and as a result, his mom committed suicide. And Edhart thinks about it all the time. He thinks about whether he should really exist. But Reyna has a chance, so when they get out of there, she has to ask her brother directly. And of course, he's going to say something completely different from what she thinks. Reina was finally able to call Undina. She assured him that everything would be fine now that they were near water. Reina woke up in the tent to find her son still asleep. At this time, Edhart came in and said that Hilda had found them. She found it very strange that Sylphid had appeared at the manor and disappeared, so she searched for them all over Yatsu. The Duke asked if the Countess could recreate the scenes of the kidnapping with the help of perfume and use them as evidence. Reina is sure that no one will believe them because Horace is popular with the people. In addition, the ability to summon spirits has been blocked, so the likelihood that she will be able to recreate memories is very low. If they act rashly, they could make more enemies. Edhart said he would be going to Jito for a while. The second prince has been acting strangely lately. This is probably because he is preparing for a civil war. Reina offered to keep the Duke company. After all, she planned to speak to the Emperor and ask for his permission to go to Rotwall. Edhart replied that he would go first, and the Countess would stay to gain strength. After all, if they went there at once, it could harm Reina's body. Edhart met up with his old spellcaster friend, De Lune. The man said he had a lot to do before retiring and asked what brought the Duke to him. De Lune tried to talk Edhart down with sugar. The Duke was embarrassed to note that the magician still treated him like a small child. The magician remembered the day when the young Edhart fought with him side by side on the battlefield, and how he fought on the front lines despite his age. The Duke added that he had almost ruined everything because of the magician's attitude toward him. But in fact, Edhart did not come to remember the past. He had a problem and hoped that De Lune would help him with it. A few days ago, he was kidnapped by the High Priest. Horace put a curse on the Duke. The magician recognized the sign of death. He had seen many people with this sign, and they all died in 3 months. No one could find the cause. Edhart assured him that no one should know about it and asked De Lune to help. The wizard noted that the Duke always comes and makes him worry, but agreed. Crown Prince Langini told his servant to keep an eye on the Heath billions. At this time, the second prince was waiting for him. Langini decided not to beat around the bush, but immediately offered a deal. He would give the prince 30,000 men to attack the capital of Sorcia, which would be enough to defeat the first prince. The second prince had doubts about cooperating with the enemy, so he said that he needed to think about it. Reina asked the emperor for permission to visit Rotwall. He listened to her carefully and ordered her to take Duke Heathbillion with her, and very soon she would understand why. She was going to go there with Edhart anyway, but now it was in order. On the way, Reina ran into Monica. The Marquis reasoned that the Countess was getting everything too easily. The ladies decided to take a walk and talk. Monica immediately stated that she did not like Reina, but if the Countess supported the first prince, the Marquise would forgive her. But this statement only irritated Reina, because if it weren't for Monica, she wouldn't have been stuck in that house and wouldn't have died of tuberculosis. And how does she even dare to talk about forgiveness? Reina said that she would pretend that the conversation with the Marquise had not taken place and left, which made Monica very angry. But after Edhart told Reina about the Marquise, she is not going to mend fences. The Countess was worried about why Lintis had appeared there and whether he had reached the Visconti estate without incident. She decided that she should visit him before going to Rotwall. After the accident, they hardly ever crossed paths, but she could not do otherwise. Lintis was glad to see his sister and that she was okay. The Countess is also glad to know that he is well. Reina asked why her brother was in his father's office, and he replied that he was not in the best of health. He keeps mumbling and locking himself in his bedroom, looking at his mother's portraits. Duke Visconti is no longer able to do his job, so Lintis has to perform his duties. The boy realized that his sister had come to find out about the incident. Lintis was returning from a visit to the temple in Rome and overheard Horace and his disciple arguing. The high priest said that it might seem like he was doing something sinful, but he would show him what pure evil was. After what he saw, Lintis began to secretly follow Gore and followed him to Yates. And then he saw that he was using Reina and Al's blood for some kind of ritual. Dahlia was taken away somewhere, so his brother could not tell Reina if the nun was okay. Lintis isn't sure, but the light coming from Al struck Horace and knocked him out. After Reina fled, the high priest also disappeared. The sister said that her son could not yet summon spirits. Lintis couldn't figure out what was going on either, but that light saved Al. Their father still continues to make donations to the Temple of Life, but after Lintis receives the power of Visconti, he will stop these donations. Reina asked her brother by the hand if he was okay. The boy reassured his sister that he could move it safely and that he only had a scar that no longer hurt. Lintis assured her that it was not an accident and that Reina should not beat herself up. The Countess had not seen her brother for so long that she did not realize he had become such a mature man with a sad smile. Reina regrets not coming sooner. The woman apologized to Lintis for running away and condemning him to such a long life of loneliness. Her brother assured Reina that now that their enemies were still at large, she should be more careful. The maid admired Al's skills and suggested that the lady invite a teacher for him or send him to an academy, because the boy was smarter than his peers. However, Reina noted that her son was too young for academia. This is how he sometimes demonstrates his genius, because he absorbs knowledge like a sponge. The maid told her that the young gentleman had been playing in the morning, and when he was tired, he decided to take a bath and go to sleep. Reina asked about dinner and ordered someone to send someone to Edhart, inviting him to join her. The Duke thanked him for the invitation, even though he was the only one who was ill-prepared, but eventually agreed. He realized that Reina had something to talk to him about. The Countess said that she had seen Lintis and that they should be careful now, because there might be Gore's associates around. The Emperor also authorized a trip to Rotwall. In addition, Reina noted that the Emperor had ordered them to go together. Edhart was puzzled and thought that His Highness had guessed something. The Countess believes that the Emperor would not have sat idly by if he had noticed something suspicious in the actions of the second prince. But Edhart said that he had done exactly that in the past. When a civil war broke out over the two princes, the Emperor did not interfere. He was probably going to hand over the throne to the winner, and this is an act in his style. This time is no exception, and moreover, in that life Louise gave birth to a son, so we should not jump to conclusions. But this is a long story. Edhart asked permission to see Al before he left. Reina said that her son was sleeping, so she asked him to be quiet. The Duke saw a picture of the family, but it was not his. The Duchess noticed a slight puzzlement on the part of her ex-husband and assured him not to take the property personally, as he was also a member of their family. Edhart reassured Reina that everything was fine, but that he should be getting back. It would be better to come here when Al was awake. The Countess said she would invite him to lunch. The ladies of the court admired the tea party hosted by the Empress. There were also rumors about the Duke of Heathbillion and the Countess of Ayette, which said that they would soon get back together. Recently, the ex-spouses have been seeing each other frequently and have a child together, so it will be easier for them to do so. Mrs. Janaya was not impressed with what she heard, and so she came to the Marquis of Ashbot for a favor. Janaya wanted to help Monica get closer to Edhart, but the Marquis pointed out that they hadn't been on good terms for a long time, and that he was lucky to be a duke. This is the only call sign that this man has. But the lady was determined to get Monica's support because she knew where to find what she needed. Janaya threatened to tell the Empress about the Marquis's intentions to find the sautronil leaves. Sautronil is a herb that, when dried, can become a poison that brings the person who takes it to a critical state. Trafficking in this plant is prohibited in the country. Monica noticed how this girl was trying to manipulate her, but she realized that it was better to keep her around than to kill her. She pretended to trust the intruder. The second prince shared with Monica that Delphit continues to do rash things, and so everything is going as they planned. By deciding to trust Langina, he harms only himself. Reina wondered what the Empress was up to if she suddenly invited everyone to a tea party. She even invited pregnant Louise, the Emperor's concubine. Her Excellency began to talk about the Founders' Day. According to tradition, on this day, the Empress and the Emperor appear before the people and shower them with golden petals. Louise asked who would accompany the Emperor this year. The Empress said she would refrain from making statements that might have consequences. Louise added that the foolish Prince Delphit was very busy at the moment, and whether he could be replaced by an imperial concubine. The Empress asked not to say anything that might cause misunderstanding. Everyone noticed that the second prince was behaving strangely. Although he was the son of the Emperor, he was not very ambitious. Louise was surprised. The Empress seemed to be sure that her son would become king. Monica Ashbot approached the Empress in an attempt to impress her. She said that Louisa was talking nonsense, and that time was on her side anyway. On this national holiday, the Empress aims to hold many small special events to cheer up the people who have suffered from the recent drought. The Empress is going to select a variety of first aid supplies. Monica suggested organizing a charity event. Nobles can donate valuable items and put them up for auction. The proceeds will be used to buy and distribute basic necessities. Milua agreed that this was a great idea that would attract many nobles. It would also provide a good start for similar events in the future. The Empress supported this proposal and asked Reina to prepare several lots for the auction. The Countess did not sleep well. She was constantly tossing and turning in bed, and then she couldn't stand it and went for a walk around the estate. Books about raising children caught her attention. Reina took one to look at and noticed the various notes. She was pleasantly surprised that Eddard had read them all. He wants to be a good father to Al. The guilt is mixed with the tenderness that Eddard gave her. But Reina is afraid to accept her feelings because she doesn't know what to do with the past and whether she can forget everything. The Countess could not understand why Eddard had changed. As long as the memories of the past live on, every time she thinks of him, she feels depressed and hurt. Undina told Reina not to cry and asked why she was making things so difficult. After all, a lady can do what her heart tells her to do. Undina knows what Reina really wants, but she needs to figure it out on her own. The Countess doesn't know what she wants, but as soon as she finds out, she will do as Undine said. Reina thanked the spirit for its support. Reina appeared at the auction in a black dress, which caused a flurry of emotions among those around her. Everyone admired her elegance and dignity, although the Countess herself feels uncomfortable in such places. The woman was standing on the balcony breathing in the fresh air when her peace was disturbed by a blonde lady who was hostile. She told Reina to keep her distance from Eddard. Miss Janaya plans to officially propose marriage to Duke Heathbillion, but the Countess stands in the way and causes scandals involving her beloved. Reina was only amused by such statements, but this reaction angered her interlocutor. Janaya threatened the Countess that she would laugh just as hard when her child with the Duke took Al's place. Reina was so angry that she broke the glass. She told her interlocutor that she could say goodbye to her life because she should not have mentioned her child. The Countess does not know whether having a patron allows Janaya to commit such rash acts, but she said that up to this point, Reina had been merciful to her, and she would not even have to destroy her family. The fact that Eddard is loved by someone else has Reina stumped. She's confused about her feelings and hopes that things can change for the better. The auction began, and the first lot was from Countess Reina Ayot. It was a fountain pen that the Countess uses all the time. Although it was almost dry, she was told that anything could be a lot. Eddard bought the pen for 1,000,000 gold pieces, which surprised Reina, because it was an ordinary pen. But he did it to get the Countess back, because he didn't want her thing in the hands of other people. Reina replied that anyone could participate in the auction, and that Eddard had received it by right, and there was nothing wrong with keeping it for himself. The Duke offered to go back inside to talk, but Reina wanted to go for a walk. Eddard threw a jacket over his ex-wife's shoulders because he noticed that she was cold. They approached the greenhouse, and the Duke recalled his encounter with Reina as if he had found a coral reef at the bottom of the sea. Eddard didn't know what love was, but he was burning with lust inside. The Duke wished for something he shouldn't have and made a mistake. He wanted that bright light of the reef to burn next to him. He did not realize that he was gradually drowning it out. Eddard still feels the same way about Reina. He's not sure if it's love for her or just his selfish desire to get rid of the unbearable burden of guilt about the past. And this feeling scares him. Reina realized that she was the reason he always had such a guilty look on his face. Eddard is sure of one thing for sure. Time without Reina is completely useless for her. The Duke confessed to the Countess that he loved her. All the emotions he had ever felt were born because of her. She taught him to value someone more than himself, to open his heart and love. Eddard realizes that he is too greedy, but he still wants to have a chance to be with Reina every day. Even just being friends with her makes him happy. The Duke once told Reina that she could do whatever she wanted with her life. And with this phrase, he saved her, because Eddard also gives her light. She too made a mistake, destroying their love. The two of them know absolutely nothing about love. And in the end, he and she are not that different. But the fact that he took Al away from her and left her is unforgivable. Even if it doesn't happen again in this life, the memories are still fresh in her mind. But sometimes she burns with impatience to feel his warmth. He is the one who told her to live her own life. In this life, Reina will not be touched by other people's words. And in any case, she cannot understand what she is feeling. Edhart noted that she may not answer right away. Time will put everything in its place. From that moment on, Edhart will always wait for her response. When she finds the words to express her feelings, she should be sure to share them with him. Raina and Edhart decided to have breakfast together. Al was delighted that his dad had decided to make him a treat. It was only morning and there were so many goodies on the table. The Duke was worried about the curse, recalling that no one had lived more than 3 months. The sudden death made him feel defenseless. He didn't want Raina to worry and cry about it. Al found out that they would be traveling to Rotwall to see Raina's relatives. He was happy that their family would be bigger. Raina started to think about her family. Her emotions were so strong then, she was incredibly happy. But for some reason, Raina still feels insecure. She thinks Edhart knows something and they need to talk. Everything will become clearer when they arrive in Rotwall, and Edhart is coming too. No matter how dangerous it was, they would be okay in the end. Raina noticed that Edhart's ears were red. The Great Wizard said that it was dangerous for Edhart to travel through the Rothval lands and that it would be better to stay, or at least reconnoiter the situation. The Duke did not want Raina to hear this. Unfortunately, the curse cannot be healed. Rotwall is a place where magic is stronger than magic. Perhaps a real miracle will happen here. Edhart invited Delun because they need to cling to their chances. Al collected gifts and goodies to treat the Grand Duke and his friends. Count Rompagnier barely had time to see the Countess before he left. He wanted to introduce an old friend to her. The boy Raina saved from the fire grew up to be a 3rd-level wizard. He thanked the Countess because it was her merit. Rompagnier was a little indignant because he was his teacher and he was not thanked. Zion finally met Al. He had been waiting for this meeting for so long because Zion would repay the favor shown by the Countess by serving Al as his master. The boy was happy to have a friend. Rompagnier said that Zion would sacrifice himself for his master. He practices magic diligently every day. His only desire is to be useful to the Countess. Now Zion can be a great help with his abilities. Al asked his mom if his new friend could accompany them on their trip to Rotwall. The Emperor came to the temple to see the High Priest to reprimand him for the attempt on Countess Ayet's life. Horus said that even His Highness was forbidden to interfere in the affairs of the temple, such as the law. The Emperor noted that the High Priest had crossed the line with Duke Hybilion, but Horus did not admit his guilt, justifying it by the will of Rome. However, the Emperor granted permission for the Duke to travel to Rotwall, which, in Gore's opinion, was indeed beyond the pale. But for the sake of friendly relations between the two countries, he sent his best subordinates there. The blood of the dragon in the Emperor's veins is filled with power, and his aura is unsurpassed. Therefore, the High Priest should step aside. In a time of chaos, voluntarily abandoning one's position is a significant step. If Edhart unites with the High Priest of Rotwall, he will be able to overcome the spell of the High Priest Horus. Finally, they arrived at the domain of Archduke Rotwall. Al was a little shaky after 2 sailings on the ship. Raina noticed that Edhart's face had turned pale as well, but the Duke made an excuse, saying that he was tired because he hadn't traveled that far in a long time. Suddenly, a woman hugged Raina, even forgetting to introduce herself. The woman was very happy to see the Countess and could only guess what she would look like when she grew up. It was Sermin Bluebon, Permin's cousin, Duke Ayot's mother. She would be happy if Raina called her aunt, because Sermin was her mother's sister. Sermin hurried with Raina to the estate. She talked to Al in the carriage and praised his achievements. Then she asked the boy who gave him the ring. Sermin discovered that the ring contained an ancient contract that could protect its owner only once, but now its power has vanished without a trace. Raina didn't quite understand what her aunt was talking about. Sermin explained that it was just a simple ring now. Although she doesn't know what happened, she is glad that their Al is okay. The Countess recalled the incident when Horus kidnapped Al, and the light that Lintus mentioned was from a ring. It had the power to protect Al, but now its power is exhausted. Archduke Rotwall asked his daughter why she had decided to meet their guests so suddenly, as she usually prefers to stay in her room. Sermin noted that the Heathbillions were nearby, so she thought she just had to do it. The Countess looks like her sister, young Permin. Sermin hopes that Madame will be happy to see Raina. Sermin told her father that she felt a mark of evil from the Duke's spirit, which seemed strange to her. It was the energy of fanatics, and the Archduke said he would look into it. Al was amazed that there was a lot of water in Rotwall, and he wanted to call Undina here. The man approached the boy and said that this was a wonderful place for water spirits. Reyna thought the man looked familiar and asked him to introduce himself. He was at an event in honor of Reyna's title, and they used to play together when they were children. It was the Archduke of Rotwall's grandson, Cardios, and later his twin brother joined the conversation. They began to argue about who Reyna had been tailing when she was little. They introduced themselves to the guests and greeted Al. The boy was hostile at first, but Reyna pointed out that they were his uncles. Cardios called Al over to show him something amazing. They all went into a room that was filled with different toys. Al was delighted and immediately ran to play. Rudolf apologized to the Countess for his brother acting like a child. Reyna pointed out that the twins might not be so formal with her since she was younger than them. Rudolf agreed and asked the Countess to make herself at home. The twins were too young at the time, so now they may feel embarrassed, but they remember everything clearly. When Reyna was born, the boys were 6 years old. Cardios complained about everything around him. But perhaps because Reyna looked like Lady Perry, she seemed very nice to them. She was born in Rotwall and stayed here until she was 3 years old. This news surprised Reyna. Permin spent her entire pregnancy in Rotwall, all because of health problems. Cardios added that as a little girl, she used to chase him with her tail. Reyna realized why her relatives were so happy to see her. So much time had passed, but their memories of her had not changed. But she doesn't remember anything, but she hopes to remember. The Countess is surprised that she managed to contact all of them at all. Just as the Archduke had said, her father had deliberately kept her from seeing them. She did not notice that she was holding Edhardt's hand. Rudolf smiled, saying that the time for romance was still ahead. For now, he wanted to show them Reyna's old room, which had impressed the Countess with its atmosphere and mystery. The room was too big for a 3-year-old child, but it was still tidy after Reyna's departure. She noticed a toy her mother had lovingly made. Memories filled her heart with warmth. Then Duke Vicente burned all of Permina's belongings, so Reyna had nothing left at all. The twins told the guests not to be shy and to get comfortable. Cardios offered to show Al around the castle. Reyna thought about her memories. It was in this room that she was born and spent her childhood. Her mother was always there, playing with her and even making her a delicate soft toy. Noom and Ifrit were sad that Reyna only played with Undine. The Countess apologized for spending so little time with them, but she couldn't let everyone know they existed. The spirits were delighted with Rotwall because the whole place is permeated with freshness and they feel comfortable here. Reyna's grandmother came out to greet her and invited her to sit down to talk. The Countess began to feel sorry because if it hadn't been for her, everything would not have happened to her mother. The grandmother pointed out that Reyna had a child herself, so she should know. When she has a child, she can no longer make decisions that will benefit only her. She doesn't want the child to blame herself for the decision she made. Permin's love for Reyna was as great as her love for Al, and if he blames himself, how will the woman feel? For a mother, seeing her child smile is the most amazing thing. Reyna should be happy because that's what Permin would have wanted for her. Her mother always wanted her to be resilient, so her grandmother hopes that Reyna will not feel guilty so as not to disappoint her. The twins were worried that their grandmother was not resting, but she was looking forward to her wonderful guest. Finally, she saw her great-grandson, full of indescribable natural energy. Before she could look at Al, she was blinded by the radiance. Edhardt also greeted the lady, and she was happy to see everyone. The twins once again reminded her that with her health condition, she could only rest. Before going into the room, the grandmother decided to warn Reyna that the Duke is in an unstable condition. This is only her guess, but her granddaughter should examine his back. Al wanted to play with his uncles some more. But they had to say goodbye for dinner and show their grandmother to her room. Reyna watched Edhardt and wondered what he was hiding. Reyna noticed that the Duke had been looking sickly lately. Edhardt shared that Al had become very close to his uncles and would like to play with them before they sit down to dinner. The Countess firmly told Edhardt to take off his shirt. This confused the man, and he tried to stop Reyna from doing it in the corridor. Edhardt assumed that Reyna had guessed everything and noted that his back was covered with scars that he did not want to show her. The Countess asked him not to hide them from her because they were not strangers. Raina believes in the Duke and wants to help him. At first, Edhart wanted to say that he was fine and would prove it. Eventually, the Countess saw what the Duke was hiding from her. She asked if this was the result of the fight with Gore. Edhart assured her that it was not as bad as it looked. However, Raina did not believe him, and that was why the Duke was looking for Mr. de Lune. The Countess ordered him to call the Great Wizard to find out the truth from his lips. As far as he knows, these scars are very rare, and he can't really say whether they are dangerous. Some patients with the same symptoms, because time was short and there was no cure, died exactly 3 months later. Raina was in so much pain that Edhart didn't tell her anything. Sometimes he looked very painful because of his scars. Dulon added that if Edhart does not neglect them but treats them regularly, there is no reason for concern. The Great Wizard is already busy searching for information about this disease. Edhart assured Raina that he would find a way out, but first, they had to pick up Al and go to lunch. Louise asked if the Emperor really wanted the first prince to become heir to the throne. He asked if Delphic was fit to be emperor. The concubine said that a fool who only flaunts himself in front of others cannot become emperor. If she had to choose, the first prince would be the best candidate, but she is not satisfied with any of them. Louise asked about Duke Heathbillion and why the Emperor had sent him to Rotwall at such a turbulent time. His Highness replied that he had been assassinated by the High Priest Horus. The Emperor assured Louise that she should not worry about Edhart. He would receive all the answers in Rothval. However, Gore was definitely up to something. Recently, a person standing right behind the High Priest in the church saw him enter the residence of the imperial wife. It seems that he is trying to smuggle illegal sotranil into the palace. Monica is also up to something and will start something soon. But she still won't succeed, no matter how hard she tries. An ordinary person can't even touch the dragon's house. Finally, Raina saw the heir to the kingdom of Rotwall and her mother's brother, Lord Rudbios. But she wondered why Mrs. Sermon was sitting in a more status position than the heir himself. Archduke Rotwall watched with pleasure as the whole family came together again. National dishes were on the table, and Cartios invited Raina to try one of the most popular. The Countess wondered about the true nature of the family. Sermon decided to discuss with Raina the mysterious energy radiating from the Duke, considering it the key to understanding. Dulon suspected an illness that had affected his body and asked Pontiff Sermine about it. In Rotwall, the Pontiff has the same power as a state leader. Now it is clear why Sermon sat at the table closer to the Archduke. The Pontiff spoke of the dark magic of the Hegemon as a curse. It is based on hatred. Hegemon requires a large number of victims to use and is not easy to use. Edhart asked how Sermina could tell that just by looking at him. Rotwall received a blessing from a spirit named Kaya, with whom priests have been contracting for centuries. It is Kaya who protects Rotwall and gives him strength. Residents worship Mother Nature rather than gods. This caused a conflict between different religions, which provoked wars and violence. Gore is one of the main instigators of this conflict. Sermon can feel the energy coming from Edhart, and the only way to escape is to use stronger energy to take control of the evil and cleanse the body of it. They can borrow power from the guardian spirit. Al ran up to Kaya, tugging on her dress, and asked Raina if she was friends with her. Kaya was not too happy to learn that she had been summoned for the Duke. The spirit feels a very dark and evil aura, and just looking at Edhart gives her a headache. Raina said that the man has a severe curse and hopes that Kaya will help. Kaya replied that she could, but saw no reason to do so. If left unchecked, Edhart will die, but preventing one fate, death, would violate the laws of nature that she has established. Al tearfully begged Kaya to help his dad not die because she knew how to do it. Raina and Edhart tried to calm their son down, telling him that his dad was strong and wouldn't die. Kaya noticed Al's despair. He loves these people more than himself again. The spirit remembered how in her past life the boy had asked her to sing the lullaby she had sung when she first met him. Al kept it in his memory because it was the first lullaby he ever heard. In this life, Al begged Kaya to save his father. She was so weak that she agreed. The spirit hopes that now Al will no longer feel lonely because his parents really do love him in this life. Their love is with him now. Breaking this curse will not be easy because many sacrifices were made to create it. First, Kaya must purify the spirits to open the way to salvation. And when the next time comes, Edhart should continue his vacation in Rotwall. Kaya noticed that Al could have such an innocent and bright smile. If the spirit has this role, it will accept it. But in reality, it was not really her calling. Nevertheless, she ordered Sermina to prepare for the case. Sermin told Rhine that her grandfather, the Archduke, wanted to meet her to tell her a very long story. The Countess entered the room, and there was such a thick fog that she could not see anything. Suddenly, Ifrit and Gnome appeared, sensing great danger. The other spirits were watching them from the hiding place. Grandpa came out and apologized to Reyna for scaring her. The Archduke explained that the room had been under a spell. He noticed 2 spirits, assuming that they were the seeds of Mother Nature. Grandpa apologized to the spirits for scaring them. In the past, this place was subject to a spell created by Eidos Langini and Miss Kaya, 2 of the most famous spirits. So, entering the room, a person is subject to their control. Reyna was surprised that the Archduke could listen to the voices of spirits. Ifrit, on the other hand, was amazed that the 2 of them were so powerful that they could create such a spell. Eidos Langini, the first king of Langini, is also the author of a book about spirits. The Archduke can hear them thanks to Kaya, who opens up an unusual world of riddles and secrets. Grandpa invited Reyna to sit down, because they had a lot to talk about. He handed her a pendant and asked her to open it. Inside, she found a portrait of her mother, Permina, which reminded her of important memories. Reyna's mother had an accident, and her daughter could not be blamed. Permin realized that her own life could be in danger because of the birth of her child. My grandfather said that Permin was one of the strongest priestesses in history. She was even stronger than Sermin, but she chose her family. And no parent who loves their children will go against their will. The only problem is that Reyna's father is from the Visconti family. It started a long time ago. The Sulzer royal family, the Viscounts and the Heath-Billions, did not have the best of relationships. There were many reasons for this. Long ago, the Creator created everything on earth. Thanks to its essence, light and darkness, life and death were born, which define the essence of existence. The Creator balanced light and darkness, giving rise to angels and demons. In this chaos, a human being was born who became a symbol of harmony in a world of contrasts. Angels, demons, humans, they all tried to grab a bigger piece of land for themselves. That's why wars broke out, with no end in sight, and in which people turned out to be the weakest creatures. Then they turned to the Creator for help. She sympathized with people and created a new race, which she called reconcilers, or dragons. People were happy to see them, but life and death, light and darkness did not like it. Not only because the dragons were as strong as they were, but because people began to worship them. They were able to start traveling freely around the world. And then the angels and demons pleaded with the Creator that they could not bear to watch the course of human life. Why can they only look at people's lives in silence because they are meaningless? The Creator replied that they could not compare their purpose with that of dragons. After all, they were creators, so their purpose is to exist. The Creator did not hear their prayers, and the dissatisfaction with the refusal was unstoppable. A violent confrontation began. The dragons fought together with the Creator, but in the end, she was betrayed by her own children and thrown into the land of death. After that, light and darkness, life, death, and time became gods and began to rule over humanity. The Archduke's grandfather noted that this is a little-known but quite true story. Moreover, the damaged essence of the Creator, which was torn apart, was reborn as Mother Nature. Mother Nature, who is worshipped throughout Rotwall, is a kind of embodiment of the Creator who gave life to the spirits. Thus, tormented by Mother Nature and the 4 gods, Rotwall could not exist more harmoniously. The next story that the grandfather plans to tell is about Reyna's mother taking the Sulzer oath. He asked his granddaughter if she noticed how the emperor was different from an ordinary person. The Archduke said that the emperor was a descendant of dragons. The Sulzer Empire was founded by a dragon, and the current emperor has the strongest dragon blood in history. The first emperor, furious at the death of the Creator, decided to destroy all that was left of angels and demons. Therefore, the Heath-Billion family, which was a descendant of angels, became an ally of the demon descendants, the Visconti. Their priority was devoted service to the descendant of dragons, which reflects the true meaning of the Sulzer Oath. This promise symbolizes loyalty and mystical power. Reina asked if the curse really exists, if the Vishans are descendants of demons. Her grandfather said that her father knew that the Vishanti family was descended from demons, but there was only blood left of them, nothing more. Therefore, there is no curse as such. Since Permine became someone who can communicate with the great outdoors, if she joined the Visconti family and had a child, the balance of power was upset. Permine realized that her talent would be passed on to Reina. Usually, when a child is born, a small amount of power is prepared for transfer. However, thanks to her demon lineage, Reina received much more. After Lintus was born, Permine lost all her strength. Doctors visited her frequently, but in the end her body was too weak to overcome her illnesses. Her grandfather assured Reina that it was not her fault, but her father, who could barely communicate with children, told her complete nonsense, leaving her in despair and confusion. Reina insisted that in the end, her mother lost her strength because of her, and that she would not have died if not for that. Archduke noted that Permine would be upset if she heard this. Permine was happy to give life to Reina. Even in the photo she can be seen holding her in her arms and smiling. Her grandfather asked her not to blame herself for her choice. Reina had done nothing wrong. After Permine's death, the Rotwall family plunged into despair, unable to think of anything else. Later, the Archduke suspected Duke Visconti of ill intentions, as he had barely met his granddaughter at the ceremony. Grandpa apologized for wasting his time and not saying this sooner. He realized how important it was to ease Reina's burden and take care of her well-being. Back then, Reina thought that her grandfather had never met her because he hated her. However, after she arrived, she realized that she and her mom were loved by so many people. This is what they call a family. The Countess wants the same for Al, because she wants to protect her son. Her mother felt the same way. Reina for such a touching story of how much the Rotwall family loves and appreciates them. Thanks to her mother's powers, Reina can communicate with spirits, but she did not know this in her past life. The Countess also asked why her grandfather warned her not to trust temples. The Archduke noted that the existence of 4 temples is strange: light and darkness, life and death, but also time. In the end, there are 5 of them. Reina realized that there was no temple of darkness. The other gods, who were weaker than darkness, recognized his power as dishonest and called him a demon. So the followers of the 4 deities rejected the demon who had arisen in the darkness. My grandfather advised me to stay away from churches, because the Rhine flows with the blood of a demon and the power of great nature. Now, the reason is clear. Whore. So far, the main sponsorship comes from the Visconti family. The Archduke also warned that Edhard's treatment would be difficult. Reina has an innate talent thanks to her mother's blood, but initially, Heathbillion and Visconti had poor compatibility with spirits. Moreover, it is a curse personally from the High Priest of Life. Kaya will do his best, but something unfortunate could happen. He could die, but above all, Reina doesn't want to lose him. Al and Zion were fishing, and the boy could not catch a fish. So he asked Undine for help. One spirit refused, because according to the law of nature, fish must be in water. Zion suggested a new method: lower the net and hold it still. In this way, you can wait for the fish to swim up and Al can catch it. Undina was sure that it was Kaya's fault. The spirit was angry because Kaya was always talking about Mother Nature, but she was not acting like one. Kaya just smiled slightly, which is allowed a few times. Al released the fish and said that this time he wanted to catch it on his own, and he managed to do it by himself, but he didn't know what to do with it. Undina suggested that it was a baby fish. She told Al that the mother fish would be sad if they were separated. Sylphid has no idea whether it's the mother or the baby fish, but whoever is left behind will be sad. Zion believes that when a family is separated, someone is bound to be sad. Al listened to everyone and decided to release the fish to her family. Kaya watched him, wondering why he didn't remember anything. Sermina needs everyone's help to break the curse on the Duke, so at her signal, they must concentrate their efforts on the magic stone. Reina realizes that Mrs. Sermon's strength is not enough, so they called someone who has magic. She hopes that her grandmother will be okay with her health. Kaya warned that Edhard would be hurt, but he had to endure it. The curse turned out to be much stronger than they had imagined. In that case, she's in danger too. In the deep darkness, Edhard heard a familiar voice. It was Al, who was desperately reproaching himself for his existence. thinking that perhaps he had no place in this world. Al is sure he deserves to die. He was a maniacal Langini light who betrayed his country, an immoral son who doesn't even recognize his mother, the garbage that locked up his own father. These are all his sins, and he wants to answer for them. Kaya said she felt a breeze, but Al pointed out that there was no more wind spirit and that Kaya was sometimes wrong too. The spirit tried to change Al's mind so that he would not leave her and do something stupid. But he was determined to do it, because they had done everything they had planned. He didn't want to be sorry anymore. Kaya added that the price the guy pays is too high. If Al has to leave his longtime attachment, it's most likely to Kaya. When he was a child, the spirit protected him, the only friend and the only being who knew the real Al. Edhart watched the last moments of his son's life. The Duke realized that he had made Al hate himself. He made his son feel the pain of loneliness, which eventually destroyed him. Al was alone all his life and met the end alone. That's why Edhart and Reyna went back in time and remember everything. It's because Al turned back time. The Duke thanked Kaya for protecting his son to the very end. Edhart is only in agony because he has to leave and leave his family unprotected. Kaya assured him that he was not dead yet, and she decided to unite them, because that way she could break the curse. At the moment when Edhart's mind is completely absorbed by Kaya, he will be able to get rid of the curse and return. But he has to do it himself, even if it feels like his body is tearing apart. Kaya said she was doing this for Al's sake and warned him that if Edhart lost consciousness, there would be no turning back. He has to come back no matter what. Edhart was unconscious, which worried Reyna. Fortunately, he was breathing, but his body was too cold. Sylphid noted that Kaya's energy was almost gone. Sermon suggested that Kaya had sacrificed herself. Sylphid added that she had exhausted almost all her energy and could not maintain her physical form, so she was clinging to Edhart's life force with her last strength. However, Sylphid does not know how long Kaya will last. The curse has been lifted, so Edhart's body is gradually recovering. Kaya will not disappear if she is supported by his power. The Duke will not die, even if Kaya does not. Moreover, this method requires a significant amount of Reyna's power. The Countess agreed because it happened when Kaya tried to help Edhart. Reyna noticed that the Duke's body was gradually warming up and he regained consciousness. The Countess was greatly relieved that Edhart was okay. Kaya said that the curse was gradually disappearing, so there was nothing to worry about. She returned because the wind spirit caught her at the moment when she was supposed to disappear. Sylphid warned that Edhart was not fully healed, so he had to be careful. Reyna thanked the spirit for helping her, but he noted that he was acting in accordance with the contract. Undine was annoyed because Edhart, after uniting with Kaya, began to use up the spirit's energy, and it scared her. But what scared her the most was that Edhart heard her. He realized that the spirits did not like him. Edhart got the ability to listen to spirits from Kaya. The Duke is not sure that it is normal for a spirit to leave Rotwall with them in this way. Kaya assured her that everything would be fine, because Sermon would protect Rothval. She has to stay on the human side, so she has no choice. The Rotwall family said goodbye to Reyna and asked her not to lose touch with them. Even her uncle, with whom they could not even talk properly, came to say goodbye. Thanks to the Emperor's mercy, they returned safely from Rotwall. The Emperor was surprised that the family allowed them to return like this. Edhart was worried that His Highness would notice Kaya. However, the Emperor assured them that he would not interfere in their affairs. Reyna thought that he had sent them to Rotwall already knowing everything. The Countess and her family went to the Founding Day ceremony. Edhart was seated next to Reyna because they had come with Al. The atmosphere was festive and solemn. The Duke complimented Rainey, saying that she looked incredible. The Countess, slightly embarrassed, replied that Edhart also looked great. Reyna spotted Lintus and her gaunt father at the ceremony. Al asked Zion if he had been to an opening ceremony before. He replied that he had, but it was the first time from a place like this. But Zion was uncomfortable sitting there. He felt out of place. Al calmed him down, saying that he was his friend and an incredible wizard. Reyna also added that Zion was qualified to sit here with them. Undine asked why the boy was so timid, because she was confident wherever she went. The Countess noticed that it was not as bad as in the White Palace, where she could not breathe. The barrier is not strong enough to affect her and the spirits. As soon as the Emperor came out for the ceremony, explosions rang out and the castle walls began to crumble. he was surprised to notice the absence of the Empress and the second prince. Delpit was worried that His Highness had finally realized that he was involved. He began to doubt whether he should have succumbed to Crown Prince Dialka's persuasion. The second prince was shocked that he had not been warned about the use of the bomb. Dialka assured him that the one who had prepared the uprising should not worry about such trifles. If all goes well, the Solsar Empire will move to Delphi. The Crown Prince emphasized that 30,000 soldiers are waiting for his order. The time to act has come. Reyna is furious that the second prince is involved. No matter how much he wants the throne, the Countess does not understand how he could commit such a lawless act. After all, in this case, everyone will be killed. The Emperor used the dragon's aura to rebuild the walls and ordered the knights to take care of the damage. Princess Malua asked Reyna for help with the wounded. Saving people is a sacred duty of the women of the imperial family. Therefore, for Malua to run away from this situation would be a disgrace and a sign of weakness. Reyna saw that the princess was very similar to the emperor, and thus some of his powers passed to her. Al was sent inside the palace, as far away from danger as possible. There is a magic circle in the castle, so her son will be safe. Malua noticed that Reyna was most concerned about Al, and so she apologized to the Countess for separating them. The Countess noted that it was also her duty to assess the amount of damage. The princess also decided to apologize for her attitude toward Reyna in the past. It was a hunting incident when Al was kidnapped, but Reyna assured me that she did not hold a grudge against Malua, because thanks to her, she was able to take action quickly. The princess said that the Countess appreciated her son very much and decided to apologize. People noticed that the sky was particularly red, and then they noticed the silhouette of a man in it. It was the crown prince of the Lengini Empire. Everyone realized that the rumors were true. The second prince confirmed his cooperation with him, bringing new intrigues to the political games of the empire. Dalke thought that the Rhine had made a contract only with the spirits of water and air. The Countess addressed the people, saying that if they wanted to live, they had to flee. The Countess recognized Dialki's voice and realized that she was facing an imperial spellcaster who was trying to kidnap her son. This enraged Reyna, and she used her power. The spirits noticed that the spirits next to the crown prince had no soul, and that one needed incredible strength to control them. Suddenly, Reyna was transported from the battlefield to the castle. Edhart has something very urgent to tell her, and Kaya will take care of Dialka. Reyna was surprised that Dulan could use magic inside the palace. Although he is on the verge of retirement, he remains the official wizard of the empire. With permission from the castle, he can use magic to transport Reyna to the manor. Edhart shared that there is a way to defeat Dialka. His real body is here in Salem, underground. There's only a copy outside, and even if you destroy it, another one will appear. That is why they need to go down and get rid of Dialki's real body. Kaya told them this information, and also that their enemy was hiding in an underground canal. If they break the foundation, he will be washed away into the reservoir. Moreover, if Dialka's real body is down there, he won't be able to stand it and will escape, but it could be dangerous for Meltio. After all, everything around the man would collapse. Reyna suggested that the spirit of the earth could do it. However, the powers of Mother Nature are strong, but when someone departs from the divine manifestation, the spirits are powerless against him. The only way is to use magic against Dialka that is not based on the power of nature. After all, spirits can't go against nature. It would be difficult for them to fight against someone like the Crown Prince. Reyna could not believe that she was fighting a copy of Dialka, because his strength was impressive. She hoped that her magic would be of some help in this unequal battle. The Countess realized something. In order to fight and use her maximum power, Kaya had to sign a contract. But her contract with Edhart had expired, so someone else in the castle could use nature's magic. Kaya signed a contract with Al. Reyna was furious that Edhart had let this happen, but he swore that he had nothing to do with it, and then Reyna realized that they already had a contract. When Edhart united with Kaya, he saw Al's past life. Back then, Kaya and Al were dependent on each other. Accordingly, the contract they made then is still valid now. Edhart and Reyna have memories of their past lives, so it's not surprising that this happened to Al's family. Here's what Al told Reyna at the time. One day when she looks at him, she will know his secret. And Reyna guessed that it was her son who turned back the clock and must have been very hurt. Edhart can't say what happened in their past lives, but he assures them that he won't make the same mistakes. He will do anything to protect Reyna and Al. The Countess agreed with Edhart because Al asked them to keep their promise. Now they will join forces to protect Al together by keeping their word. Al was walking in the garden of the imperial court and felt something tighten in his chest. He asked Zion how he felt. And then the wizard realized that it was the magical barrier that was doing this. He used to feel the same way about the barrier, but for most people, these feelings fade over time. Al was worried that neither Undine nor Sylphid was responding to him. At this time, Kaya was fighting with Dialka. She noticed that he was using a different power that did not come from the four great spirits. She could no longer use Al's power. Dialka grabbed Kaya's hand and said that she was strong enough without a soul. She had enough energy to absorb and become even stronger. But the spirit broke away from the crown prince. Dialki carelessly mentioned that he had tried to kidnap Al, which made Kaya very angry. She remembered how the boy had been manipulated before and felt that she would not tolerate it anymore. They told him that his abilities were useful and that someone needed him. Al was lied to with sweet words, sent to the battlefield and used. He will not let that happen again. Kaya lost control and began to spend all her power. Sylphid pointed out that she had no contract to control her powers, so she was guided by her instincts. But it remained unknown where Kaya drew her strength from, especially when she could barely stand. Dialka pierced her through with the power of magic. The spirits asked Reyna to help Kaya, even though they have no contract, but the Countess can calm the spirit. Meanwhile, the other spirits will deal with the crown prince. Kaya's strength is almost exhausted, and Reyna cannot believe that she has survived so long in this state. The Countess keeps the spirit alive with her own strength, but she doesn't think it will last long. The Countess motivated herself by saying that Kaya was the only one her Al could rely on, and therefore, for her and her son's sake, she had to be strong. She could not just leave her. While trying to save Kaya, Reyna saw Al's memory. How her boy asked Kaya to sing a lullaby for the last time. How he suffered that his parents had died and he was alone. The realization that Al had suffered alone for so long fueled Reyna's desire to win and never let her son feel alone again. Reyna thanked Kaya for supporting Al all the time. She asked her to hold on for a little while longer so she could see him again. Spirit said that Reyna and Al had similar energies, just as warm. Al didn't want to go for a walk anymore because it was too hot outside, so he decided to read. Zion warned him not to run, as he might fall. At that moment, the boy ran into the Emperor. His Highness looked out the window and said that something was starting. Al, curious, asked about it. Suddenly, a bright flash and a force wave almost threw them away. Al asked if the Emperor was doing well. The Emperor was pleased that a small and innocent child was worried about him. And then he realized that he was Al Heathbillion, looked him in the eye, and asked if this was the life he wanted. Al couldn't believe that His Highness had broken his memory tag, and told him that as a dragon, he had to behave accordingly. The boy advised him to stand back and just watch. The Emperor knew that Al had memories from his past life. He added that his spirit was with his parents now, and if Al interfered, it would be over quickly. Or he was not able to do so now because he was in the body of a child. Instead, Al said that it was not his empire, so why should he intervene? Why doesn't the Emperor use his power, thereby not neglecting his duties? Al's memories were still hazy, but he remembered well that Dialka's weakness was his real body, but even he could not destroy it. The dragon's descendant, however, could manage. In this life, the Emperor had used Al's mother for his own gain, and so he hoped that he would repay her at least a little. The boy told His Highness to go and capture Dialka's real body. His Highness thought that this boy had turned back time. He should have destroyed the body then. He would not want to live this boring life again. The enemy had taken everything, and the only thing they had left was their faith in Lady Ayette. It was fun for Dialka to see what the next steps would be for Reyna and her team. The Countess ordered Sylphid to help the soldiers on the surface, and Ifrit and Gnome to buy time and distract Dialka while avoiding direct attacks. Kaya noted that they would have to swim further, so she told Reyna to breathe as usual, but slowly, as the water would not hurt her. She could indeed breathe, even speak. In the past, Kaya had failed to destroy the body, but this time she would do her best. Reyna saw familiar hair, but the face was different. The spirit realized it was Eidos Langini, her first contractor. Reina is amazed to learn that Eidos Langini is alive after hundreds of years. Kaya emphasized that life is about being conscious. She had already tried to kill him once, or rather free him. Eidos was the first person with whom Kaya made a contract, and after so many years they met again. Eidos Langini is the first emperor and also the first to understand the providence of Mother Nature and to make a contract with the spirits. Because he understood providence, he loved nature and the world like no other. When his human life ended, he was destined to become an incarnation of Mother Nature. However, the family did not allow Eidos to die. They wanted his powers, so they locked him up so he couldn't die. They also experimented with the goal of extracting and using his powers. As a result, the spirits left without a contractor wandered aimlessly around the world. Time passed, and Kaya met a new contractor. The guy had read about her in books and wanted to meet her. He offered to sign a contract with Undine. His energy seemed to her to be the same as that of Eidos. A man approached the boy, and the spirit realized that the spirits of Eidos were with him, and thus the experiment was successful. The boy who signed the contract with Undina said that as soon as he closed his eyes, he saw dead people. The spirit heard that a lullaby helps in this case, and the boy asked her to sing it. The spirit changed its appearance as it grew older, and perhaps this made it easier for Al. Now it reminded him of his mother. He learned that all water spirits are called Undina, so he chose the name Kaya. In ancient times, this name was used to refer to Mother Nature. The spirit was outraged because it was a better name for an earthly spirit. Al assured her that they would soon begin a new life. Although the soldier's salary is small, he will save up, and then he will be able to buy a small house. Al learned in one of the books that the spirit of Dialka actually belongs to Eidos. Part of Eidos's consciousness was transferred to Dialki, so Eidos Langini is still alive and most likely in a coma. If they kill Eidos's body, they can get rid of Dialki. Al discovers that the tag has dragon magic on it, so it's clear why Eidos is in Sorsha. However, the boy cannot break the cage. The last dragon died, leaving the legacy of the late emperor. Al wants his mother to live her life happily again, and his father to take good care of her. If they had not met, Al would not have been born. And if he ever meets Kaya again, he will smile at her as a person who has never known pain. The spirit assured Al that she would remember everything and wait for him, and she wished him to forget about everything and be happy. When Kaya opened her eyes, she realized that she was in the past 300 years ago. She was the head of the Principality of Rotwall, where spirits were honored. One day, Al would be bloodbound to this place. Kaya signed a contract with humans, building up her powers while she waited for Al to be born. Eidos was a gifted spirit magician. After his death, he was destined to become the embodiment of Mother Nature. However, the Langini Empire was afraid that with the death of Eidos, their power would weaken. And to preserve their power, they locked Eidos up and experimented on him. Dialki is the result of these experiments. Eidos's consciousness was moved to Dialka. In simple words, if they kill Eids, they will cut off Dialka's connection to the spirits. Reina heard Eidos asking to be killed. At this point, Eidos's connection with Dialki weakened, so he would not be able to speak for a long time. Eidos said that he was already dead, only his consciousness remained. If the Rhine gets rid of him, then Dialki will also disappear. He has been using Eidos's consciousness for a long time. Reina needs the help of angels, demons, and dragons. She has to bring her 2 descendants and Emperor Sorcier here. He knows what to do. Eidos told Reina to destroy the spiritual stone on his chest, because that would make Dialke lose his power. However, he will recover in a week, so it is necessary to complete the mission in this time. Reina did as she was told. She decided to take Dialke with her to watch him. At this time, Dilfin was going crazy that he was not being answered by Crown Prince Langini. The second prince's mother said that it was not too late to apologize to His Highness. She doesn't see him fulfilling his plans being such a coward. Even if Dialka wins, her son is unlikely to get the throne. The emperor was grateful to the duke and the countess for helping to calm the unrest. Delphite asked him to guarantee his safety in exchange for the return of the mark and the map of the court he had stolen. The emperor is only disappointed that his son is now begging for his life. Reina reported that they had captured Crown Prince Langini and that he was now in prison. She also saw Eidos Langini. Eidos shared with them that in order to completely destroy Dialke, it is necessary to bring the descendants of angels, demons, and His Highness to him. The Rhine destroyed Eidos's spiritual stone, so for some time, Dialke is powerless. The emperor was glad because Eidos finally wanted to die. He ordered Edhard and Rainey to come to him the next morning. His Highness believes that there will be a retaliatory strike in the evening, but these two will cope. Al skillfully beat Zion at chess until he felt Kaya's energy. The boy asked the magician to leave him alone with the spirit for a while. Kaya was glad to see his old friend. Al said it was the only way to get rid of Dialke. This time the emperor will help his mom. He shared with Kaya that part of his power, which Eidos had kept for him, was weakening. Even in this condition, he is coping, although it is exhausting. He is grateful to Kaya for her trust and for fulfilling his request, and he hopes to meet her again after his memory recovers. Edhard and Raina returned to find their son sleeping. Zion said that after talking to Kaya, the young man was tired and fell asleep, and he had been sleeping a lot lately. The excitement had calmed down a bit, and they could return to the Heathbillion estate, and Raina suggested that Zion go with them because they appreciate the way the wizard protects their son. Raina decided to tell Edhard something about the Crown Prince Langini they had captured. This is the same man who broke into the estate and tried to steal Al. Kaya lost control when she saw him. Perhaps it's because in his past life, Dialke sent Al to the battlefield. Raina can't forgive him for that, and Edhard feels the same way. Kaya told Edhard what happened to Al before he traveled back in time. It is impossible to express in words how hard it was for him at that moment. Raina suggested that the Duke ask Kaya to tell him about Al's life after everything is over. That way, they can give him what they couldn't in his past life. On the way to see His Highness, the countesses noticed that the imperial palace seemed quieter than usual. One of the dukes stopped them to inform them that they could not go any further. His Highness ordered that no one be allowed in and that the guests come later, after sunset. Edhard said that the first emperor had rewarded the Heathbillions with free entry to the imperial palace. The high priestess Zayon intervened, noting that indeed the first emperor had granted them free entry, so the knight was obliged to let them through. The highest priestess, Zayon, is the current priestess of the Temple of Death, and she is rarely seen outside the temple. It is possible that all the high priests of the 4 deities have meetings in the palace. Raina asked if the gathering of the high priests could be caused by the actions of the second prince, but Edhard is not sure, and so he is going to ask the emperor for an audience. Everyone was amazed that only the high priests were there, and His Highness was not. Edhard explained that the emperor himself had ordered them to be there before dawn. Raina noticed that even the priestess Tanadima had come. She had heard that the first priest, Ilyon, was not allowed to leave the Temple of Time, so the second priestess is the only one who attends the meetings. Gore decided to say hello and share that he had heard about the recent uproar. He asked that his apologies be accepted, as he felt he had not handled it properly. Edhard asked how the High Priest of Life had entered the palace and where His Highness was. Horace replied that they had come here for an audience with the Emperor, but His Highness is not here, so they are waiting for him. The Duke asked Horace what urgent matter had forced him to leave the temple and come to the palace. The high priests were worried that the second prince had surrendered, and that Crown Prince Langini had been captured. Gore said that if they were the first to arrive, Miss Ayot and the Duke should come later to avoid inconvenience and give everyone the opportunity to meet His Highness comfortably. However, Raina replied that during the festival, the high priests locked themselves in their temples while she and the others saved people's lives. The Countess believed that this gave them every right to be the first to speak to the Emperor. She also suggested that perhaps the high priests were planning to do something before His Highness returned. Edhard suspected that something was wrong, for the Emperor was not the kind of man to make an appointment that he could not attend. The servant told His Highness to leave. The fact that the Emperor did not appear and did not say a word means that something happened to him. If he is somewhere other than the palace, Undine will be able to find him. The Empress was uncomfortable with the plan, but Monica assured her that once the second prince was settled, Tarkan would be able to take the throne. Louise Lamont will soon have a baby, and there are chances that it will be a boy. His Highness protects her with all his might, so the Empress does not think that Monica will be able to get rid of her son. The Marquise could not believe her ears as the Empress had uttered such treacherous nonsense. Monica assured him that His Highness would not suffer any side effects, as she had added a little sotranil to his food. The Emperor was aware of the risk, but decided to eat the poison because he was immune. But he was unaware of the hidden, dangerous effect that awaited him. As the poison spreads through the body, it repels the holy power, which leads to a deep sleep, sending the person into a world of darkness and oblivion. But a strong man like High Priest Horus would have had the strength to wake him up. The Empress is glad to hear that His Highness will be all right. However, the lady is worried about Manhwa, because the princess is very attached to her father and is very worried. Monica noted that they temporarily put her to sleep. She is sure that Manhwa will understand everything later. The Marquise emphasized that the first priority was to take control of state affairs. At that moment, a maid burst in with the news. Mrs. Lamont was in labor. Monica said that she would go to visit her, and the Empress would take care of His Highness in the meantime, so that everything would be fine and no one would worry. Undina assured Reina that the Emperor was in the palace. She felt his energy, which was weaker than usual, so she had difficulty finding him. As the Countess thought, something had happened to His Highness. When Edhard and Reina tried to enter the palace, they were not allowed. It was Her Highness who gave the order, for it was her palace as well. The Duke noted that the guards of the entrance arch are paladins of the temple, not imperial soldiers, so they are not obliged to obey the Empress's orders. This is important for the situation. Reina suggested that the Empress was somehow trying to keep everyone away from His Highness, but they don't have time, because to get rid of Dielka's body, they need to meet with the Emperor. Edhard has heard that there is a secret passage from the Heathbillion estate that leads to the palace. If he remembers correctly, they are now inside the Empress's palace. The Duke was in a hurry because he had to make sure that Her Highness did not suspect anything. They went through a secret passage and came across her bedroom. People from the outside would not be able to see Reina and Edhard. The Countess could not even imagine that she would ever enter Her Highness's bedroom. Reina noticed that the Emperor was lying in bed, and she felt strange because he was not a man who could be easily knocked down. The Empress shared her thoughts with her husband, who was unconscious. She noted that the High Priest Horus had recently come and assured him that the Emperor would be under reliable protection in the Temple of Life. If he had only appointed Tarkan as Crown Prince, he could have avoided this. The Empress drank to the fact that when their son dawned, the first prince would become the next emperor. Monica returned and reminded her mistress that she had to get ready for the cabinet meeting. But first, the Marquise gave Her Highness a drink of water with something in it. The Empress, like her husband, fell into a deep sleep. Monica enjoyed the way she had outwitted everyone. Her Highness always treated the Marquise badly because she was just a merchant's daughter. But the family sold the Empress just like Monica, but she was so greedy. When she needed money, she accepted Monica and was still condescending. But unlike her, the Marquise is resourceful and will soon become the most powerful woman in the empire. Gore praised Monica for doing a great job, and he assured her that the Emperor would not wake up because the medicine was very powerful. In any case, they are going to transfer them directly to the cart. Instead of the bodies of the real Emperor and Empress, they will use lookalikes. It will look as if Her Highness died when she was grieving the death of His Highness. It was hard for Tarkan to look at his parents, as if they were really dead. Then Gore became convinced that everyone would believe their lies. However, he felt as if they were being watched. Edhard can't believe that so many people have been sacrificed for this. But the most important thing is what they should do now, because Edhard and Rainey need the Emperor to get rid of Dielka. Herzog recalled that the bodies would be taken to a cart and that they might have the opportunity to stop them. Reina added that there is only one way to get to the crew. There is a lake next to that road. The Countess suggested disguising it as an accident and drowning the cart in the lake. The lake is connected to underground catacombs. They can transport His Highness through them. Edhard agreed that Horus would not look for them if the crew drowned in the lake. On the contrary, the High Priest would be happy if the two died. With any luck, they would pull His Highness out and they would not be found. The High Priests talked among themselves about the Emperor and Empress and assured them that there was nothing to worry about. Priestess Zion asked if it was really necessary to get rid of the first princess. Monica has the face of an angel, but she's full of ambition at heart. Gore is worried, even though she helped hide a bunch of church money through her blackjack guild. But she could betray them at any time. The High Priest of Life believes that getting rid of potential problems would be a good solution. After the death of the Emperor and Empress, their prince will become a puppet, which will strengthen the influence of the four churches. Undina shared the work she had done, and the paladin, who had lost consciousness, was blown away by the wind, and the crew and horses were moved as far away from each other as possible. Reyna pointed out that they needed to wake the Emperor before everyone found out about the crew and the paladins. Edhard assumed that His Highness had been given something else, since normal sleeping pills don't have that effect. Undina found that the Emperor was not responding to the spirit energy, so Reyna decided to put her hand on His Highness, and he woke up. The Emperor realized that he was at the Heathbillion estate, so they had succeeded. His Highness said that the first princess used to put sotranil in his food. Even though he is immune to the poison, this herb has another side effect. It blocks holy power. The sotranil blocked the Emperor's holy power, depriving him of the ability to act. Their plans were to harm his body, hoping that the Emperor would be left without holy power. In fact, the energy of the spirit helped His Highness to restore his holy power. He ate this herb on purpose because everyone is blinded by power and still moves towards self-destruction. The Emperor knew that Edhard and Reyna would help him, and so he followed their lead. The first prince's faction will announce the death at a nearby meeting, and then he will show the consequences of their stupid greed. Tarkan entered the hall, where all the courtiers had gathered, and walked confidently to the throne. The first prince was told that His Highness would be furious when he saw him. The first prince said that last night, His Highness the Emperor and His Highness the Empress were trapped. Gore added that the second prince made a deal with the enemy after surrendering, and so last night he brought Langini's men to the imperial palace. The Tarkan was about to pronounce the sentence when the Emperor came in and ordered the circus to stop. On the one hand, Tarkan began to make excuses, as if he thought his father was dead. On the other hand, Dilfit tried to apologize. However, the Emperor decided to tell it like it is. Last night His Highness was poisoned and was on the verge of death. Although he is immune to the poison, it took him some time to recover, and those involved in this betrayal intended to harm him. The Empress demanded to know why His Highness was doing this to her, but the Emperor said that she knew perfectly well. Then Her Highness decided to take the blame. She assured him that she acted alone and that Tarkan had nothing to do with it, and therefore only she should be punished. The Emperor was informed that Miss Lamont had given birth to a son and was now in a stable condition. Tarkan congratulated his father and tried to stand up for his mother. He asked the Emperor to take into account her contribution to the development of the empire and pardon her. Monica thought that Tarkan was an idiot because Her Highness had taken all the blame, and why make more problems? Then the Marquise decided to take the opportunity to frame the Duchess. The Emperor said he didn't believe in her cheap act. He recalled that the Blackjack Guild was under Monica's control and how she had acted bossy during one of the negotiations. His Highness asked Horace what he thought of the Empress's independent actions. The High Priest replied that the desire for wealth often blinds one, and it seems that she had a momentary weakness. The Emperor remarked that it sounded as if Gore was not involved. The High Priest said that he was here because His Highness the First Prince had asked for official confirmation. His Highness turned to Countess Ayet and asked her to tell him what she had heard and seen that day. She began to suspect something when the paladins took control of the imperial palace. Reyna contacted the spirit to find His Highness. They found him in Her Highness's chambers, where he had fallen into a deep sleep due to the poison, covered by the mysteries of the night. Later, Her Highness fell asleep after drinking the poisoned water offered by Monica. The Marquis was outraged that the Countess of Ayet was accusing her of this. Intrigue and suspicion ensued. However, Reyna continued her story, telling how Tarkan and Gore brought doubles to imitate His Highness's death, preparing a secret game for everyone. High Priest Horace then tried to take the real bodies to another place, but Reyna and Duke Heathbillion intercepted them. Tarkan accused the Countess of lying because she had no proof. Reyna said she could ask the spirits to recreate the events, but she must prevent the reconstruction of events because she cannot die like that. However, Monica began to drown herself. She confirmed that she had poisoned Her Highness, but claimed that it was by the hands of the High Priest. He denied it, because why would he come up with a cruel plan to take lives when he serves the god of life? Lintus interjected that there were many witnesses to all his actions who could testify. He himself can tell about all his crimes right now. The emperor stopped everyone and said that hiding the truth and lying would not work with him. His Highness has ordered that those involved be locked up and thoroughly investigated. The sentence he will pronounce will be appropriate to the gravity of their crimes. High Priest Horus said that if the emperor punished him, it would be tantamount to blasphemy. If His Highness finds someone who hides behind the name of God, he cuts out his tongue. Everyone involved in the crime will be thoroughly interrogated. The verdict will be announced in 3 days. The emperor also invited Duke Heathbillion and Countess Ayet to personally thank them for their rescue. To Eddard, he honors the military power of the empire. From that moment on, he is the Sword of Solsur and the defender of the empire. House Heathbillion will now have more power. Countess Ayet, as a member of the clerical knighthood, did a lot for the empire. And as the emperor promised, he grants her the title of Marquis, which she will pass on to her descendants. In addition, His Highness relieved Reyna of all her duties. She is now free to spend every day with Al. The day came for the criminals to be sentenced. The Marquis of Meltio, the president of the court, took the podium to announce the decision. The second prince was found guilty of treason by collaborating with the enemy. As a prince of the empire, Dilfit committed a grave crime by allowing enemy soldiers to enter, endangering the lives of the people. He was sentenced to death. Lady Fiora, his biological mother, committed suicide. Emperor Langini deprived the crown prince of his title and delegated to the Solsur Empire the authority to carry out the punishment. As a result, he was executed for the invasion. The first prince is accused of conspiring with Horus to usurp the throne and fake the emperor's death. He is disinherited and his muscles are destroyed so that he cannot hold a sword. The empress, accused of conspiring against the emperor, loses her throne and will be imprisoned in a tower for the rest of her life. The first princess is suspected of deception and attempts to harm His Highness. Monica will lose all her titles and be sentenced to hard labor. However, she would rather choose death than life as a slave. High Priest Horus, forgetting his holy duties, indulged his own interests. He was involved in money laundering, kidnapping aristocrats, and committed treason by trying to kill the emperor. Gore was to be imprisoned in slavery, and his tongue was to be cut out. Before the execution, he spoke his last words, "God will not forgive." The emperor concluded the sentencing and said to consider it a lesson and to refrain from rash actions. Rainey and Eddard managed to break the link between Dialca and Eidos. But until they completely get rid of Eidos, there is a chance that another Dialca will be created. The emperor has promised them to go there tomorrow and destroy the body. Reyna suggested that most likely Louise's son will take the throne, but she also does not rule out the possibility that it will be Princess Milua. Her candidacy is better than the baby's, and her abilities are similar to the Imperials. And the princess's actions are more humane. She may agree, but it's not a given that His Highness will accept the offer. If they are not careful, it will look like high treason. Reyna pointed out that the emperor is not the type to care about the child's gender. This option can prevent Louise's influence from growing, so if all goes well, it is the best solution. The Marquis of Ayet doesn't trust Princess Maloit, so they need to sign a contract. She would also like to sign a contract with Duke Eddard. Eddard and Reyna met with the princess to offer her help, which surprised her. She asked with interest if they wanted to arrange her marriage, or if they had any other plans. The Marquise of Ayet was surprised to ask if Malo was only interested in a successful marriage proposal. In response, the princess said that this was, in fact, the only thing she could hope for. The time for marriage had come. Reyna suggested that the emperor does not marry off his daughter because he sees her as an heir and is worried that her husband will gain more power. It is now that Milua should make a move. Milua recalled how, as a child, she was praised and told that if she were a boy, she would certainly become an heir. How her father rejected marriage proposals. No house can compare to that of the Duke of Heathbillion, but their eldest son is already married. The Empress suggested Lord Viscount's son because their house supports Tarkhan and a marriage would cement their power. Milua said she would do as her mother said, but Her Highness could not understand why the Emperor had rejected the marriage proposal. Her mother assured her that her father was not ready to let her go and that they would find her a groom. Reina said they would help Milua become the next empress to rule the empire. If Duke Heathbillion, who has the entire military force of the empire behind him, and Countess Ayet are willing to help, then being an empress is no longer a pipe dream. How desperately Milua wanted this. She did not expect that they, of all people, would help her. The princess accepted the invitation and said she was looking forward to working with them. The emperor said that he would get the cage out and not have to go into the waters. He said that we will all soon finish this. The spiritual breaststone has almost recovered. His Highness said that this spiritual stone is a shackle. It was created with the help of ancient magic. Therefore, the curse requires the blood of dragons, angels, and demons. Eidos called His Highness Randall, and Edhart was surprised, because it was the name of the first emperor. He could not believe that his old friend remembered him. It made him feel nostalgic. Eidos replied that even people do not forget what is important to them. He thanked everyone for releasing him and disappeared into thin air. The emperor warned that the spiritual stone was filled with the malevolence of those who had captured Eidos, and in order to completely destroy it, His Highness must use so much force that it will destroy it. He is happy to finish his life with his old friend. The dragon's memories are stored in the memory of the Solsar emperors. They are awakened at the moment of the transfer of the throne. Once you become an emperor, your old self fades away. Reina realized why the emperor seemed tired and cold to the question of the throne. He is a human and an immortal dragon at the same time. However, all his memories as Randall are coming to an end, and he can finally die with his friend. He sensed that the Marquise had ambitious plans, and so he was happy to help with them. He appointed Princess Milu as the next empress to rule the Solsar Empire. Randall gave Reina his last will and testament so that the Countess could confirm the princess's right to the throne. The emperor disappeared in a bright flash, and Al suddenly had a terrible headache. The spirits kept him conscious, keeping him from losing control and taking it all in at once. Al's hidden memories suddenly came back. He knew he had to be strong, so he imagined his mom helping him cope with the pain. The boy stood up and thanked the spirits for not letting him lose control. Sylphid asked if the mark had fallen completely. Al asked the spirit if he could call him Sylphie. The spirit agreed, clarifying that he was still Al. The boy assumed that Eidos had been destroyed if the memories had returned. Ifrit was worried that Al wasn't old enough to withstand all the power, but there was nothing he could do. He just needed to grow up. Undine admired Al for speaking like an adult. Al shared that he died when he was about 30, and there was nothing he could do about it, because he couldn't talk like a child. He finally met Kaya, but noticed that she looked exhausted. He could not reach her anymore, because he had become small. Sylphid saw that Al was the only one who understood the laws of Mother Nature. The boy turned back time, refusing to become her. Sylphie asked why he didn't give up the other one. In the era of Mother Nature, everything was in the flow of life, because it is she who governs this law. Eidos Langini was the first to realize these truths. After his human death, Eidos was reborn as a supernatural being. Eidos was destined to become Mother Nature. However, things went wrong when Yoga was not allowed to die. For a long time, the world existed without Mother Nature. But eventually, another candidate appeared. Al fully understood the laws and knew that after his death, he would become the next Mother Nature. He knew that a great power could turn back time. Earlier, Al had been desperate, unable to break the mark because the last dragon was dead. Eidos called out from the cage, promising that he would free him. However, Al replied that he could not do it because the dragon was no longer alive. Eidos knows this, but he also sees it in his memories. The two of them are connected because they are destined to become Mother Nature. Eidos said that there was a way to achieve both goals and asked if the boy was willing to listen to him. Al feels guilty about his mother's death, so Eidos offered to turn back the clock. To do this, Al needs enough power to go against the laws of the world. But until he becomes Mother Nature, he will not succeed. Eidos said that the boy had excellent mental abilities, but he lacked the power of nature. And he offered to absorb him because he has everything. He cannot become Mother Nature. If Al absorbs Eidos, he can do it. He will turn back the clock, and the dragon will also come back to life, so there will be a chance to break the mark. In any case, they have nothing to lose. When Al turns back the clock, he will start a new life, but he will also bring with him the karma of the past. His young body will find it difficult to contain the power, so Eidos will seal the memories and power with a memory tag. It will not be able to close completely, so Al will often be sick. Kaya intervened, worried that changing the past could be dangerous. However, Al agreed to do everything Eidos said. Now that Eidos is dead, Al's mark has fallen. Kaya told the spirits that Eidos had held back half of the boy's powers, and that's why he got everything back. Al assured me not to worry, because it had to happen at some point, and he believed he could handle the force. Ada and Edhart told Princess Malua that the emperor had died, but he died with a smile on his face. They gave the princess her father's last will and testament, where he appointed her the new empress. Milua was quite impressed by her father's will, and after his death, many things would change in the palace. Therefore, the princess ordered an urgent meeting to be convened and emphasized that this was an order from the empress. The courtiers were confused that the princess was calling a meeting and did not understand what was happening. Reina replied that, as everyone knows, the late Prince Langini was a powerful spirit magician. His Highness destroyed the source of Dialka's power but was killed in the process. Reina revealed the truth to the society, and Edhart showed the emperor's last will to transfer power to his daughter. The courtiers were shocked by what they had just seen and heard, so a heated discussion ensued. Princess Milua intervened and declared that she was now the next empress. Empress Milua asked if anyone was against her father's will. Silence fell in the palace, after which the Marquis of Ayet and the Duke of Heathbillion greeted Her Highness, the brilliant sunshine of the Salser. Milua came to Lamont's chambers to inform her of the latest developments and ask her and her son to leave the palace. Louise felt trapped for a moment, but then breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Lamont cordially congratulated Her Highness, but later retracted her words, emphasizing that Milua does not yet have this right. The princess exclaimed indignantly that Louise had constantly mocked her, assuring her that she would never be the heir to the throne. These words caused a deep insult. The woman objected, noting that she believes the princess is smarter than many heirs, so she is looking forward to the events that will happen in the future. Louise added that whatever the case, she and the emperor were exceptionally good partners. They were both comfortable together, and perhaps this is what is called true love. Finally, what Randall wanted became a reality. Louise assured him that she would not stand in the way of Milo's journey with her son. Mrs. Lamont would follow the will of the all-seeing dragon, her lover. She assumed that His Highness had a reason if he made this choice, and Louise doesn't want to fall by standing up to Maloit. Finally, Louise wished the princess to be a strong monarch. Milua looked in Mrs. Lamont's wake and murmured quietly that no one would ever see her weakness. Reina noticed that the energy of nature had become noticeably stronger. The spirits, trying to avoid questions, claimed that nothing had changed, quickly switching the conversation to her visit to the palace. The Countess realized that something was being hidden from her and insisted that they share it with her. Sylphid said that he had promised not to say anything until Al himself wanted to. Reina was worried that something had happened to her son. Kaya interjected, saying that Al was mentally exhausted and that Mrs. Ayot must have felt that Al had turned back the clock to save his parents. When he did, Al would have been born with his powers and memories. However, his fragile body could not withstand such an onslaught. To protect Al from magic, Eidos took half of his powers and memories. After Eidos's death, all of Al's memories and powers came back to him. Now, the damaged part of his soul is gradually recovering, restoring his lost strength and clarity. Reina burst into tears as she realized that her son now remembered all the suffering from his past life. She rushed into Al's room and hugged her son. The boy realized that Kaya had told his parents everything. Edhart apologized to Al for not telling him earlier, which may sound like an excuse, but he regrets that he made his son feel lonely. He also apologized for not doing enough to heal the wounds of his heart. Edhart regrets not realizing this sooner and telling his son. Reina took Al's hand and also apologized for the painful memories she had left behind. The boy took his hands away from his parents and said that it was too late to change anything. The Countess understands that if Al needs to talk, he can be offended by them as much as he wants. She asked him to say all the things he couldn't in his past life. After all, she is his mother and will understand everything. Edhart added that he would never dismiss his feelings again, no matter how small or big Al's problems were. The boy broke down and burst into tears in his parents' arms. Miss Malua shared her impressions of recent events. Her Highness was pleased that people used to see her as a subject for a political marriage, but now they are trying to impress her in every way possible. Malua exhaled and added that it was so annoying and exhausting. Reina remarked that she said that, but she looked happy. Her Highness laughed and said, "Is it really that obvious?" Her Highness knows that supporting Reina and Edhart is not charity, and so she wants to know their terms. The Marquis has asked that the Heath-Billion territory be allowed to declare independence as a principality. Malua was surprised that Heath-Billion, who leads the Imperial Army, wanted independence. The lady praised their greenhouse. She noted that the basis of a beautiful garden is nature. Insects, soil, roots. For some people, these things may be dirty or disgusting, but without them, there will be no beautiful flowers. Her Highness said that it is the same for a good army. In order to fulfill Reina and Edhart's request, one such foundation must be sacrificed, so convincing others will not be easy and will cause a negative reaction. But Her Highness Malua guarantees the Heath-Billion's independence. In return, she asks them to be reliable allies for the Empire. Reina heard sounds in the mansion, and when she got closer to one of the rooms, she saw Al. She remembered her son telling them that he wanted to learn to play the piano. He wanted to play at least one instrument, but there was no way to learn. The Countess approached her son and asked how his lesson went. But Al said that it had long since ended, and he was just practicing now. He likes listening more, so he asked his mom to play for him. Reina admitted that the last time she played was when her mother Permin was alive, so now she had lost a little bit of her skills. Al started laughing, which made the Countess think she was playing terribly. Al encouraged himself and his mother by saying that he liked her piano playing because it sounded like his. A little while later, Edhart came by and hoped he wasn't interrupting. The son replied that he was just in time and asked if his father couldn't play the piano. Edhart said he played well enough not to be ridiculed. The Duke sat down to demonstrate his skills. He warned that he hadn't played for a long time, so it might sound a little awkward. Reina objected and praised Edhart. She had never seen him from this side before. The Duke added that he has many traits that he wants to show her. Al watched his parents and felt so warm that his family communicated so nicely. The Countess thanked her faithful assistant, Undine, for helping her resolve the internal conflict and protect Al. Undine is her first spirit, and she is very attached to her. Reina regrets that they did not meet in a previous life. Undina noted that the Marquise was cut off from her powers then, so she could not see the spirits, but they were always on her side. Undina added that they belonged to the spirit world, and so they could always feel that time was changing here. Not all of their memories were preserved, but the feelings remained. It is similar to the sadness that the old Undine felt because Reina could not see her. The woman couldn't see her because the stronger the strength of the spirit, the longer it takes to awaken the powers. That's why Al is so often sick, because his body can't withstand his power. The Duke has a weak connection with the spirits, and Reina became pregnant at the exact moment when her power was supposed to awaken. After Al was born, the Marquise passed all her power to him, just as her mother Permine had passed it to her. But when Ed returned to the past, Reina got her powers back. The power that Al has now is the one that he realized before returning to the past as his karma. Therefore, his powers and Reina's are currently separated. Marquise Ayette can't believe that Undine was there even when she couldn't see her. The emptiness that Reina felt in the past has finally been filled. After Reina's revelation, Undine evolved. She was delighted to realize that a pile of dirt and coal could not compare to her power. The Marquise congratulated the spirit on surpassing Gnome and Ifrit. Undina admired that her arms and legs had grown, and her eyesight had even improved. She thanked Reina because it was all her fault. Al and Edhart were playing chess at the time. The Duke was thinking about something so much that he forgot to walk, which made Al think he was bored. The boy noticed that he had already won 5 times, so he assumed that his father just wanted to talk. Edhart slapped himself in the face and apologized because he didn't know where to start. Al said that he still had dreams about the events of the past, and he had already said how he wanted his father to feel the pain that he felt. Al dreamed that he was scolding Edhart, thinking that he was going crazy. But these dreams did not affect him. He had to realize his actions in order to understand what he had done. The Duke said that in such cases he could only apologize. The son added that at the end of all his dreams, he was always alone. But now everything has changed. Edhart and Raina are calling him to come home. Running to meet his father, Al felt very happy and woke up. The boy tearfully shared that he is no longer as angry with Edhart as he was then, so he wants to help his father achieve what he wants. After this sensitive conversation, the father and son embraced. Edhart and Raina were taking a leisurely stroll through the greenhouse when he inadvertently touched her arm. The Marquise suddenly remembered their recent conversation when the Duke had asked about her feelings for him. He didn't want to sound impatient, but decided to remind him that he was still waiting for an answer. Then Edhart slapped himself in the face, realizing what he had done. The Duke wanted to look cool in front of Raina, but it was easier said than done. The Marquise asked Edhart why he wanted to look cool, because she likes it when he's sincere. After all, what was missing in their relationship was a sincere conversation. Edhart looked deeply into Raina's eyes, which glowed just as brightly even at sunset. The Duke confessed to Raina once again that he loved her and was waiting for her. Edhart agreed that they hadn't talked much, so he wanted to hear how she felt. Raina mustered up the courage to say that she loved Edhart too. Despite her unresolved feelings, she realizes at that moment that she loves him. And it was then that Edhart gently kissed Raina, igniting a new spark in their hearts. Edhart said that he always wants to be with Raina, both in the morning when he opens his eyes and in the evening when he closes them. He dreams of her presence being constant in his life. When he eats, when he drinks tea, when he smiles, when he cries, when he watches Al grow up, he wants Raina to be a part of all these moments. Raina reciprocated, saying that she also wanted to be with him forever. Then Edhart asked her to marry him. He wants to live his life with her as her husband. Raina thought about it, because she had so many plans, and as the Marquis of Ayet, many eyes were watching her. But at the same time, she decided not to worry about other people's opinions. Edhart took the Marquise's hand and said that he wanted them to be more honest with each other. Raina recalled that it had been for Al's sake, but that things had changed. The Marquise decided to propose marriage to Edhart this time, hoping that they could finally do the right thing and build a happy future together. At this time, Duke Vicente could not find a place for himself. He could not accept the fact that his daughter, for whom he had wished the worst, was now happy. He received a visit from Mrs. Sermine from Rotwall. Mr. Vicente assumed that she had come to mock him. Alone, she decided to visit him before Raina's wedding ceremony. The Duke was furious because he could not understand how Sermon was congratulating someone who had killed her mother. The woman remarked that Vicente was still mad because Permin's death was an accident. Mr. Vicente hysterically shouted that the blood of a monster was flowing in the Rhine and that Permine had died because of this cursed blood. Sermon assured him that if the curse was real, it was on the Duke, because he had put it on himself. She added that Permin knew that her strength would weaken, but she chose to marry and have a child, dreaming of a happy future. But the man ruthlessly abused their offspring. Duke Vicente tried to convince both himself and Sermon that he was innocent. As a result, he completely lost his mind. Sermon emphasized that the man her poor cousin loved died with her that day. The distinguished society was discussing the latest news concerning the marriage of the Marquis of Ayet and the Duke of Heathbillion. But for most, this was expected, because they look great together. Miss Janaya indignantly pointed out that Miss Raina was underestimating herself. The Marquis of Ayet rescued Miss Ludens from the rubble during the festival, and that's when everything changed. Lord Wishaw arrived at the estate, and all the ladies of the court were delighted to see him. They immediately clung to his neck and tried to find out if Lintus would be present at his sister's wedding ceremony. Raina, watching her brother, remarked that it would be a blessed day. The previous Duke of Vicente had locked himself in his room and would not come out. Sermon said that it seems as if Raina's father feels guilty that his wife, Mrs. Permine, lost her powers because of his demonic lineage. And most likely, the Duke of Vicente did this to his daughter to ease his guilt. Raina felt as if Sermine was not talking about her father, because the Marquise no longer cared. Because Raina's real family is on her side. Her father can't hurt her anymore. Edhart is relieved that Raina has let go of this pain. On the day of the ceremony, Raina stood by the window and waited for her big moment. Al approached her and asked if she was tired. But Raina was fine, because Edhart had taken care of all the work. The Duke wanted to organize the perfect wedding, and he wanted to do everything himself, from decorating the wedding hall to inviting guests, so that Raina could relax and not worry. Al hugged his mom and said that he wanted it to be like this forever. He finally felt what happiness is. Raina feels the same way. She wants their family to be happy forever. Al wanted to accompany his mother to the wedding altar, but he is not tall enough, so he will give in. Raina did not expect Edhart to come for her personally and thought he would send Hilda. The Duke emphasized that it was his privilege to accompany his future wife. Al interjected that this moment would last only until he was older. The ceremony began by inviting many guests. Suddenly, the sky darkened and thousands of sparkling magic crystals lit up, resembling stars dancing in the evening sky. Count Meltio was impressed by the power of nature, as the crystals completely covered the sun, which once again emphasized that the Duchess is stronger than she seems. However, it was actually Al who used the magic. With the release of his powers, he feels much better, because it doesn't depress him so much. The sight of the greenhouse was quite confusing to Raina. Edhart took her hand and told her that he could not erase all the bad memories, but he hoped that the moment of their first meeting would remain as a good memory. The Duke asked if they could remember only today instead of the past. Raina replied that she wanted to remember their first meeting because it was a good day. Al approached his mother and asked for her hand. When she held it out, the boy handed her a tiara. Raina thanked her son for the brilliant gift. The ceremony was led by the priestess of Rotwall, and the Holy Virgin blessed the newlyweds. Such a festive event can be seen only once in a lifetime. This unforgettable experience will always remain in your memory. A few years later, at the Heathbillion estate, Al was sitting with his books. Ifrit was annoyed that he was always studying and not even going out to play or go for a walk from time to time. Al noted that as an heir, he could not neglect his duties. Being responsible for the people of the principality is a serious job. The spirits cried because the children were growing up so fast. Undina sarcastically remarked that they would not understand, since they were still children themselves, and sent them out to play in the yard. Undina turned to Al, hoping to hear praise. But the boy, without holding back his emotions, asked her to leave him alone. This shocked her more than she could have imagined. Al noticed a letter from the Empress saying that she was authorizing negotiations for the import of magic stones, and on the other hand, a letter from his uncle saying that he will come to visit strictly. The Heathbillions were enjoying a vacation in the greenhouse, their favorite place. Al was about to scold his sister for playing with the flowers again. The 10-year-old girl denied that she was actively studying plants. Her fascination with flowers makes her often go to the greenhouse, where she finds inspiration and joy. Although she hasn't inherited much from nature, her talent for fencing is impressive. She asked Al to cleanse her with magic after she returned from training. Raina sternly reminded her daughter that adults wash their faces on their own. Al snuck up on his sister and whispered that he would do it as soon as his mother turned away. When Heathbillion became an independent duchy, Raina became a Grand Duchess, while retaining the title of Marquess of the Salzer Empire. This was a big step in her career. Raina turned to her son, saying that it was not necessary to indulge her sister. But Al replied that she was a very responsible person and asked for permission to be her favorite brother. When Al's sister grows up, she will inherit the title of Mrs. Ayette. The girl was constantly training to become skilled with a sword. Al said that his sister could use some rest. Zion said that his master could too, because he felt that Al was overworking himself. The guy would be lying if he said that he didn't feel pressured by his responsibilities, but he works hard not only because it is his duty. He realized what happiness is and wanted to pay back for it, and to make sure that as many people as possible lived happily. Al asked if Zion was happy, to which he replied positively. Al's memories of his past life faded as he grew older. He could not forget completely, because even in those dark times he felt happy. So he tried to remember only the good things. Kaya wanted him to forget even that, but it didn't seem fair to Al that she should carry this burden alone. During his father's treatment, Kaya assimilated. But after Al's awakening, she regained her strength and was able to completely disassociate. However, even after disassociation, Edhart retained the ability to communicate with spirits. His father gave Al a pen after asking all the spirits what he needed, but Edhart's communication with the spirits left much to be desired. Al came to thank his father for the gift and asked why he hadn't given it to him at the tea party. But Edhart was so excited about his date with his wife that he forgot. Al noticed that his parents seemed happy lately, which was hard for him to get used to. Raina invited her son to join them on a date, but Al refused. Edhart noticed that their time together with Raina was over. But his wife said that it was even better with the four of them. As the wound healed with a new body, their new happiness filled their hearts. Raina wanted this happiness to last forever,